Summing up all the fortune of the realm. Come on, I sing out to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this So come bring what you can bring. It means nothing but violent precision. So very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies. Just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. It matters not what's right today. It matters not what gods you bring. We're all afraid of voice for raise the God. We gather.
Welcome one and welcome all back to the LPL here. We are in week number 5, day 5, and I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and I couldn't be more ready for a night of a ton of action, I'm sure. We have 3 best of 3s in front of us. You look like you're ready to go. Look as snazzy as ever, Lyric.
Thanks, yep. Always ready for another day, another weekend of LPL English to come back. Like you said, we got some bangers today. We had some bangers yesterday. Hell, we have bangers all the time.
I would say that's how the LPL goes. It's pretty simple as that. I did want to take a look at some of those games that we did have yesterday as well, because I think it is interesting as well. Because for me, it's curious when we always get those 8-day games. We're 1 away from the 9, but it's always because there's some series that don't necessarily go the way I think we would expect. But I'll say, FPX feel like the real deal now. I know I said that about IG if they win tonight, but my goodness, that team is looking spicy.
I think it was Dom who I saw tweeted that, like, if LPL MVP was decided right now, Milky Way would get the award. Like,
literally,
he's been insane. FPX has been insane. It's been super cool to see. So we're gonna bring those up on the screen right now. FPX, like we said, 2-0ing NIP, who, you know, haven't looked the cleanest in their wins, but I think still a very unexpected turn of events.
But okay, OMG, EDG, yes, I feel sorry for EDG. Things are not going okay. AL, they took down Weibo. I think it's a resurgence of a lot of our teams that we counted down and out last year that have really proved to have the test of metal this year. We'll take a look at the standings now, but my goodness, it has been a ton of fun to start this 2024 split.
I gotta say, my prediction of Weibo winning the split, not looking the greatest, but at the same time, I'm gonna live and die by it. LPL playoffs is a different beast. But so far, you've already highlighted, right? Teams like AL being up there, teams like IG, I think really being the ones to stand out. But even Team W and OMG being positive right now in series is pretty impressive.
And as we see this first page, it's obviously the playoff berth that will be available. Our next page will be the teams that are outside of the playoffs once we do come around there, as we are over halfway of our split finished. But some unlikely candidates here as well, there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we always pointed out EDG being at the bottom. At least they did finally pick up a series win 2 series ago. Ultra Prime maybe on the up and up as well with how they've looked. And yeah, Mazel, it's a bit of a tough time down there. But we don't got to worry about that. We got to worry about the games we have going on today. There we go.
And we do have some good ones, I will say that. LGD versus BLG, something where BLG are on verge of handling business. IG versus TS, deservedly so, will be a slobber knocker. And then TT versus JDG, another one where JDG need to go ahead and handle some business. TT have the chance for an underdog upset.
Yeah, again, a lot of, I mean, some big dogs going up against people at the bottom of the standings today. A hype matchup coming in the middle with Tez IG, but it all starts BLG versus LGD. Another one where it's a bit of a David versus Goliath. And that David, LGD, gonna have to show us some good stuff today.
It feels like everybody's entering an arena to face BLG, but LGD themselves, they've had some bright spots, I feel like, for this roster. I think for me, it's been the combination of Meteor, Haichao. I think Bertles had some good moments. Jin Zhao, specifically in their last series, had some good moments. But as a whole, needing to step up, it feels like, this time around.
Yeah, they're another one of those teams where it feels like all 5 of them have shown us like something good in different series. You can see the promise there, but it's still not exactly being brought together super well just yet. And on the other side, I mean, like, if you want to talk you want to talk about a team that does have it together, it's BLG.
Yeah, we're gonna bring up that roster now as well. Things change, but boy, do they stay the same. BLG are looking oh so good with Knight in the mid lane now this year, and Shun has been on one. Bin has been looking like an absolute beast, and we'll get to that a little bit later, see who's entering his lair today. But this team on verge of having a continuation of last year, absolute dominance, right? They did break the record for LPL wins in the regular season last year. So it's very interestingly focused on them, I feel like, for this series in the start. But that is where I also want to take a little bit of a step back and look at their last series, because all your base BLGong to us. If you don't know that reference, then I feel like maybe I'm a little bit of a boomer. But I do want to take a look at their last series against TT, because we got to see some continuation of a lot of the really good things we've seen from them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had questions after they lost to IG, right? They were able to bounce back after that, face JDG in what was a close series. And I think a series some people could have argued that maybe JDG should have won in that throw fest that happened at the end. But it was great to see BLG not lose a step, get that win even if it was close, and then come in with such a level of dominance against DP.
The combinations of Shun and Knight looking so good in the setup. Yes, there's a big shockwave there. I know it's flashy, but all in all, there were a lot of situations where you're like, BLG are just better. I think we saw a lot of executions of tower dives that went flawlessly. A lot of vision game was played around. That's why I love this clip here, because literally they could not see it coming, and BLG had them into the trap the whole time.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, again, a lot of these creative plays, and I know this one was one you were specifically hyped for, Mazel, is what BLG are known for, right? Going for the kill. You think they're going to start backing off. You feel like you're safe to go for this far, but then they re-pinch on you.
It's episode 2. Oh no! And the thing that's crazy here, yes, Elk dies, but it was the continued execution that they got so much pressure, literally snowballed the rest of the game. That's why I didn't show any more clips from that game, because after that it was pretty much over. Knight took control. So it is curious to see this BLG team, who can stop them, I guess. And I think the question does become, who wants to go ahead and step in to the lair of the behemoth? Because we have one man who absolutely takes the stage here, and you've got to enter his lair if you want any chance of getting ahead of BLG. And it's Ben versus Bertle, the challenger themselves being represented by LGD.
Yeah, and like you said, Bertle's been one of the players who I feel like has had some glimpses of some good performances. You can see his laning phase has been solid with that CSD. He's finding some solo kills. We really just need to see that consistency be able to come from him to find a pressure point on the map. And we've been seeing more teams put resources in the top side, especially with Senna coming out as one of the premier AD carries. And it's like, hey, maybe that's something that we can see LGD start leaning into.
And Bertle himself finding some serious moments to, I feel like, hold proud of. Xiaolao specifically, somebody who actually was just popping up recently, but actually getting a solo kill there. And some of the flanks, I think that's the biggest thing for Bertle.
Yeah, right. Him being able to come behind at the opportune time, catch people off. I think this one is where he finds like a huge gnarl, which sets LGD up for success. And like, again, these are really hype moments. So many of IG members locked down right now. If Bertle can show glimpses like this sometimes, I definitely think that there's more he could show us.
But that's the thing, my friend. We've seen time and time again a challenger, a group of adventurers enter this lair, and nobody comes out of it, only bones. So I'm really excited to see these two go head to head. I hope that Bertle can bring some of that team fight flair in the flanks and things to kind of counter set Ben. But Ben is also the reason why we want to focus on him. Is he's pretty good. I feel like we've seen some of the few moments from him that actually prove why he's so lauded in the LPL.
I mean, he is just someone you have to fear, right? I think everyone is going to remember this game, right? The crazy back and forth game 3 between BLG and JDG. After this, it looked like there was no way to come back. Ben, 5-0, 8.5 minutes into the game.
He's sitting there laughing. He's having a good time. But yeah, it's about sticking in it, I feel like. And yes, we're showing another version of the TT side of things. But it was curious to me for this clip specifically. He literally starts that fight 1v4, finishes it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just someone, it's crazy, right? Because I think a lot of people think back in the day for Ben with his insane laning phase. But especially after last year, like, we've really seen him grown in team fights to be one of the biggest threats that we have in the league.
He really has been, and that's why we want to see if Bertle can challenge the behemoth tonight. I think Ben is an excellent focus. But as we go to Shanghai, as we set off for our first expedition of the night, we are here in the LPL Spring Split, and this is going to be a fun one. I think BLG have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to clean this one up. TT, at least, or LGD rather, the other side of things, a little bit more of that underdog story, just like TT later on. So I think the ball's kind of in LGD's court here.
Especially with the fact that we haven't hit on it just yet, but we are on 14.4. So we not only have all the new things that have happened on 14.4 that can influence this. 14.3 obviously happened because we were on 14.2 here in the LPL. So there's a ton of things that, you know, even whether it's like big buffs, small changes, things like Essence Reaver and some of the other AD itemization getting, you know, small tweaks. There's like so much different Smolder coming in that it really feels like things might be a bit more unpredictable today than usual.
I hope you're ready to hear me sneeze a bunch on broadcast. I'm really excited for Smolder. I think it's really exciting to see. I've gotten casted a decent amount in ACL as they are on the live patch. So it is curious to see how the meta plays out. A lot of prevalence in 14.3 on Smolder. I've seen a little bit of a lax of that a little bit recently as well towards the end of that patch. So I'm curious to see what the LPL teams are cooking up and see what that next level has to offer. I think since we get BLG on the first night of it, I think we're going to be seeing some of that next level as well.
Yeah, I also have like other questions beyond just like what kind of impact Smolder makes. Things like Maokai have been hit a ton in these 2 patches, and we were already seeing him fall off before the nerfs came into LPL, so he might just be gone completely. I'm curious about things like Renekton getting buffed, just because, you know, Renekton has always been like a tried and true LPL stable. Even when the rest of the world is arguing about whether it is, you know, trash or great, LPL has always loved that champion.
And that brings a little bit of that conversation of what we see early in the picks and bans here as well, because I think there are a few staples that are still carrying over into the year. And I think that the questions will be answered very quickly, but I'm excited to see how the meta kind of plays out for the night. Also, no bias. Those new the fade into the blue, sick jerseys there by BLG as well.
I agree. In my mind, it probably has to be my favorite, but yeah, I don't know. There's actually just nothing else to say. It's just the best one in my mind.
I might have a little bit of surprise later on. I'm excited. Might have gotten BLG jerseys. I'm very excited about. But I think in all actuality, this matchup, not only the meta itself, but again, kind of trying to see if that continuation of Bertle actually having a lot of say in the way that we see at least they play early on and the focus early on. I would be curious if that changes in 14-4 for them.
Yeah, me too, right? I think there's like a lot of interesting things that can happen with this team, especially we highlighted like top lane, like you're saying, like things like that Renekton can come in. Maybe they do put more pressure for Bertle, for Meteor. I'm really interested to see what happens with the bot lane, though. I mean, again, you've already been casting at NACL, right? But there's been so many small changes, whether it's been to like AD carries themselves or a lot of the AD itemization. And we kind of already had a mixed bag of AD carries here in the LPL, but I wonder if it's going to open up for any more surprises.
Yeah, and we were on 14-3, so 14-4, a whole new precipice for me, and I'm very excited to learn alongside you, right? I think Senna is going to be another priority tonight that I'm very curious at, but then looking a little bit more away from the actual gameplay mechanics of it and looking at some of these players, I like to return to the conversation of kind of this duo for LGD that has been pretty strong, the Haichao Meteor combo. I think the conversation does tend negatively sometimes because while these two guys can be some of the biggest carries on the team, we've also seen them throw away games occasionally. So seeing some of that consistency tonight could be really huge for them.
Yeah, Haichao's been one of those players. I think of him very much someone along the lines of Yuakai over on Up, of like, they can just completely take over a team fight and then just overheat a little bit, end up right where the enemy wants them, and just get blown up after getting like a double kill. So all that momentum being gone, Haichao, if you can clean that up, like you're saying, I feel like Meteor is still the player to watch on this team, but I'm really looking at those other two soul laners to find some stability for LGD to go to that next level.
And on the other side, I don't know, you walk up to a tree, all the fruit is beautifully ripe, and you can just pick whatever you want. I feel like we've had a lot of really good moments across the board for BLG this year. Big focus for us, obviously, already the year has been Knights Edition and kind of that duo status, I guess, with Xun. I think there were some lackluster moments with Yagao last year, and I'm not saying we haven't seen some of those moments already this year with Knight and him, but we've seen definitely some more aggressive plays going their way.
Yeah, it looks like they've been a lot better at playing through that 2v2. But also, I feel like one thing that's really helped this BLG team be so dominant is they just so quickly found that identity of like that squad that can just consistently and perfectly pull off those dives toward bot lane, right? I feel like we haven't seen any team as clean and as proactive and looking for those aggressive dive spots as BLG have been.
I think we're gonna be dealing with a Mad Elk tonight.
I'd say high chance. All
right, I'll get my safari gear ready to go. I don't know if elks are in safari, I guess. I just, just add that in there. But I am curious to see, because I think we have seen a tendency for Meteor to path down towards bot side occasionally. I think Bertle obviously is always just on an island until he becomes an impact later on for them. but maybe we do just see that full-on bottom style, and that's where the conversation comes back to kind of the draft, and if we're going to see Smolder down there, there needs to be a focus. You don't just want to let this carry farm up. You have a timer initiated as soon as you get in the game. And speaking of, we're getting into the first draft of the day. First draft of 14-4, and here we go. LGD on the blue side, BLG on the red side. We got the Nico, the Caitlyn, and Renata Ban there on there for LGD, and then Karma Nautilus so far for BLG, as well as that Kalista.
Like we said, a lot of things coming through that are different. Senna being one of the only things that really hasn't been touched at all. Still incredibly proficient. We've seen, again, more emphasis on top side, roaming your Senna early on, and kind of finding strong advantages through mid and then getting set up with those grubs early on. So I like this coming out from LGD, but now, BLG, where are the answers? Smolder, like we said, is enabled. We are on 14-4. Other things like Varus still being left open as well, taking a small hit. So it's going to be all about where BLG want to go with their preferences.
I like the immediate takeaway of the Nautilus. I think Nautilus-Senna has been a ridiculously strong combo, at least in 14-3, so I'm glad to see that one taken away. The Smolder is that prio pick for BLG. It'll be the first one in the LPL, and of course it's Elk piloting that one. A good combo with it is Rakan, and it's something that On knows all too well.
Yeah, I mean, On getting his hands on something he loves, the amount of damage that Smolder can put out for Elk, has the mobility with the E. Now seeing where LGD want to go, this here would be a very safe pick, another champion that took a small hit on 14.3, but it's going to set them up well to have like the Siege-style front-to-back team fight, 2 long-range carries that they could look to utilize. I wonder if they'll feel confident saving support for second half here. If they lock in the Maokai, it'd be pretty good because it comes in as a flex. You'd expect it to go down bot because you have the Senna. We've seen Senna Maokai before, but having some options with where this could go for LGD.
I do like the Senna Maokai. I think it just, you get all the benefits of Maokai without, losing the role, I guess, in jungle and going for maybe something a little bit more skirmish heavy there. Could be interesting, though. We'll see how it goes. I do think that getting something to support this mid-game bridge for Smolder is also super important, and I think the Vi does that just fine.
And now for BLG, we're looking at things like the Taliyah, I was going to say like the Nico, but that already been taken off the board as things that can pair up with it. Of course, we even still have things like Hwei left open. We know the priority on that pick has skyrocketed in recent times, and that would also go fairly well up against the Azir.
Would wonder now, in second phase, we get the Tahm Kench banned away already, just to kind of take away maybe some of that flexibility for the Maokai if you do want to go there. But that's what the Maokai does provide. See if that continues to be the case here. But looking at this, it's got to be solo lane focuses. And the first is the Jax to take away from Bin.
I'm curious if the K'Sante priority will be so high. I think a lot of people were upset that K'Sante didn't get hit harder coming into this patch, but still some outplay potential now opened up with some of the hits to him in his all-out state. I would expect it to still be a high priority, so I wonder if LGD will look to pinch that one away at all.
I do wonder, because I do still think there's so many viable options to take, like at least bruiser heavy top sides. We do get the Jace banned away, so taking away maybe something that they don't necessarily want to play with. Also a lot of poke into Smolder. Not necessarily something you want to let set up for a little tiny dragon. See what the final ban is, though, for this one. It is the Taliyah ban towards BLG.
Yeah, so Taliyah taken off the table again. Hwei still open if they just want a generalist that can kind of do it all. We did have a small buff to things like the Ahri coming through, which can follow up. Akali, Knights had great showings on this before. And no, they actually are going to go back to the Ahri. Nymera is somewhere, and he is proud.
Yeah, he's definitely grinning a little bit there for sure. Also, the combo of Vi and the Ahri, so lethal. I want to see how Xun and Knight can pull that off, especially because we were already talking about the 2v2 there as well. Now, some options still on the table for LGD. Like we said, a lot of flexibility still in their draft. We'll see what they actually want to go with. Right now, it's the Udyr with that side lane pressure and the versatility, I guess, in the builds.
Yeah, now start answering the question of where they want to go with jungle, right? Like you said, BLG pinching out Tahm Kench a little bit to try and keep that Maokai down towards bot side. Viego's something I think would be incredibly good here. It's just needing, I think, a bit more damage in terms of the mid game to be able to contend with what BLG have put together so far. You already have great scaling in the Senna and the Azir, and this is really just going to top that up to help you get there.
Love the Viego. Love giving Meteor a little bit more functionality in this draft and a little bit more presence, at least for him to go up against Shun. I think it's going to be a very important matchup here. But Bin has his pick of the litter here, and he'll be very happy to grab a good matchup, at least into the Udyr, something that can deal with that side lane pressure if he needs to. I wonder if he's just going to go with the Bertle special here, as we have seen Bertle be able to wonderfully pilot this Aatrox, and it will be the pick for Bin.
Yeah, it seems like they were thinking about going towards Gnar because of the amount of silent pressure they would also have with the Vi, being able to support that with the Ahri. Go for the Aatrox in the end, enables our team fighting a little bit more. And Mazel, I'm just excited. We got Ahri coming back, right? A few small buffs on her Q and her base health growth coming in. I want to see if Knight and Shun keep up that level of aggression that we were used to seeing with these two picks and maybe get this Smolder rolling. First Smolder of the LPL, and I mean, few people could argue that Elk would be the best, wouldn't be the best person to maneuver this champion.
I think that's the biggest thing is we get one of our best ADCs on one of my favorite ADCs in recent history. I'm very excited to see what LPL does with this pick. Obviously, I think the timer starts as soon as we hit the ground running, as soon as those zeros come up on the clock, and you got to think about how you're approaching that from LGD's side. They have a good answer. We've seen Senna as the answer in that kind of double scaling bot lane, but it's about execution early.
Yeah, it's going to be all about being able to find those leads.
The bridges.
I think that's the big question against all of our top teams, right? When you're playing against a BLG, a Tesla, JDG, it's like, hey, can you be able to contend with them early, find those advantages, and then not give them the freedom or the kind of care that they can just play out from that game state? I think LGD have the tools in this draft with the Viego.
They definitely do. And I think it's a time for the underdogs to rise up tonight, as LGD will be the first one in the docket. We are entering the lair of the behemoth. Bin in the top lane for BLG. See if the challenger Bertle can do it. But it's BLG just trying to continue domination here in the LPL. And as we get to it, Summoner's Rift comes alive for the first time of the night. Game 1 starts now. Love hearing the audience out in full. Cheers alive, giving the energy to the players. But now, speaking of energy, I see where that energy is expended on the Rift. We were talking early about how these two bot lanes are definitely in the scaling categories. Doesn't mean we can't get any presence down there, but I do expect all the focus to be on Shun and Meteor.
Yeah, a lot going to be up to these junglers. We know Vi especially, I wouldn't be surprised to see him getting involved a little bit early on. Viego typically waiting to get closer to that 6 point. I wonder what Xin Zhao is actually looking for here.
So there's a difference now, and I've been seeing it rise up. I was talking to some pros in NACL. It used to be in 14.3 that you would take the Achu first because you get all the stacks early, but then they nerfed it by a large margin. So now you actually start Q in 14.4. So it is a little bit of a difference, but at least you're trying to get some of those stacks in a different way early on.
Yeah, sets up, trying to be able to kill those minions and look for aggressive trades, but the brush control coming out early on. LGD maybe not expecting this.
Typically, you don't want to take auto trades against the Smolder, but here into the Senna, you're feeling okay. Now it's starting to come back a little bit, and that sustainability at least representing for Xiaoya.
Yeah, like you said, Smolder getting hit a little bit this patch, but Maokai, I highlighted, on both patches, really so many nerfs. Things like his base mana regen, base health, his E took some hits. They tried to alleviate a little bit by buffing his Q, but I mean, in a lot of matchups, it's hard to be able to find those trades when we have so many double mage bot lanes or double range bot lanes coming through. Not the case this time, but still.
Yeah.
Rakan definitely a lot more about trading either with the all-in or just poking with his Q.
And the thing is, with the Maokai, you still have that viability once you get your ulti, right? It's still like the massive map changing thing. So it's about trying to weather those changes that we've seen from Maokai and get to... Oh, sorry, excuse me. About weathering those changes here.
And so far, we've had a pretty tempered early game. Both junglers just heading up towards their top side so far. And I like that for Haichao, knowing he also has push in top lane, gets his sword towards top side, gives him and his jungler kind of a safe zone that they can play out of.
Just can't believe you didn't bless me. Anyways,
Sorry,
talk about getting a new caster here to join me. We do have a nice little push, at least into BLG, so we're getting the wave to crash a little bit here on bottom side. But I do want to check in on the paths for Shun and Meteor, because I think that's, again, circling back to that. It was the same side starts, or at least trying to finish that way here and wrap back around towards bottom side.
Yeah, interesting. I like that LGD are going for this while they have Cryo and bot as well. They have the Ward and River up towards top side, so they assume he isn't going to go for this. Now see, Meteor gets it just fine.
A little bit of love between the junglers. Have a little bit of fun there. Vault Breaker. A little chess game, I feel like, with Meteor. Getting his charge away. It looks like actually he's going to be able to get the double scuttle here, too, with the back coming through from Shun.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's the fact that they got that ward down early. They know they had Cryo in top. They knew they had Cryo in bot. So trying to match where Shun would go and now sets him behind. LGD, great job with the fact that they've had lane Cryo in 3 lanes all this time. But Elkinon now starting up a giant stack.
Yeah, that's the thing that we've seen. There's the Achu again. I'm not going to sneeze that time, but you are going to get some good stacks for Elk here. Trade back and forth. The Rakan enables the Smolder so well here as well.
Sets up for all that damage to come through. Start making his way towards those stacks.
Oh, Bertle. He's actually, aggressing against the Behemoth up there. But Shun, known for those bot lane focuses, is going to be making his way down here again.
Yeah, and again, with the fact that they have the Ahri, so much presence to be able to come and follow up. Fraley Knight also did reset before Haichao did, so having a bit of that. Oh, Bin?
Speaking of coming to the lair of the Behemoth, they'll give that first blood, and he gets the kill.
Yeah, and ends up denying some minions away from Bin, too. Bin does have TP, so we'll be able to get up here and catch these ones. But I love the aggression coming up so far. We haven't been seeing it with top lane as much early on, but I'm glad that it's finally coming into fruition.
Bertle just wants to go fisticuffs against Ben, and I like that a lot. Shun going to take advantage of the moment and take this dragon. Should be traded for the Telegrubbies, #1 for the night.
And especially if they can maintain this level of pressure they've had in each of their lanes and can keep getting turret damage, right? This is going to be incredibly meaningful to start getting ahead with that gold lead. But we do see Xiaoya now going to make his way up. So the roaming of the Senna begins. I'm excited to see what kind of impact he finds.
You get so many souls from the little mites and the other stuff. It's crazy. So not only do they get the extra little XP bump there for Meteor, but they also get some of the extra souls for Xiaoya. I like that move a lot.
And something we've been seeing more and more common. And then it's been a question if teams fully dedicate their Sennas to top or not. I like that LGD are going to go for it. It's going to be so easy for the Senna to get more souls from this too. And just so easy for more gold to come across for Bertle. They keep this push going.
It's actually just going to have On up here gathering some intel with Knight roaming as well. Elk is going to get aggressed on by Jinjiao. Jinjiao's got some damage here, but Elk's going to be able to stack up a little bit because of it. And that's always the trade-off. Obviously, Smolder being able to get some more on the back end of things.
I mean, it's just impossible, right? It's just impossible to deny Smolder from getting stacks. Unless you just avoid him completely. But even then, you're just giving him stacks. Even then, you're just giving him stacks.
We've been seeing about 22 minutes, I guess, is like the average for the full stacks. We'll see if that continues to be true here in 14-4. I think we've seen, obviously, a lot of things change in that regard over the short amount of time that we've had the Smolder. Things getting more efficient and whatnot. But right now, pretty calm and steady early game. Both teams realizing, their win conditions are late.
Oh, on
a little entrance here. Here comes Mom for the first time. Jin Zhao takes the brunt of it. Xiaoya able to heal back a little bit, but Elk and On definitely coming out the better of it with that level difference.
Definitely winning the trade, but it's nice that LGD didn't have to expend anything other than the ghost from Xiaoya, so not all too impactful unless maybe they start to bring Shun down and set up for a dive, right? Because you already have them just above half HP. It'd be very possible to find some more heavy trades to come in to allow that.
Glad to see Elk calling home, talking to his mother occasionally. Very nice. Actually getting a ton of push here now as well. Actually a decent amount of push back from LGD now as well. But we'll continue focusing elsewhere because we have both junglers resetting out onto the map and get a plate down here at least. But that will be the focus for us.
And maybe we can bring this bigger picture for a second, right? Because LGD sitting at 2 and 6, it's getting incredibly close to that point where even if they aren't officially out, right, it's very rare for a team who gets up to 8 losses to make it in. There's been a split where usually that makes up 1 or 2 spots in playoffs, but that means LGD do not have much breathing room.
They don't.
It's kind of rough too, because after playing BLG right now, their next series is up against Top Esports. So it doesn't even really get easier. You got to start finding ways to sneak those wins against teams above you if you want to make it into playoffs.
You definitely do. And obviously we're over 50% of our split being over now. LPL has a lot of games, but we're making it through it. And I think a lot of the teams that find themselves at the bottom of the rungs are going to need to start picking up wins everywhere they can. That's where I think, that we've pressed it in 14-4. If we start seeing the solidification of some of the strategies for these teams and the win conditions that they go for, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Especially as we get closer, and again, I feel like teams' power levels will kind of even out more to about where you'd expect, right? I definitely feel like we usually see big names start picking it up towards the end of the season, which maybe isn't a good sign for teams like LGD and the others right now sitting out of the top 10 spots.
True. So Jin Zhao able to do his best Maokai damage, I guess, into Elk. He does do a pretty decent amount there as well. The biggest thing is, though, you're seeing a complete lack of focus towards bottom side now. Xiaoya going to be on the roam consistently. Still hasn't hit the level 6 mark for that Global Dawning Shadow. But having the Senna with the team, and especially a Viego and a Azir, pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this one pans out. If both teams just being like, hey, we're going to trade objectives on the map. We're both going to farm waves, right? Because Senna scaling ridiculous. You have the long range coming in, the Azir next to it, Viego. But Smolders, Shun finds the engage.
Oh, Hyshal, he just gets baited a little bit stepping forward. Shun is going to get his flash. That's going to be a flash out of Shun himself. He gets out of tower range and survives. Another dive that we've seen BLG execute beautifully.
I don't know why I didn't expect BLG to pull the trigger, but they did. They had the tools. And great on them to not only find the kill.
Oh, just sidesteps Meteor there. It's like, I'm going to get your ward. You're not getting it. Like, this thing is going to die. Meanwhile, Bertle, he's up against Ben. He's entered the Behemoth's lair once again, but he is an Udyr. He might just have another solo, and it's going to go through to Ben. Enter his lair, and you better hit the head.
Passive comes through with that auto, and Bin wins in the end. Crazy. Bertle looked like he was in complete control, but Bin knowing exactly what he's doing.
I feel like playing Final Fantasy all over again. My God, been looking very scary now, even after losing that under tower, I guess, against Bertle. But now he's sitting up 2-1 and going to be pretty strong on the Aatrox. We did have a second Dragon completed for BLG as we go into the replay.
Yeah, going to start off Bin. I mean, nice job being able to connect with that first Q, but Bertle clearly thinking, hey, I have the damage for this, pops the R, starts charging at him. But I think it's going to be so nice here, Bin connects with the outer edge of that Q, then gets the passive, the Deathbringer stance for the empowered auto as well, coming in right in time.
My goodness, things are getting a little spicy up there, as I think things might continue that way as well. It's been pretty traded evenly here. We were talking about LGD's hopes and prayers for the rest of the split. I think another question is, does BLG do it again here in tying their record from last year and seeing if they continue just absolute dominance?
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit harder. It's hard to say, though. I mean, like, gauging where teams like IG, FPX, all these guys rate. I'm so interested.
You want
to
to
see...
doubt them. You want to doubt them.
I do. That's not even against the team itself. It's just, it feels like it's always how it pans out that you
Track
start
record.
believing in a team, and then out of nowhere, it's like, oh wait, they actually were just middle of the table. But it feels surprisingly more legit this time. So that's why I'm interested to see if BLG, kind of TES, JG, if these teams can keep up that level for the rest of the regular season. If it falls off in playoffs, if it falls off sooner.
Oh.
Here's the bot lane plays, Mazel.
They're going for it. It's something we highlighted from BLG every single time. Mom comes through. He's calling home once again. But I don't know how Elks talk to their parents. We'll see if that actually comes through. And now the Achu with the extra stack going in. Knight gets the kill anyways.
Yeah, Knight gonna pick that one up, but it looks like LGD trying to make a return play on top side. No flash on Bin.
Bin's gonna pop the World Ender, but he's got so much damage being put down on top of him. Not enough healing, and that will be a kill to Meteor.
Nice being picked up. by the Viego, going to set him up for bigger stuff. And now we get to go back to Haichao, taking advantage of the fact that Knight roamed down to bot side. Shun does have ult. Haichao doesn't want to overstay this one with Knight coming back.
The biggest thing I want to highlight here is we were talking about trading objectives, but I actually feel like it might have worked out in LGD's favor because they actually have the 6 scrubs, but they also have an Udyr, and he thrives in the side lane, and you're going to have double might spawning from him. So I think this is actually just a heads-up full game focus from LGD. We'll see if it actually works out for them in the long run, though.
Yeah, I agree. Right, when they were able to guarantee the 6 scrubs, it just put them in such a nice position. Even 2 plates taken by Haichao, as we just saw. So making their way up to 1k gold, getting a lot of key items out across the board. It is being matched by BLGs. We can see Essence Reaver finally done with Elk. The Malignant's going to be there for Knight. So we're at very similar places of power if a fight breaks out. And I am so happy we've moved on and we have Drake timers back. Oh,
It's so nice.
I didn't even realize it until right now. It's like, yo, we're counting down to Drake.
Oh, I realized it. Don't worry. That's where my eyes stay. I am curious, though, your thoughts on the Leandri start. It's definitely a change in 14-4. Definitely something we've seen adapting a little bit more. Also going with that Wardensmail second, so a little bit more of that tankiness going for the mid lane build for the Azir.
Yeah, it's going to be curious, too, especially with the amount of damage dealers on LGD's, on BLG's side.
Yeah.
If you can survive the upfront burst, especially from things like the Ahri and the Vi, then the only thing you're really contending with is that Smolder. So it will allow LGD, in my mind, to kind of like allocate resources in terms of who to target in team fights, and it'll make it a lot easier.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
BLG will take the turret in bottom side. It does end up getting that trade down. The thing is, though, LGD have consistently had objective focus around that top pit, and they will get a Rift Herald for them to use for Meteor here, too.
It's going to be able to play off that one, but...
Uh-oh, Jin Zhao.
Yeah, it looks like, look at Knight on the minimap. He's starting to at least lean over.
They're like, nah, you need the back, Alec. You need the back. You're a little dragon. You're getting stronger. You're growing, boy. You know. Oh, he's still there. Eat your crust, Smolder. That's what backing is to me, I guess. Did you ever eat your crust on sandwiches when you were a kid?
No, I hated it.
I don't think. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. You know what? That was only as a kid. Now, you know, now as a refined,
You're
older
a
gentleman.
refined crust eater.
Exactly, in the universe. You just realize, you just don't waste things. You just eat it. You just move on.
True. It's called being an adult. We did get the cooldown boots there for Elk, so get a little bit more strength at his ability usage. Rift Herald popped in mid lane. Meteor going to charge. Remember, they have the grubs, so it's going to be big. The charge completes. The tower will go down. Sun Disc at the ready, and it goes straight up.
LG doing a great job so far at being able to start breaking down these structures on BLG side. Now they're going to be able to allocate a lot of resources down towards spot. You probably ideally want to start having Meteor constantly roam down there, putting pressure on Knight to break that one down. And BLG, who are doing a nice job of like swiftly getting themselves towards Soul Point and forcing an early fight, their momentum's now been stalled a little bit.
I think in some regards, when we were talking about both teams having some late game options, that's okay, but you definitely are starting to see LGD utilize their strengths a little bit more, and Meteor's hunting for Knight will end up getting a Knight's spidey senses going off there. But LGD, this is the position we find teams in a lot of the time, I feel like, with BLG. They'll come in with a good game plan to get a good lead, but BLG are a beast in waiting, and they are waiting to come alive this game, it feels like.
I mean, we saw them pretty much having complete prio across the map early on, and they were able to make use of that to start setting themselves up with those grubs, right? It really feels like that's what's led us to this point in the game. There we have it. Haichao finishing up the Frozen Heart. I'm curious where he goes next. Because, you know, things like Abyssal Mask we've seen giving even more shred, allowing you to get that damage off. Also seen some people build Riftmaker on him. Haichao's just going to be really annoying to deal with. The grass, all this taking is coming through. And again, Elk is really going to be the only one who should have the damage to bring him down as this game goes later and later.
Yeah. We'll see which boots, at least which the third item he starts after he completes his boots as well. We did get the Malignant's first item for Night 2. Some activations there, but calm and steady goes the waves, Captain, as we head into an 18-minute game where I think both teams realize their win conditions and are playing towards those. Now we're looking at side lane here, potentially for Haichao to clear up, but that's where I kind of want to talk about that bridge building that we were setting up, because I don't feel like the bridge is as stable for both sides as maybe they would have hoped.
No, I actually feel like the bridge is a lot more stable for LGD than I would have expected with how much pressure they've been able to maintain. Especially now that we've gotten to this part of the game, right? You have Azir, you have Udyr, you're going to have lots of like easy ways to clear waves and buy time even more.
We teleported.
We did.
That was kind of cool.
I wish we could just do that in our day-to-day.
It's like Click. No, don't be like Click. That's a very sad movie.
I don't know about that.
As they combo, we finally see it. We finally get it, but it's against an Udyr, and you can't run down the deer, no matter if you have the Vi Ahri combo.
Nope, can get that CC invulnerability and just get the hell out of dodge. It's a bit unfortunate target selection by BLG. It doesn't even really open them up to do anything by getting Bertle off the map.
He will have TP as well if there were any other instances that he needed to apply to. So just trying to test out their strength here in that combo. But that's something we're going to need to see ticked up in presence here as time goes on. Because, yes, we're still building the bridge. But those duos, at least Meteor, Haichao, Xun, and Knight, were the kind of builders.
Yeah, we're going to see what those builders can do right now with LGD.
They're
right
about to give Elk a ton of stacks. That's all I'm saying. He's literally about to hit 225, and it's 1940 in. He's been doing a wonderful job, but here goes Jin Jiao. He gets the engaged Dawning Shadow across. Mom comes through to save the day, and it might have just done that, though. Flash is starting to come out as they fight right back. The Elder has been completed mid-fight, and Ben has initiated combat. The Behemoth has come out of his cave, and Knight's coming through, too. We got BLG trying to head off LGD here, but they can't chase him down. Knight goes in with the spear rush. On's over the top with the grand entrance, and BLG are starting to pick them apart one by one. As another falls, that's 2 down for LGD, but Knight's still chasing. Knight still got the spear rush, and BLG don't want to give up an inch.
And so unfortunate. If that charm would have landed, would have been another for BLG. I feel like that could have been the thing that signaled goal for the Baron. But at the same time, BLG are going to be so happy with this. Like you said, so many free stacks coming through for Elk, and overall a team fight win for BLG.
The saddest part is the more you team fight, the worse it gets. He literally hit it at like 1950 in the game, which I was saying the average was like 22. As we see here, the engage comes through from LGD.
Yeah, they're going to try and get on Smolder. Like I said, Mob comes through, heals Elk a little bit, all that big damage down. And then this is where the amount of stacks was enough, right? You can see the little execute bar being there, the 225, the burn being put out on top of it. Haichao tries to buy time with the Emperor's Divide, but the fact that Knight still has the Ariel going, it makes it very easy for BLG to be able to chase him down and finish this one off.
How annoying is it to face that BLG rot? Like, they are just in and out, in and out, in and out. What are you going to do? You're going to leave? You're going to go? You're going to fight? And it's just constantly keeping you at bait's breath and able to use that advantage to their advantage. Now, we did get second items completed, at least the Trinity Force there for Meteor. So a little bit of strength for LGD as we have another Dragon on the board.
Yep, and just in case anyone hasn't followed Smolder, Essence Reaver, Shojin, all of this is standard. It's all about using your abilities with Smolder and really getting the maximum amount of that. BLG
I've
now.
seen Trinity Force second item a lot of the time too recently, but not going to be the case here.
Yeah, we're going to see if BLG can make do with what they've got. Knight right now is looking to come on the flank. Finally has his ult back up.
That's a big flank, and he somehow, Spider Sense knows they have vision in that bush, so he's just going the long con here towards mid lane. LGD secure their second Dragon, tying up BLG. BLG tried to scoop in and take the turret, but they didn't even get close to it, and now Bertle is doing serious free damage to Ben. He gets scooped in, and that's it. They already get the catch out. That's a shutdown too, and LGD find everything.
I think it's a little bit tragic because maybe as LGD you could have had the confidence to try and go straight on the Baron if you didn't use Jin Jiao's ult there. But I get it, you find one kill, you're hoping to find more. But what a head scratcher from BLG. Really not being able to commit to the flank or the play, not being able to commit to the turret, but they're going to be willing to commit to Haichao.
You want to try to catch him out. Trying to play. Oh, Mom's coming through. On is saved, and guess what? The execute came alive. Elk got the kill.
Yeah, comes on through onto the enemy AD carry at that, so they're going to be able to push in mid a little bit more. Might even be able to get some more damage down onto this turret. Looks like On's recalling. Haichao?
Oh, Shun just playing mind games with Haichao now. Spirit Rush has been activated from Knight. Shun just going to use his Vault Breaker back out. The turret Sun Disc will fall as well.
I mean, between, you know, the health from Leandri's, the armor coming in from the Frozen Heart, he is fine.
Bertle, what you going to do when you face up against a grown dragon?
You know, and that's where my question marks come in this game. It's like, can Elk finding a lead just completely outpower everything on the opposing side? As we can see here, great pick from On to set it up. And I mean, Mom's damage.
Despicable. Despicable. And that's the thing is, again, with this champion, we've seen it very prevalent in 14.3 at least, and now in 14.4 it could still be the same. I do expect it to have a little bit of doubt tied to it. But, you know, if you're BLG and you're performing like this, you're getting stacks in 1940, you have that execute for the rest of the game. Fights become that much more difficult. And we're seeing that LGD are putting up a good fight, right? It's a dead even game at 24 minutes, which is honestly a prize to behold against a team like BLG.
Exactly right. 2-6 against 7-1. LGD definitely punching above their weight so far in this game. We've seen BLG try to use their Ahri and Vi to find picks. It hasn't been really successful. It just seems like hoping someone steps up, steps out of place. I feel like for BLG, if they do have to team fight, it's all about just healing for your Smolder at this point. But LGD, if they can get position on whatever objective they're fighting on first, it feels like it should just be too hard for BLG to walk in. Let's remember the one fight they lost was them running in to BLG, running into choke points in BLG's own jungle.
And that's where a conversation about execution comes to a head, because this whole time we've been talking about, yeah, it's fine if LGD are getting ahead. It's fine if they're punching above their weight class. It's about closing the game, though, against a Titan like BLG. And that becomes more and more difficult because they just have a good way of thinking about the game. Now, time has slowed down a little bit. I don't think Echo's in here, but it's feeling like it. As BLG themselves, I think, are fine with this situation. I think the next big things are the Dragons, the stacking, the Barons. I don't think Baron is achievable right now for them. But I definitely think in about 2 minutes' time, we'll get a big contest over the Dragon Pit.
Recall comes through. And all that reminds me of, Mazel, is the fact that I miss Echo in the meta. Didn't matter which one. Didn't matter if it was only when like Echo would come in as a mid lane counter pick the Syndra. Doesn't matter if it was tank Echo and people hated that. I loved that. Let's just get the man back in. Let's get it back.
What about Zilean? You don't give any love to Zilean? No love to Bertle and Ben here as they're just going at it. Meteor is right behind Shun, but Shun makes it first, and Ben has a ton of damage with the build that he's gone. Bertle, he's going to get his flash, but he goes down anyways. Dawning Shadow not going to save him. Meteor's about to go down, and Spirit Rushes are starting to just fall into Knight's pockets. All of BLG are here, and Mom's on top of it. You didn't have to add insult to injury, but BLG will injure LGD.
LGD gonna regret coming in one by one and led to their downfall now. BLG pressuring multiple places on the map. They're taking bot tier 2. They should be able to take this mid tier 1 too.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Just
Huge
not fair.
gold swing.
They had 6 people. They called Mom. Like, that's just, it's unfair.
It's a bit unfortunate as well. We'll see it in the replay, but even Jinzhao's TP just comes after someone's already dead, so there was no advantage.
I was trying to have fun with it, throw him under the bus, but it does feel bad because I think those situations, right, you were on the cusp, you were very close. Now, all of a sudden, you're down like 5,000 gold. Now you're trying to make a play on the Ben, which is a good call here, but they're about to get Baron too, and Ben is going to be taking so much of your pressure away here.
Yeah, I mean, Baron comes through, he goes down. I think for both sides, though, there was really no other call, right? For BLG, you get this Baron. LGD, if they've already started the Baron, you're too far, you can't do anything. They just hope they can find something and go for the pick for Ben. All the problems stemming from moments ago, and now 6K gold lead for BLG out of nowhere. 3 items strong on the Smolder.
RKO out of nowhere. But LGD not one to back down from a fight. They know the dragon is up and they want to contest it even against the full-grown adult dragon that is Elk.
I mean, they have ways to control space. We can see with the Maokai and the vision that they have.
Ooh, I don't know if they could. Yeah, Haichao's taking so much damage. Mom comes through. He doesn't have the execute just yet, but he's starting to get chunked up. Elk is getting pushed back, though. They might have gotten him, but he flashes out. He's trying to get Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu can't get him. Finally does. And LGD, they pick apart some of them. But the problem is, BLG are a multi-headed Hydra, and they come straight for you.
You hit the nail on the head. They might have been able to focus down the Smolder, but they left so many openings for other members of BLG, and now you can expect LGD's base to get torn to shreds.
LGD come away with some prizes from fighting with the snake-like Hydra. Xayah gets the Serpent's Fang, but will it be enough? This was a terrifying fight.
Yeah, we see, right? Elk starting off with E getting all that damage down on the High Chow. BLG wanting to go in, feel good off of this, but High Chow actually finds a great Emperor's Divide, which pushes Elk into the rest of the team. He's going to get finished by Xayah, but look at the rest of the fight.
Oh my
Shun
God.
and Knight are just cleaning house on the other members of LGD.
Knight does so much damage. It's ridiculous. As we saw in the picture-in-picture, the inhib was aggressed on by Ben. BLG taking control of the map now, rightfully so. We also got another item completion for Knight. He turned 2 rods into a hack.
And now having the death cap there, so gonna have even more burst coming online.
Is Nymera salivating now with the 20 Magi stacks?
You know, I have faith that Nymera Sensei will come in clutch to never mind. No,
they're
it's
just
clutch
getting
now.
Xayah
People are just dead.
on. Oh no! Just like that, 2 members gone, maybe even a third here. As Knight can't get him. It's a
It should be
tragedy and a half, and BLG on the cusp of winning game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to push this one through, still having the Baron.
They just go in one more time, get some more stacks, get some more kills, and BLG have shown up to the office. They've handled business. They've turned in the paperwork, and that is game number 1 down to them in holistic faction. It was so close for so long that LGD didn't have enough gas in the tank. Game 1 to BLG.
I love that BLG didn't even wait for their meetings. They were like, no, we are ending right now. And it just goes to show, right? Great early game from LGD to be able to find some advantages, get turrets down first, get all the grubs. But all it takes is one fight, one opportunity for BLG to find a game, get a 6K gold lead, and just close it out.
And unfortunately, you enter the lair of the behemoth. You got to have some good armor equipped. And Bertel, he fought early, he fought hard, but I think the bones ended up in the beast all the same. And that shows the strength for BLG. They are, as I said, a multi-headed Hydra. You have to be able to cut off all the heads at once, it feels like, and they were just unable to. We'll see if LGD can pull it back after this. After a short little break, we'll have game 2.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when knowledge when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, everybody, I'll be the death of you. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death grasp. Clashing minions, ravaged fields of manifest my dominion to the chaos when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, everybody, I'll be the death of you. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death grasp.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we just got done with a shellacking for the side of LGD. BLG came out huge, and we'll take a look back at that game here as well, but it was close until it wasn't, Lyric.
No, definitely not. So,
They had hope. Look, they had leads.
yeah, early game was pretty solid. LGD were making plays. We saw High Chow moving around using the Empress Divide. Meteor and Bertle were getting things done, but at
Real
the end
quick.
of the day, it kind of came down to like one or two team fights, and Elk taking over. Elk's mom was everywhere.
It's already past it. Dang. I was gonna say, if you look at that little the 20 line right there, like 20 seconds before that one is the start of the downfall of LGD. That's whenever the stacks got completed for Elk. We take a look at it. My goodness, the little dragon can grow. About 40% damage done for the team.
And this is why me and you were talking in the break. I'm like, hey, I wonder how much like scaling you would need on your side to like outdo a Smolder. Like, you would need tail top, cast it in mid, send a bot, and you were the one to be like, no, Draven. I
want
like
to see
that.
their early games.
Yeah, I agree. Like bring some aggression into this, especially if you're going up against Elk. Because if you give this man the time of day to do what he wants, it's crazy. I mean, how long were in the game when he hit the 225?
It was
Around, like,
9.
19 something?
It was 950 something. It was like 952 or something. As we get into the highlights here, I don't know if we're gonna get that moment. Actually, we will probably get that moment. But there was a lot of calling to the mom, and Elk definitely a good kid. It feels like to be able to keep in contact.
Yeah, and we'll give the quick shout out to On as well for setting up a lot of these plays. Again, Rakan really being his best champion, the champion he's known for. And whenever he was around, Smolder was able to do what he pleases. Is this? This is the unfortunate TP one where it looks like, hey, we're on the same page at 2v2, but at the same time, Brutal already taken low, and then, yeah, BLG knew exactly what they needed to do to take over in these fights.
And you see so many of these moments go down in the favor of BLG every single time. They just know how to pick apart a fight in their favor. They know how to collapse a team. And we didn't even get to take a look at that 225 fight because he already had the Elder here, or at least the buff for himself, and then the fight just goes down the way they...
Yeah, not a whole lot LGD were able to do once that happens. That's why, again, kind of course correcting, looking towards game 2 at this point. Honestly, actually, the first question that has to be answered is a team going to ban Smolder? Is like Red Side going to take that away?
Yes.
Is BLG still going to run that one and LGD still will plan to go into it? Because then, like you were pointing out, maybe some more aggressive options down towards that bot lane and playing an even more proactive style. Because just remember, the LGD were the ones making a lot of things happen early in this game.
Yeah.
Then they kind of just had to fall to a point where, hey, we're Azir, we're Senna, we kind of are just catching waves. We don't have a lot of ways making things going. On top of some missteps, right? On top of where and how they were starting some of the fights.
I think Xayah is another answer you can see into him, but I personally, Xiaoya is a Draven player. Would love to see that pick up here, but we'll see what the answer is. For me, I know I was getting excited in the break because this is where, I kind of want BLG to give Smolder over to LGD so they can test out the counters that they've been working on towards that, because all these teams are coming up with counters against Smolder. There's got to be some correlation there.
I gotta say, Hi Chow, kind of just taking it easy for now. Maybe this is his power-up stance. He's reflecting deeply on game 1, gathering all the energy of Summoner's Rift and coming in stronger in game 2.
Definitely think you're giving them the benefit of the doubt there.
Maybe it's because we were just talking about weeb anime stuff before coming back to live. But I want to believe in the Hai Chao power up for game 2.
Is Hai Chao Luffy? Is that what you're just going for it right there?
It might be.
All right, might be. I guess we'll find out. Now is the test. He is. We do have LGD on the blue side again, BLG on the red side. We get the ban of the Jax, the Nico, and the Renata, same as game number 1. So LGD scared of those picks going over to BLG. The Karma, the Nautilus, the Kalista, same as game 1 as well for BLG.
And now the question is, do they take away the Smolder? Like you said, you want to see BLG have to be the one to bring out an answer into it. It seems like LGD still maybe not valuing that as the most high priority target. I do like the Ashe more there, because at least it won't be as free as being able to get some of those stacks if BLG decide to lock it in again, because you'll have a ranged support that is just so annoying like the Ashe.
I love it. BLG are like, you don't want it? We'll leave it open. We'll see. We don't even want it anymore. We got to try it once. We don't want it again. It was also LGD that were on blue side in game 1 giving that Smolder over. So no priority there for either the teams going into game 2 yet. The Varus, though, very nice pickup for Elk himself, and also provides that utility from the back line.
Yeah, seems like valuing the takeaway more. Again, maybe just the annoyance of knowing that they probably won't be against the melee support, why they wouldn't want to go with that and instead want to opt into some 2v2 power of their own. Now bringing out the Maokai for them. We did see it go into support last game. We've been seeing it more as a support, I feel like, more frequently than as a jungler, but neither On or Shun have played it so far this split.
I think skirmishing, again, the focus we gained into the game last time, looking at between Meteor and Shun. I think the Xin Zhao sets him up beautifully for that one. You don't have the Karma to combo with it, but I still do think it could be good. Oh, Xiaoya is going to get his classic. So about 4th or 5th most played champion for this guy, but excited to see him on it with the Ashe combo there too.
Yeah, not going to be up against what we expected, but still going to have the aggression down in the bot lane. Now for BLG, I'm kind of curious. We've been seeing more carry jungles come out recently.
Please.
And we know Shun's the type
Please.
of guy who could do it.
I called it at the beginning of the day. I wanted it so bad, but hey, we'll see. Because I think the other curious thing is how much are BLG are gonna flex on LGD. I think they feel like they're very much in the power holding here in this one, especially after that game number 1. But I honestly love that LGD are going for a little bit more comfort, right? They're giving a rookie in Xiaoya, the call up from IG Young this year, a nice piece to the puzzle, it feels like, for LGD, and making sure to give him something here as our champ select is stuck.
Yeah, I'm curious to see
It gets a long time to lock it in.
There we go. And now, moving into the next phase, I do want to say, I either want to see BLG either take away the Udyr with a ban or just pick it themselves, right? Because now you're expecting LGD to have prio and bot. You want to try and prevent the circumstance like last game where they have so many of those early lane prios to work with and enable Meteor. I don't even know where we're at anymore.
I don't either. I saw the Azir was banned away there, but then there isn't a ban. But as we get into it, the K'Sante is banned away against the Bin matchup, and I think going into it here, the top lane is definitely going to take more of a focus for LGD because Bertle did decent against the Behemoth in game number 1, but had some lacking moments, I feel like, as time went on. As I don't know what's going on with the draft, but I'm sure we'll get an update soon.
You know, if anything's good, I was gonna say, yeah, there we go. We just quickly changed the HUD that we're looking at. The Azir was there, like you said. They kept the Udyr bin that I was talking about. Again, don't give them another champion that could just so easily get prio against everything up in topside. And now for LGD, I mean, I don't expect them to ban out the Aatrox, but if they did, we would finally kind of be pushed into a more interesting pool of top laners.
The Renekton, it is banned away there, so we won't get any of that crocodilian sauce up there today. I do like some of the preliminary focuses going to the second phase, but oh my god, it's beautiful! Oh my goodness! I want that so bad. I will give you my house.
I want to hope that they did it after game 1. Like, between the time of game 1 and now, they drew that whole portrait. We get the Hui coming on through. This is one that, again, first game was really just falling through the trenches in terms of priority. I've been surprised to see it wait this long, too. Again, it's just such like an evergreen pick in my mind in terms of how it can slot into a composition. So now a lot of poke, a lot of stability for BLG. And it looks like for LGD, they might just be leaning completely into being proactive, looking for skirmishes early on. Taliyah very much kind of fulfilling a similar role to the Ahri, but at least now having that Weaver's Wall to cut, deny exit points, and give even more room for Jin Zhao and Xiaoya to set up picks.
I thought maybe we were going to lean into comfort across the table. Haichao, a very well-known Ahri player, just as Knight, maybe a little bit more games under Knight's belt there, but I was excited to see if he wanted to grab that one. Goes for the Taliyah, something that definitely has more of an smaller execution window, I feel like, in those situations. But Bertle's back on his grind on the Aatrox. We'll see what the final pick is here for BLG.
Ooh, this is a
was
pick.
Banned.
I expect us to see it more. It is a champion that has gotten some buffs, and it didn't feel like it was in a horrible place already, but we're going to be denied it for the time. It does just end up being the Gnar, so some side lane pile there, going to be able to contest in the laning phase. But look at LGD's comp. The name of the game is Globals and Picks. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Weaver's Wall, they have ways of getting numbers advantage so easily to shut you down. They want to accelerate the game to where BLG feels a little bit more standard, feels a little bit more about bringing all the pieces together in terms of a 5v5. It's going to be hard for Bin to pressure side lanes later against that Weaver's Wall and the Arrow, so a lot going to be up to Knight and Elf in this one.
Yeah, it is. The carries likely candidates, I feel like, for BLG, but a lot of pressure for this one. I feel like relying on Meteor and Xiaoya. I think if Xiaoya gets behind, it's not going to be fun. We've seen Dravens fall behind before. Obviously, getting kills down there is super important, but that's where Meteor really needs to find a way to step up against Xun in this game number 2.
Right? I mean, they're the ones that have the more aggressive comp early. They're the ones that have more options to play with. So we know LGD were able to get an advantage in game 1, but this time around, they're going to have to be a lot more decisive in terms of translating that. I especially think seeing them actually put some emphasis into early Dragons and potentially be that team that gets to an early soul point can get them in that direction that they want.
Well, there's no Smolder stacks this time, but a very standardized composition for BLG. Again, a team who is on the cusp of greatness, I feel like, in another split running, a team that has absolutely destroyed a ton of our LPL opposition, but LGD, the Goliath is in front of them here, Lyric, and they've got to find a way to pull it back. Bringing BLG to a 3-game series would be huge. BLG looking to close it out here. Game number 2 is on the horizon. We'll see if Meteor can lead the charge for the picks that LGD are looking for. We'll see if the hands are just too golden for BLG here. And game number 2, also important to realize that as the halfway mark comes across, another series loss for LGD may put them down in the dumps. Let's see game 2 kick off now.
Not even enough time for the Gyos. Shun has to get the hell out of Dodge. I like LGD making use of an aggressive level 1 to try and start find advantages. A bit unfortunate that they couldn't find really anything more tangible, right? Like a flash or been able to stay and get some camps for themselves. But I like that they're making their presence known early. Yo, BLG, you gotta respect us.
I'll just say though, Knight's gonna be have that little extra give in the mid lane, that level 2 mark with that ward being taken down. But level 1 able to provide a little bit of pressure for LGD. Definitely don't want to rest on their laurels here as well. You take a little picture-in-picture replay of that one.
Just a lot of damage being thrown out, right? Ashe, Talia, between the volley of arrows and the Q on the Talia, just so much damage that you could do. LGD, knowing that BLG going for that leash, we should expect them to control the 2v2, right? Not only having the Draven, the Ashe, double Halo Blades, like a lot of strength being given in this 2v2. That's why it's going to be interesting to see Shun especially, and see if he goes for any sort of cheeky plays down towards his bot side to deny sums, get flashes down, so LGD can't look to be as aggressive as they'd want.
We also got the Hail Blades build for Elk here too. Usually a contestation between that and the Lethal Tempo, depending on what builds you're going to be going for the Varus, so providing a little bit of that versatility at least when you're picking the champion itself. Love this idea though. Maokai not so good once he doesn't have the combos, and Raven oh so good at that level 1 mark.
Yeah, doing a great job of just making sure they can't get anything done. But you see both junglers just heading up to their top sides for now. And again, it's great. That's why I love that the Udyr was denied, because now you have this counter pick in top. You have push and presence in top that gives some more safety for Shun and some more potential options, especially once we get closer to the grub spawning, and doesn't leave them in an early map state like they were in game 1.
Isn't it so fitting that Ben has like a monster skin now too when we're talking about him being the behemoth? I think that Gnar skin fits perfectly for it.
It really does. It's just very fitting.
It's just a question of who can step up to this guy. It's been a constant question, I feel like, over the last couple of years. But since being on BLG, he has been such a big driving force to a lot of the positivity surrounding this team, especially when they go internationally. It's been really cool to see him kind of take his own force up there. And a long time coming, it feels like.
Yeah, and I mean, right? Not many top laners you can put in that same conversation, that same tier as him. I mean, 369 maybe being the only one, as you know, maybe when ADG won Worlds and like Flandre would have his like few picks, right? They were gonna think about the Graves that year. You know, maybe people like Breathe or Ala at certain times, but not always. Is Shun saying hello? Not a very friendly hello.
Is that how you say hello to people? I don't want to be your friend anymore. I don't know anymore.
I feel like that's kind of like how I say hello to people, but I don't think that's how you should say hello to people.
Ah, I see. Differentiation there important for sure. But we did actually see it go in the way of Shun. So the early skirmishing going his way, but I think seeing the presence of Meteor is important. He will get the other Scuttle Crab here too, because you got to keep up that pressure.
Yeah, doing a nice job. This is going to be especially important, right, to deny any ganks coming through from Shun and Knight. Might even be hard unless they really overstep. I expect Shun to start looking for some potential lane ganks, you know, heading either there now or going to his Gromp, but that option will be a lot easier once On has that level 6. You do have the Flash Twisted Advance available, though, to try and set it up.
Shun going for a lane gank here. Could have a really big window if they find it. Not going to go for it just yet, but a push from Jin Zhao and Xiaoya. They will see him with the hawk shot, though. And that's the power of this Ashe.
Yeah, just impeccable timing, and that's why it's so annoying to have to give over the Ashe. And it's just nice that, like, over time that some of these tools have been realized just how valuable they are, right? Things like vision, things like movement speed that at times felt underappreciated, now definitely being given
things
the
like
due that they
Maokai.
deserve. Yeah. Things like a sapling or, you know, a giant root that goes across
Giant
the whole screen.
roots. take over the entire map. No big
I
deal
do
coming from the
miss
support
old-
role.
I do miss old Maokai ult though. I don't even know why. It wasn't intuitive or interesting. Just like the visual of it with like the giant storm around you.
Yeah,
Was so fun.
yeah. Ooh, nice little seismic shove there. Getting Knight traded down. Level 6 is completed there, so Spiraling Despair is available. Weaver's Wall from Haichao too. So maybe a tick up in move out of the mid lane for Haichao and trying to link up with Meteor.
Yeah, both teams already having their support tiers on. Passive Flash, and look at the mini-map. Both ADs are in base right now. Neither team knows which AD is heading towards mid, but BLG are potentially bringing Elk over. Would give them numbers to play
Hovering
with.
right now. Ping's coming down. They are talking about the bottom lane state, rather. It looks like Elk will make the decision to go down that way. Dragon is up. You did have the Telegrubby started, at least one taken away by Meteor.
Yeah, at least getting that advantage for getting the first one. Gonna be a nice.
Oh
move for
no.
Jin Zhao.
Oh no. Jin Zhao, they're waiting for you, friend. You gotta be careful. He's flashing, but is it enough? He gets it. Shun first blood for BLG.
Yeah, the support there from Knight to make sure it goes over. BLG were patient, but they were able to find the first kill. This should lead them into being able to take this strike. Looks like they will just start it right away.
We go back to the conversation. It's just a difference on how BLG execute the game, man. Like, Jin Zhao, the vision definitely not where it needs to be for LGD, but they wrapped around at perfect timing to execute that one.
Yeah, I mean, especially just the path that they took, right? Like, oh, I might need to pause because Bin's looking to throw some hands. Okay, looks like LGD should just get this one for free, but right, they know Jin Zhao would have to rotate back down to bot, so making the pivot into the enemy jungle and waiting for that, just great small decision making by BLG to find those advantages.
A little bit different state, I feel like, than last game as well. We did get the grubs complete for LGD. BLG just don't care about the grubs at all this series as a whole. Bertle's going to pop that World Ender. Ben's getting low, but he has Mega Gnar coming up. I think the timing, Flash comes out, the chain's evaded for now.
Still, overall, nice from Bertle, right? It's kind of why we did highlight him coming into the day, because you definitely see the glimpses that are there for him to deal some damage. So... Shades of Corruption instantly forcing the cleanse.
That's the thing. You haven't gotten a lead bot lane. We talked a little bit about it. It's really difficult for Draven to be that big force to be reckoned with if he hasn't cashed in his stacks. And it's definitely something LGD need to start taking into priority for themselves.
Especially when you have the Maokai there alongside the Poke Forest, right? Because then those Saplingers are going to corral you more upward in the lane and at least make it easier for Elk to try to connect with his Poke. Shun is
did not
spotted.
get seen. But did he get spotted? Yeah,
I
he got
yeah,
the
I
ping.
think I spotted right on the edge.
And heads up play just to see it. Meteor did not get spotted down here. I think Shun's going to try to make it. So if LGD can get a kill here, it's huge, but they will need to get out as now the forces to be reckoned with are showing up. And to answer the call is Shun and Knight. A kickback, they've already gotten one. And this is catastrophe in a handbasket as Spiraling Despair hits Meteor. It's enough, and Knight gets the kill. 4-0 now for BLG.
The turnaround by BLG. LGD are supposed to be the ones playing a pick comp, finding numbers advantage, collapsing first. BLG able to answer every rotation coming out so far, and now 2-0 and 1 on Elk.
I don't know if he's typing, but I just saw all of BLG laugh after On spent a second typing on his keyboard. I'm just saying, maybe there's some chatter.
It seems like here they were really hoping that they could find a kill into On before anyone else could collapse, but that heal helping get out with that little burst of movement speed. And then, I mean, pinched from all directions. Where could they even go? Kicks come through into the arrow, and then there it is, the Spiraling Despair to make sure that Meteor ends up getting finished off.
Isn't it so fitting? Hey, don't worry about that. Nobody saw nothing. It's team play. I think he's just wanted to make sure. He didn't know the damage on the Spiraling Despair. It's not obvious how much damage.
It's not, honestly. Like you'll watch and you're like, oh, you know, they don't look anywhere close enough for the little explosion to finish them off, and then out of nowhere, bam.
But then sometimes I'm like, it doesn't do any damage. So, you know, you have the yin and the yang there. But definitely Haichao on the not happy receiving end there, because I feel like we haven't seen that mobility out of mid lane that maybe we have seen from Knight recently in this game at least. And that's something that when you pick the Talia, you definitely want to have that proactivity under your belt.
And at this point in the game, I would expect, you know, kind of being around level 9, Lost Chapters out that way should be the one to be able to have pressure in this lane. But it looks like from the minimap, Haichao, nope. Knight actually might have already finished off his wave, so yeah. So it might even make it harder for Haichao to have opportunities to move. I mean, that QE just ridiculous. Ridiculous
Yep.
what he's able to do the wave with just that one ability.
Meteor's making a visit towards top side. He says, you know, I hear Bertle fighting the behemoth up here. We need to make a visit. Ben puts the ward down. Perfect timing. We'll end up giving Meteor that little bit of gold back. Ben, Meteor might actually try to make a play here. Ben able to get out, though. The wind becomes lightning. Does not, in fact, do so.
Gonna be able to get some plates up for the side of LGD, but look at the minimap. All this allows is for BLG not even to fully commit to bot side. All they need is Shun leaning down and not showing on the map, and LGD know they need to go for a reset. It's not safe.
No! Dude, On, you are such a jerk. He's smirking. Look at that little smirk. Look at that little smirk on his face. He's evil. Oh my
I love
God,
it. Doesn't
dude.
even stop. Just wants
What?
to keep dissuading. Doesn't even get completely blocked for Xiaoya. Unfortunate. And just so much time denied by BLG.
Dude.
All of this is going to Elk getting 3 plates by himself.
You got all 5 though in top side, and that's really big for LGD. At least getting something for themselves. Won't do anything for this lead though. Still about 1,000 gold for BLG. And it's all about using this pressure as now BLG transition up to these Telegrubbies episode 2, and they're looking for 3 of them.
LGD posturing in the area for now, but I think people may be too far. We do have Weaver's Wall available for Haichao, which is why BLG are putting so much respect here.
LGD definitely want this. They do want to try to get some of those mites, but they will be denied now.
Exactly right. Not going to be able to get any mites. BLG are happy with that finished job, so they'll back off. This will give them tempo walking towards mid to finish off this wave before LGD and start making their way towards Dragon.
Well, we're just going to take a walk down the lane here. Oh, the LGD are like, we don't have vision there. I don't think we walk in. As I want to circle back to something is that length of engage, the kind of pick setup for LGD you were highlighting in the draft. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be available to them as they move forward, but they're going to try to make it so up here on the top side as Weaver's Wall finally gets unleashed. Ben flashing perfectly over the wall. Here comes Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Beautiful connection, and the snipe from Jin Zhao will set up the kill for Haichao.
So it took 12 minutes, but we finally saw the kind of bread and butter of what LGD's comp does, right? Weaver's Wall and Jin Crystal Arrow, anyone who's isolated should just be able to be taken down. So now it's going to be a bit of a rinse and repeat for LGD. Sad thing is with that kill, they'd already gotten the turret top, right? So there's no objective you could turn that into. You're going to have to be saved by Haichao. But point is, we got to see them make that play again when something more valuable is up. When they can push for a tier 2, when they can get a dragon. And that's when we can really see them start coming back into this game.
Oh, mid lane. Elk's going for the outplay. He gets the flash out of Xiaoya and the cleanse. Elk's now getting TP'd on here. That is Bertle, and Elk doesn't have any way out but his flash. He's just immediately taken out.
I'm a bit surprised he was even willing to commit the heal, because no one on the minimap is even close to being able to save him. But still, at least doesn't blow the flash. Nice flank coming out from Bertle to make sure they find something, but again, doesn't really drastically change the state of the map.
Take a look at that top lane play. Again, the first time we've really seen this combo unleashed, and LGD do it right.
I'm a bit more surprised they held off on the arrow for so long instead of trying to like combo it with one of the other CCs, but great foresight by Jin Zhao to be like, hey, that doesn't even matter. Lands it anyway.
They let him die to the Krugs.
Yeah.
That's great. LGD right on it, though. They're starting up the Rift Herald. It's already almost gone. BLG TPing in now.
Going for it. Ult comes out from On.
It's big. It's already secured by
brutal,
Meteor, though. As now Shun, he's found Jin Zhao. Maybe he goes in. He tries it. He can't get the combo off. But meanwhile, Meteor, he goes for the Crescent Guard. He's healing up, but he's gone. Ben is not Mega Gnar, and he'll die. Bertle found one of those flanks we were talking about, but he gets kicked to his death. And BLG turn it around on its head. Jin Zhao just gets blasted here as the Ravenous Maw claims its soul. Sun gets another kill, and now Haichao, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, Sonic Wave not going to connect there, but BLG on a rampage.
Yeah, BLG keeping up their level of dominance. I'm a bit curious about what Bertle was waiting for. I don't know if maybe his ult just hadn't been up right away, but took quite a while on that flank that he could have gone for, potentially like tried to save Meteor. BLG take advantage, find even more kills, and extend this gold lead even further. Almost 1.5 for now, but might even get another turret off of this push.
You definitely don't want to be down against a team like BLG. And Chains of Corruption came out and a lot of damage on the Meteor here. He immediately regrets his decision.
At least we'll be able to get to his jungle, try and clear some camps, and sustain back up. LGD, off the back of that fight, they might have lost, but they are the team that has the Rift Herald. You would expect them to want to use that for mid, but again, we know their comp should be looking for those picks, but we'll head into the replay. It's all interesting, right? Because BLG's threatening with this big engage here. Ertl wraps around, and this is where I thought maybe he'd come in, try to save the day. You have your bot lane able to peel for themselves off to the side, but Meteor pretty much goes down for free, which then leaves you in this awkward fight where you're at a numbers disadvantage. And BLG are just able to kite back beautifully and then re-engage onto the stragglers, as LGD were just so spread out.
I think it's so difficult for Bertle because they were so far away from where his engage would have been, and you could see he got instantly turned around on, and that's some of that decision-making that makes BLG so strong. They are on the same page a lot of times. It's why we saw an instant 6K gold lead in the last game of the series, and now we're starting to see them pull ahead even more. This Rift Herald might be able to even things up in mid lane, though, as we do see Meteor get that crash in.
They're going to be able to put pressure down for now, and even looking for a potential opportunity. They're giving one over!
The CC! Ooh, he's just gone! He shouldn't just gone off the map there, and that is big as well, even though there's no objective right now.
I mean, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, knockbacks, all the rocks sit on the ground, you know, make the dashing impossible. Just so much they had to be able to deny that. At least Dragon still not up for another 55 seconds, so shouldn't be up in time. BLG should be able to maintain their presence on the map. But 3-0-0 on the Taliyah. Haichao has the opportunity to grow even bigger, take over this game.
That'll be the cleanse burn there as well. Tower goes down. Nice little pressure from BLG, but yeah. I mean, Haichao, I was kind of second-guessing the Taliyah going into this one. I like Haichao when he's got a little bit more presence, but he's making his way into this one. He's got that Dark Seal, 3 kills already, and on his way to a second item, too.
Keeping our eyes on everyone with where they're at in terms of items. Really no one that far behind, which I guess is to be expected, right? We didn't see any domination in the laning phase. Is there going to be domination right now, though?
Nah. It's fine. It's fine. Dragon is coming up, though.
I like dragons, especially when, you know, they're not in the game and executing people at 19 minutes, but...
Oh, are you sure? Because I kind of like it.
I actually don't have a big problem with it just yet, so... LTD, though, it looks like they're hoping to contest this. This would be sole point for BLG, but they're just so far away.
There's TP coming in pretty late. Maybe they just want to go for the fight here. A CC comes down onto Meteor. He's going to go forward with that Crescent Guard. Enchanted Crystal Arrow dodged out by BLG, but On is already gone. Spiraling Despair comes through. The Dragon's off to the races. And then now he goes right back to set up for BLG.
And this might just be the best thing that could happen, right? You chunked Meteor low. LGD, though, still hoping to challenge.
CC. Shun is there. Meteor trying to heal back a little bit. He got the Wind Becomes Lightning on the Dragon, but Xiaoya is the one doing the damage. Shun is there. Who's going to get the smite fight here? Shun and Meteor going at it. Here he goes for the kick on the Meteor away from the Dragon, but Meteor gets it anyways. Shun being a little too fancy with it. He might have just doomed his team, as now Bertle is taking down multiple members. He's got Q sweet spots coming up soon, and the world seems to be coming to an end for BLG. They come forward. Xiaoya's going to flash, and now On gets stuck. He can't get the blast cone, and more kills to LGD.
LGD only losing Jin Zhao, but completely wiping BLG off the map. I mean, the fight went for so long that On died twice.
Actually insane. LGD putting it together. Haichao, my dude. At 5-0 on this Taliyah, the spacing is actually so clutch in these fights.
9 stacks on the Dark Seal already, just from what we saw happen. And you can understand what BLG... Oh, so we're actually already past when On initially died. I think here it's already the point where it's pretty hard for them being at a numbers advantage. They put down the poke. Sadly, Elk's Q missed Meteor to finish him off there. And then, I mean, look at Fertile, can just run them down. No real way to lock him down other than Bin trying to buy time, but that doesn't set up for any kills in regards to the whole team. I think the mistake goes even further back to where when the engage started with On's ult.
Yeah, I would agree so. A little bit of slip-ups leading to now a big advantage for LGD. Almost 2,000 gold in the lead ahead for them. Bin getting caught inside, getting a taste of his own medicine from last game. As Bertle back on the comfort, back on the Aatrox, being a huge component to the flanking styles of LGD.
Definitely looks like one of his more comfortable picks. Speaking of comfort, I mean, Haichao now finished off his Liandry, so only that much stronger. Meteor as well, getting that Frozen Heart. So starting to get some item advantages over their counterparts with this 2k gold lead. Doesn't look like they feel too comfortable to go for anything just yet, but Bin is showing on top wave. They have Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Shun needs to be careful.
They're looking at bot side, though. They actually caught him. Yeah, Haichao is completely caught. That's a big shutdown. Knight almost goes down. They actually don't get Haichao. And Meteor's the one that takes down On. TP coming in, but missed time. Doesn't matter because Bin's going to flash. He's got Mega Gnar coming up. Meteor goes a little ham here. Haichao's still alive somehow, but Jinjiao's almost dead now. BLG caught on the backside of the play, and they don't get what they came for.
No, still, the fact that LGD were able to come out on top is huge. We did see how much Sway can do in those choke points from so long with that such a long range with that QW. So I like that LGD eventually did get the hell out of Dodge. But Mazel, the fact that the game is completely turned on its head like this, who could have expected this?
Not me, my friend, not me. As we take a look at Haichao's dupe of BLG, it feels like.
Yeah, great start with that damage. I'm surprised the Spiraling Despair not able to finish him off. And then there it is, that QW from Knight not landing to be able to get the final kill. As we have Haichao's dead.
Yes, we go from one strength to a weakness there. As any good interview will have, Haichao goes down. And that's a big shutdown going over.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it went to Elk, too.
Yeah, I think so. I think 600 gold going over.
Sheesh, she's on 3 items now.
Yeah, right. Has the Mirror Mana, has the Ghost Blade, has the opportunity, everything there.
Wow.
We're going to see a replay of it, but I need to focus on the replay and the... Okay, On is not going to die. And yep, all that gold going straight over to Elk.
I see it. I see the idea, right? Elk has consistently been playing way too far up in mid lane. Haichao was trying to take advantage of that. Did not expect that Shun and On were right there. And something goes to say maybe so the vision game not playing in the favor of LGD, and that's their fault. But now they're back on the map trying to get something recovering from that pick out.
Luckily, there is a small window where LGD's key carries won't have flash. I know Xiaoya's won't be up before Dragon. I'm not sure about Haichao's, but there's going to be some areas to exploit for BLG in this next fight. I think it's going to be critical, though, about them having the Mega Gnar ready to go. Because I feel like that was one of the things that led to On just getting taken out so fast last time. They really didn't have any other front line, and it just led to complete domination by LGD in that fight.
Yeah, he really is the only one that can stand up there and be that difference maker, at least in terms of tanking up things. Dude, Elk with the opportunity, he does so much ridiculous damage. The heal had to come out there to get the movement speed out.
It's just so ridiculous.
He doesn't have full boots. He can't move out of it fast enough.
No, and again, having to deal with not only the poke coming from Elk, but the poke coming from Knight, like Jinjiao having to do this dance. But now we get to see what kind of dance BLG are going to bring us.
Flash from Elk, no more on that. Chains of Corruption comes through. The Whirling Death is there. Bertle, he gets him. Spiraling Despair will get him right back, though, and On is now in the fight. Meanwhile, Bin is taking the outer tower down there, but it looks like LGD actually win the fight here. They're going to take the Dragon, but they've got to deal with Bin.
So it's going to be a kind of gold trade going towards BLG for Dragon, but I don't even know if it's a gold trade because we have 2 kills.
Can Knight kill them here? Ooh, the flash came out. That was close.
But Bin's still going.
Dude, Shun wants it here. He's not going to go for it. Bin is on to the inhib tower and top. Meteor is going to be stopped. He will end up getting that. So that was 2 turrets for 1 dragon.
And right, it's not even soul point for LGD, let alone soul itself. So BLG, I think, going to be really happy with that one. Now, so much pressure with the base.
Oh my God!
Open, Black
he just
Cleave
finished Trinity
outright.
Force, Warden's Veil. He's got the Giant Spell. He's just winning about a ton of health.
Ban is huge, but it won't make a difference if we don't start seeing him in some of these fights. He might just keep looking to split since there isn't a whole ton of like a priority on like the next dragon that comes up either. You can still go for that trade. We're gonna see here is Elk. Already a dodge, still goes with the flash, and then Bertle. It doesn't matter that they've thrown everything out them. He still just mows them down.
Profane Hydra does some work there. Xayah finally gets a cash in as well again. I think that's a really big call out for him as he's been able to rack up some decent gold. He actually has a shutdown on him as well. Hasn't hit that third item precipice just like Elk, but he's going to be strong nonetheless.
Well, he's looking for another pick.
They got him. They got him. He has no way out of this. He has no flash, and Knight will go down. This is bread and butter again for LGD.
And this is where I wonder what LGD could turn this into, right? Because that Enchanted Crystal Arrow really being their only tool to turn makes it harder to just outright go on to Baron. But it looks like at least toying with the idea.
Throw a couple rocks there. Xayah's going to burn his flash, so no more flash on the Draven, which actually is way bigger than it seems like as it was just a passing moment.
Yeah, not going to be able to do anything. You know, it's even harder to go for that play considering that you're facing red side Varus, and I guess if Wei was still alive, because then they're able to safely put out that damage from a distance, and you don't have anything to really turn, so it's going to be pretty hard for LGD to actually move the kind of gears of the game forward without being able to commit to a full-on fight.
The opportunity, going to do some work there. Taking the opportunity is Elk. And we talked a lot about the pick potential, the bread and butter, if you will, that is LGD's compositional strength here. But I think we've also seen some examples of the compositional strength from BLG. A lot of the side lane pressure from Ben on the Gnar not being able to be answered because Bertle is a strength for LGD and he needs to be with the team. But then you look at BLG's comp, they have good ways of picking apart some of those team fights as well.
Yeah, it feels weird, right? Because it feels like Ben really shouldn't be able to pressure sides too much when he has to worry about Taliyah and Ashe. But LGD have been so ahead and trying to force these last few fights that it actually gives Ben the breathing room to side lane because LGD are hoping to look for that 5v5 for a Dragon, for a Baron.
And the timer continues. This is prime time for LGD. If they can find picks here in the downtime, it's good. We always bring the question up of what they can turn that into. The fact that we are still in an advantageous position for LGD speaks wonders for them, as last game they had a lead until they didn't. I feel like it's a nice little difference here.
This is like, wait, I'm gonna pause in my analogy because I just sense it. I sense that something is gonna happen, even though there is no right for anything to happen right now. Look at the way
Somebody
the teams
needs
are
to
staring
check
at
your
each other.
spider senses.
No, look
Go
at
to the
them.
mechanic.
They're still staring.
Go to the spider mechanic and get those things figured out.
You know, and LGD are actually doing an admirable job of dodging all this poke.
Bertle, no, we said you were the man. We said he wasn't, and he gets caught.
Gets caught. LGD are doing such a good job dancing around all that poke. All of that was for naught, though. Now, numbers advantage on the map. BLG are not hesitating with the TP over, so you know it's going to be a start onto the Baron.
But the thing is, LGD have some tools to deal with this.
Wow.
Meteor is still pretty strong, and BLG going to respect their opponent here.
Yeah, just TPing Knight on the map really for nothing. Is at least going to... Honestly, doesn't even let them really maintain presence because there's no wave in mid, so... At the end of the day, it looks like it was their hope to be able to go for that Baron or force more of a fight, but nothing able to come to fruition. As we're going to see here of Bertle getting caught out by Bin. I guess not expecting him to be on this side of the river because of where the rest of his team is located.
Yeah.
And then just the chain of CC that follows through. Like you said, Bertle was the man earlier, but now being taken down a peg, being put in his place by BLG as a whole.
Edge of Night has been completed for the LGD champion. The would-be slayer of the behemoth Ben has not been the case so far, even if they were able to get him down a little bit. You got to make sure to take him out completely. Haichao almost gets taken out completely by that opportunity hit from Elk, and he's going to have to back up. He has TP back onto the map if he wants to, but he does get stopped in his back, and they're going to force it a little bit later now.
Bin just finishing off this dragon by himself, so it's going to be soul point for BLG for free, and not even losing any presence or pressure for this Baron.
Oh my god! Elk is doing so much ridiculous damage now. Look at Bertle, though. Bertle has snuck around. This is the classic. This is his moment to shine. This is what Bertle is built for, and he's going to go for it. World Ender in. He's on to Elk, but he can't hit the Q sweet spots. He's on to Knight now, and he gets one. The Spiraling Despair is coming down as now the Dragon to Bin. He'll be heading this way with the TP. He does not have Meganar. Meteor is caught out a little bit, but maybe it's a front to back that LGD want. They will burn down a little bit here, but they're trying to fight Fisticuff versus Fisticuff, and they actually get Knight out of it and onto the Baron now.
Yeah, and with Bertle having that TP, they are not afraid to start this one. He still can put up an overwhelming amount of pressure. BLG have the poke of Elk to work with, but is that enough? I don't know.
No, it's not. Haichao getting poked out there. Seismic Shove going wide. Shun looking for an entrance, but Meteor just goes for the fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the side here on the Elk 2, but Meteor, he's not the focus. It's Bertle that's the focus. It should have been. They're hanging down with him as he gets kicked and brought down to the ground. Low lay the tyrants as LGD will force the hand of BLG and force the ultis, but they might have just forced their death as Bin's on to Shalia, but he can't handle it, and BLG come away on top.
BLG buy time, but it feels like some rough decisions coming out from LGD there. I'm a bit surprised they didn't just try to finish the Baron with it being so low and going for the flip instead of hoping for the turn, but that just gave so much free time for Elk especially to dish out the damage.
Elk is pumping damage out right now. We see Bertle with that flank. He initially had such a good angle.
Yeah, no CC left on Knight because he just used the E to find some CC on the Meteor, so let that finish. But we don't have time for that replay. BLG going straight towards the Baron.
Round 15, fight! As we get into it now, Shalia's all by himself over here. They got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow out. The Baron's going down,
It's
though.
gone.
BLG secure that one. Nice Seismic Shove from Haichao. Is it enough? They have some decent CC. Shalia can get some shutdowns. Jin Zhao gets the first one. Chains of Corruption goes a little bit wide, but they can't follow it up because the Whirling Death is not available any longer, and Knight ends up going out.
Great call by BLG to go for that. Meteor and Bertle not even in the area. I wonder if they were still down because of their death timers leading into that one when we were in the replay. But now they have Baron. They're on Soul Point. They have all the pressure they could want. And this comp is so good at sitting right in front of your turret. And it looks like, yeah, so Meteor still wasn't up. Bertle had just respawned. He doesn't have TP, so it let the Baron go over to BLG for free.
My God, Knight is getting choked right there. Really heads up play from Haichao again. One of the brightest people I feel like on this LGD roster, even if the 2-6 scoreline is not very bright itself. He has shown up in the second game, and he's a major reason, at least, why LGD still have a fighting chance in this one.
Yeah, he's looking immaculate. And I love you're saying fighting chances. These teams still want the chance to fight on.
Ooh,
be
Bertle.
careful.
He gets kicked away, though. Shun's going to save the life of On and gets his tree friend out of there.
And yeah, still a lot of damage coming through from
Oh,
Elk, but Knight just keeps walking a bit too far forward, getting punished by flanks, getting punished by the damage. Luckily, it won't turn into anything meaningful, but this is where I'm more surprised we don't see the 4-1 coming out from BLG, right? Kind of
Yeah.
grouping up 4 mid, maybe having Shun be that in-between in bot side jungle. They were trying to get that vision now and really utilizing the play in Varus to finish off these turrets.
they have Baron buff still. Just not really looking to use it in the side lanes here. More so going for a 5-man in mid lane as LGD are circling back around them. Haichao pulls the trigger. I don't know if they realized all 5 were there, but they're trying to go for it. Elk gets enchanted by a little bit of an arrow, and there's the Crescent Guard coming out. Knight gets the Spiraling Despair into Jin Zhao, and I think it's just dead. That's big. It is traded back. 1 for 1 so far, and LGD are hunting. It might just be 2 for 1 in favor of BLG, though. Meteor getting oh so low, but look at Shun. He had the mindset to go for Shalia, but he doesn't end up getting the kill. Now Elk, oh my God, Elk with a sniper.
What is
He's
this?
pulling his best Huanfeng impression
What
as
is
Elk
this?
gets the kill from behind. It's the Flangle for the Varus. And now Shalia, he's trying to get away, and he gets away from the first piercing arrow, but there's a mighty behemoth waiting to take you down. He does get that little stand aside there, but Bin trying to chase him down. He's just a little Yordle, and he's just chasing down Shalia.
So much going on. LGD just chasing Elk in a circle. He gets run out of the fight, gets run back into the fight, finding turrets off that one too. So using this Baron pretty well. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. That's what we need to look at. This would be Soul for BLG.
God, I feel like I'm riding a Bronco right now. This game 2 did not have the right, I feel like, to be this much of a crazy fest, but it definitely has been. I think that shows a testament to LGD and how much they've actually fought in this series, even though they find themselves a pretty big deficit and now going down a Dragon Soul as well. It is a testament to LGD still being able to push one of the best in the league.
And I think it's just a testament to where the league as a whole right now, where a lot of our teams are able to have these close games, keep it competitive. But this one was a very weird one. I like the attempt to choke them off, but Meteor's also on the opposite side of the wall as well as Taliyah. Enchanted Crystal Arrow kind of prevented Elk from getting knocked back by the Taliyah themselves. But the most important thing to me is actually the fact that Elk gets left on his own. LGD wants to send Bertle and Haichao to chase, and that allows the other 3 members of BLG to actually win a fight that looked like it should have been doomed. Like, Knight is out of the fight, the Varus is also out of the fight, there should be no damage. But, kind of LGD pushing themselves into their own destruction in this team fight, in my opinion.
This man took the long way around. He took the scenic route. He was picking up flowers on his way there. He walked all the way.
He was kind of escorted by LGD to have that same path through.
Oh, the wildest things happen when crazy is our game, but LGD on the back foot now. There is not any objectives on the map, so something to hold dear for them, but a timer is on the way. A Mountain Dragon Soul is there for BLG, and really it's just a timer waiting for them to pick a fight.
Yeah, trying to get themselves in a position where they can find the fight they want. They don't have a whole ton of tools to really be able to force a dive. But with the range you have, if you can at least chunk them out, a little bit heavily, get them around half, maybe then throwing out a Maokai can be enough to force them away from turret and really allow you to start breaking into the base.
So we saw some pings. Bertle has TP, and so does Haichao. There are a lot of pings going for LGD behind BLG right now. They have a ton of wards there. They could set up a TP flank. It's just if they're confident enough to do so.
Seems like for
So
now,
many pings from LGD.
really. Just trying to figure out a way to get back into this game. It's going to be hard. But I like the respect that they're paying. Not really walking into enemy territory so far. They've even been doing it with Bertle leading the charge. Jinja kind of being safely behind him just in case anyone had come through.
We do have a couple full item builds being completed here. Bin and Elk both at I guess, arms in terms of having full items. Something to think about, as I think Bin in the side lane, something a little bit terrifying. Hasn't been there recently. It's definitely been more about the 5v5s.
Especially Randuin's Thornmail. I mean, it's going to be so hard for Bertle to find any meaningful damage on him in a 1v1. I mean, there's not even room for any 1v1s in sides, right? The chunk of map that belongs to LGD is so minuscule. It's like, they have one of those kind of like small New York apartments that's literally just a closet.
It's just a closet. One room that has it all. Speaking about efficiency. As BLG, yeah, they burn this pretty heavily. LGD are trying to get here, but they're very behind the play. Bertle's just going to thrust himself forward as Nature's Grass came across. The Whirling Death can't go through. The Baron getting low, but it's not going to go down. It does end up going to Elk, though, as BLG. Oh, my God, Elk does a lot of damage. Xiaoya just gets eviscerated. He's going down finally. Sun going to be traded back, and Bertle has done a lot of work here, as now BLG don't have a lot of damage. Bin is going to lose his Mega Gnar, and LGD are chasing. Knight gets caught. Knight gets taken out. LGD up the back of Bertle. Step up to the plate.
Bertle just seems to have a homing sensor to get right on top of Elk every time a fight happens. That was the difference maker. We have some 30 to 40 second death timers. This is finally enough for LGD to try and get some meaningful damage done to the base.
They will be able to get this tier 2 as well as potentially do some serious damage to the inhib turret here. They do have 4 grubs, so while they might not have mites, they have a lot of turret damage. They're on it right now. Bin and On not able to protect it. They will seed this inhib turret.
Not going to be able to get more, which I think, BLG thanking the universe for that. Now, going to come up. I mean, they were the team that had members with full builds going into this fight, but somewhere midway through the fight, Elk just ends up getting separated, and that really was the difference maker. Great job, Enchanted Crystal Arrow forcing him to flash early, And then here it is, right? On Ignite being pushed back by the Ashe, Bin left on one side, and it leaves Elk in a point where Bertle can just flash past the Gnar, find the kill on the main damage dealer. And this time it was LGD doing a great job with their CCs to split up BLG in this fight and then leave them to where they can't find that formation to just have like their long-ranged artillery playing behind their front line.
Not much to be said about that one. Good execution for LGD and maybe a little bit poor for the side of BLG. I think as soon as Bertle saw Elk just floundering in the back of that fish and barrels type situation, he's like, I'm going to get some kills here. And rightfully so. Again, a big, strong member of LGD and back on his comfort of the Aatrox. Meteor has a deep flank here, and Elk and Knight are in mid lane all by themselves. On is over next to them, but BLG don't really have much support to provide here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Knight is popping a little bit of damage back, and now Meteor is all by himself. This is a bit of a trouble situation for LGD. Meteor doesn't have anything to get out of this one, but he has a good health bar. Here comes the execution, though, and Bin now has a flank. Bertle trying to stop him, wasn't able to do so. Bin doesn't have Mega Gnar, but it doesn't matter because he's got the damage from Elk, who is firing away those piercing arrows. Bin making it alive. He does end up dying to Bertle. Now this is Bertle's show. They do have him in a position to do so. He can carry, but BLG back them off.
What a back and forth. I do gotta say though, benefit goes to BLG because guess what? Elder's about to be up. Meteor still down for 30 seconds. Xin Zhao still down for 30 seconds. So you have a 4v3 for this objective. You have a smite in your back pocket. But is that enough in the face of Bertle? I wonder. Actually, our LGD, I'm a bit surprised.
Wow. Well, they just give it.
Yeah, I'm curious if they really think they can win a fight without this. They might still come in. Haichao has TP.
I mean, they don't really have much of an answer to try to contest it. Anytime you get that smite in there, it's just going to be instantly gone. And BLG with the Elder, they're looking to push.
I'm a bit surprised he didn't just go for the full send, hope your Aatrox is strong enough to stat check everybody and just win.
Yeah.
This at least does give them a chance, right? I mean, it feels like they're much stronger in 5v5s, especially with the positioning coming out from BLG, constantly putting Elk in harm's way. I will say here, though, kind of over-going for the fight. The Maokai route was able to keep people like Xin Zhao and Xiaoya at bay, but then that leaves Meteor isolated. Doesn't have ult, so can't really relieve himself from that long-range damage. And with Bin on the flank, they're just really able to keep pressure on LGD in this exchange.
And he does so much work while not having the Mega Gnar, right? That extra little bit of range to kite there was so big. And yes, he goes a little ham there, definitely, but oh my goodness. As Elk starts to aim his sights down his bow, that Elder Dragon definitely going to be something to think about for LGD. Magi's just got completed for Haichao. He's got 10 stacks still, but on to the Nexus turrets are very close to the horizon, I feel like, as these inhib turrets will go down. The push continues from BLG.
Oh, and now you can really start to see the amount of damage they're putting down. That's one inhibitor down. You expect it to be a second. Hell, BLG can go for all three.
Yeah,
because of what Ben did earlier in topside.
Why not? He's had that opened up for like the entire game now, it feels like. Xiaoya stepping up to get some damage in there. Does end up getting some chunking as the last inhib goes down. BLG back away here to relieve some pressure against LGD.
Still gonna...
He almost got the execute off that.
Yeah, still gonna posture, so he'll be threatening the damage to come through. Luckily, we do have IG versus TS up next, so that is still in Shanghai, so you don't have to be worried about any shenanigans with this next series. So LGD, again, they've done a lot to really make BLG work for this one. Can you imagine if you end up not winning the game when you have Soul and Elder?
Where there's a will, there's an LPL way, baby.
But
That's all
now
I'm
imagine BLG being the team if it ends up happening. It's crazy.
We're almost at 400 CS, which is not something I could say I've seen very often here in the LPL. As it's actually insane how much LGD have fought and clawed their way into this one. They've had a consistent back and forth with BLG. Now over the last little bit, they've had a little bit of a lead. But again, this is a BLG roster who are looking to dominate the LPL. They broke the record last year with that 15-1 performance, and they want to continue that.
Trying to find picks themselves with the waves they had. I mean, it makes it a lot easier for BLG to not miss position like we saw them before when they now have 3 waves of supers.
Jesus.
That LGD are constantly going to have to answer and reveal where they are on the map.
There's so many supers in that one wave. There are 4 of them to speak of. Vision will be taken out. TP coming in. LGD want to contest for a Baron that is almost already gone. Bertle is here.
And we need to see people like Ben be the ones on Bertle. Had to flash already.
Got the Nature's Grasp out. Ben about to get Mega Gnar, and they are in a choke point right now. Meteor and Haichao need to get away from the walls. The walls have eyes, and it's called Ben. He's looking for it. He tries to get Bertle here. The wallop comes through the Mega Gnar into the wall. There it is. Ben setting up the fight for BLG to knock it down, and they do get the GA first. Meteor's gonna go in with that Crescent Guard, but it's not enough. 2 members been picked off from LGD, and Jin Zhao just caught by a tree in the jungle as everything's coming alive around LGD to take their lives. Ben hunting him down. Xiaoya getting spiraling despaired by Knight gets the kill. BLG have done it. They've handled the business we set out for them to do. The Behemoth's lair is untouched and unscathed, and BLG will move on to 8-1.
Let it be known, BLG will not lose with Dragon Soul and Elder, even if they will extend this by a little bit. We finally got to see them adapt in that last fight, right? Because it felt like the Achilles heels of BLG in those games was that they were never marking the Aatrox. They always felt just fine with however fight started, and typically the Aatrox, I mean, Bertle was always able to flash past frontline with things like Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Weaver's Wall dividing up where BLG are. They had to be more conscious of the Aatrox in the last fight, and they just are like, Ben, top die, go at him, and it worked.
Another challenger entered, another challenger left wanting here. BLG, a cut above the rest, it feels like, here in the LPL, but Ben in particular had some moments that really show why he's so strong against Mr. Bertle. Spirit's still high for LGD. I think you can come away with that one saying at least you gave them a fight and gave them a run for their money. I think that's not something we can say against a lot of BLG's opponents, looking at all their 2-0s across the board and some of the quickness of some of those. But I think LGD, they're getting close to the edge here, Lyric, and I think that's something we definitely have to talk about as teams and weeks are starting to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, now for LGD moving to 2-7, so you're getting one closer to that 8. And again, even when you are 8 losses, every split, maybe there's one team, or every other split there's 1 or 2, but not all that often. Then once you get down to 9, I think the only time it's ever happened is in 2022 summer. So point is, you're very quickly giving away your hold of your own destiny. And again, BLG, it's kind of a hard opponent to judge them off, but it doesn't get easier. So it's nice that they put up the fight, though, because it does mean once they start going up against teams that aren't BLG level, that hopefully LG can get more wins under their belt. But hey, guess what? BLG, they are BLG level, Mizzell, so they can just keep doing what they've been doing.
I'd say been doing. It's perfect. It works out, pun intended. So I think it does for them. We were talking a little bit about the future for LGD, but I think for BLG, the future is pretty bright. They have a couple big opponents left on the docket here, but the next likes are WE, FPX, RA next week, which I think are very handleable opponents. The only big ones I feel like in their way, FPX has been on a little bit of a rampage recently, but Weibo and NIP as well. It's tough opponents to finish out the season on.
Yeah. Again, it's strange because I feel like going into most matchups, you can be like, hey, they're an underdog, they're a favorite, whatever. But it really, by the week, it feels like underdogs and favorites are kind of being thrown out the window.
It really does. I think that, hey, that's the LPL that we could always ask for as well. The fact that we have such contested games. But that's the thing as well, and we highlighted it multiple times in the series itself, is we do see BLG tested early, and maybe it's something where they're playing around, they're having a little bit of fun, they're being a little bit lax with it, because we do see them falling behind a lot in early games. But it doesn't matter if you can clean it up in macro and have those decisions that really are heavily favored towards a full comprehensive 5-on-5, where BLG just seemed to thrive. So it's a continuation of they haven't been tested to their limits, I feel like, just yet. We've seen a couple series where those late game decision-making powers are contested, but against some of these opponents, it's very difficult.
It's been right, we've seen against both JDG and Tez, them really pushing them, the kind of trifecta of teams that I think most people are looking in the front runner spot right now. But yeah, beyond that, they haven't been pushed as much. Obviously, we've given our flowers to IG for actually just full on stomping.
Lien just has Shin's number. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. And I feel like every LPL team needs at least one punch in the face before heading into playoffs. So you got to get used to how it feels. So it's good that they've gotten it out of the way early, because again, ever since that loss, BLG have just been steaming forward and really not losing any momentum whatsoever.
And feels also that we haven't necessarily gotten a defined style from them, besides the whole fact that, you know, they have really clean decision making along setting up team fights later on. Those dives also that you were highlighting towards bot lane a lot, we got to see some of those here as well. But again, I go back to my comment that now just feels so surreal for them is the Hydra point. Like, how do you break down this team when every single one of them are a fanged beast that you have to go against? As we're going to take a look back at this game.
Yeah, I mean, right? We're gonna get to see some of the stats from the highlights from this game, and it's like we're gonna get to see how it happened, because a bit interesting that BLG were able to lose that lead halfway through the game, right? We started to see Bertle be that big monster. We started to see Haichao putting out a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, it was just kind of simple mistakes that led LGD to giving the game back over, right? Things like Meteor towards the end and that engage with the Weaver's Wall, and no one really being able to follow up. Just a few small moments like that were the deciders to BLG finding a decisive 2-0, or us having gone to a game 3.
True. Elk doing so good with his stats here. 2 games in a row of 40+% team damage done. The Varus definitely with the poke helping that out. The Smolder in game number 1. I think we got to see BLG pick apart a little bit of the new meta here as well.
Yeah, and I'm kind of excited to keep going in the day, right? There's between 2 patches coming in, there's like so much stuff. It's like hard every time something comes up to be like, hey, this gained 5 AD, or, you know, some of the AP items, 5 ability haste, things like this. But a lot of things have changed. It's going to be excited to see how things shake up over these few days, right? Obviously, already having Smolder. We had a Renekton ban in our last game. He's one of the champions that have been buffed. So I'm kind of excited as we get to go through the rest of the stay and the rest of this weekend and kind of see where we land. And if any teams surprise us and step up with, you know, the addition of Smolder or whatever other champions they feel like can be brought in on 14-4.
Give me more Smolder. Give me more Smolder. Who do you think gets MVP for this one? Who you put a vote on? I think it's hard not to give it to Elk.
I feel like it should be more obvious in my mind, but just I guess the amount of like times where it felt like BLG were really dropping the ball with their mispositioning in those fights, it's like, you know, I'm not sure. Maybe Bin for the amount of like pressure he was putting on in some side lanes, but he didn't really play that great. Elk should be the answer, but he kept getting caught out. He kept getting abandoned. Is that his fault?
He was also baiting them into killing themselves.
True.
So, you know, I feel like in a way you can give him the bait award. It's like, you know, he's just a piece of juicy bait that he was, I guess.
I guess the way it feels like every BLG member had like some points where they kind of stepped up in this game, but then also like Knight had a lot of mistakes and missteps and got picked off numerous times. We saw some mistakes coming out from On. Like it definitely felt like this was one where BLG maybe took the foot off the gas a little bit, but it's also easy to forget that in LPL you play series like every 2 or 3 days. So, you know, you got to be able to maintain that focus, but it's not always possible. That might just be excuses that I'm giving to BLG, but
excuses while we're waiting on things. Yeah. The other thing is you are like, in some cases, especially for BLG next week, you're playing 3 series in 1 week. That's a lot of preparation to do, especially on a newer patch. So, you know, getting these games out of the way and trying to refocus on next week for BLG, I think is also super important.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's interesting just about LPL in general, right? Is just the fact that different teams play different amounts of game on different patches, and that could also lead to success. We got some highlights of the game to be able to bring to all you guys. If you randomly missed that series or even just this game, it was a lot closer than we expected. Bertle, Haichao, they were putting so much pressure onto people like Elk in this game.
Finding so many big flanks. Again, the key component, I feel like coming in is what we were looking for, but yeah.
It's actually kind of funny to watch it in like the start of slow motion. Bertle literally just gets to run right past Shin and Dead, and they're like, whatever.
Who's Elk again? Oh wait, he's our teammate. He's our carry. Oh man.
Maybe he needs to pay his dues. You know what I mean? Maybe like in the team fridge, there was like one last milk tea left, and you know, someone else claimed it. He took it, and the guys were like, "No, that had a sticky note on it, Elk. You gotta learn your lesson."
He's the husbando, though. You know, he's not gonna do that. He's good. He's good.
I also would, you know, let my AD carry be swarmed if he drank my milk tea. You don't do that.
Now we know never be a Lyrics teammate here. But I think everything's going peachy and fine for BLG. Even a couple of these lax moments, it feels like they were just able to heads and above cover over LGD. And this team is a real super team. Again, they subbed out Yagao from last year, bringing in Knight. The trades always happening between these two mid laners, but it definitely feels like there is some extra mojo in the tank for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, it's hard to compare them to last year at all because
It is.
there's no necessarily like yang to their yin, you know. TS I guess might end up being it. JDG is also there, but it'll be curious to see. We did finally see though, again, to just bring it back to this game to cap off this series, BLG able to make adjustments in game, be like, no, we've been getting absolutely destroyed by these flanks from the Aatrox. We need to mark it. We need to protect our AD carry. And the belt turns out you were right. Elk still ends up getting in the end. It turns out I guess it's not his fault that everyone just ran past his teammates to kill him.
Yeah, it's not his fault at all. It's not his fault at all. Double MVP for the man himself, and he's starting off his year mightily strong. I think a guy who at times hasn't been respected as much as maybe he's due, but I think he's definitely made some progress in that regard here, especially since last year.
Yeah, I mean, a player whose career I've gotten to see pretty much since the beginning when he was Joe Mung and his team was like, yo, we played it on bot because our AD carry's too aggressive and we need to make sure he doesn't die, to like now where he can be trusted. So it's been great to see Mazel.
Used to call him the Mad Elk when he would go a little too ham, but here he is representing well for BLG. That is it for our first series of the night. That does mean that we're going to be getting to our second series in Shanghai very soon. It's going to be Top Esports versus IG. Are IG the real deal? We'll find out after a break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are finally getting to what is the meat in this underdog sandwich that we have here tonight. I'm excited. It's Top Esports versus IG, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take a look, dive into Top Esports as a whole right now, because this is a team that's definitely trying to go on an upswing.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a team that is just firing on all cylinders. 369 has been a stud. JackeyLove and Mako have been so dominant in their laning phase. Tien's hit big moments. And Cream is still the guy you can always expect to lock in the Akali and try and have those big carry moments.
And it's so interesting when you've seen the breakdown from last year, a lot of the holdover strengths, but also kind of the way that we've seen this roster down. We have a guy at top lane that's coming back home, it feels like, or things like that, right? Like, I think the way that this team has worked out for, it's interesting, but it's also about their last series. It's also a little bit about a gift worthy of a Phoenix that they were able to give over.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit unfortunate. TS did get taken down by FPX in their last series. We have some clips from that series because Mazel, it was a bit of a weird one, and you know it's gonna be a bit of a weird one when our opening clip of what happened that series is Tien actually getting a pentakill on Rel.
The greatest moment of all time, hands down, 2024's brightest time. Tien getting a pentakill on a champion that definitely has no right to be getting one. Kind of like Allah's pentakill at the Malphite in previous times, but Tien coming up clutch for TS even in a loss.
Exactly, right? So you have moments like that where you see the highs, but then the next game, FPX actually did a really good job of like putting on the pressure, constantly looking for these fights towards bot side. Milky Way, we highlighted earlier, has just been so spectacular to watch, and that really feels like it's one of the downfalls for TS. These players that love just being stuck in the laning phase, in 1v1s, in 2v2s to extend their gold lanes. That's how FPX was able to abuse that and find a win, but it was these shenanigans in Game 3 where a lot of people were left scratching their heads.
Yeah, we're going to speed up of this one as well, but man, it is actually insane how this game worked out in this favor, because you see the ideas, right? Like, you see the start of things, but then it just breaks down.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they end up getting pretty much backdoored, lose the Nexus when they're going for Baron, when they were in a position to win that game, they just won the fight, right? But things like that, they happen, and it ended up biting Top Esports.
A gift for a Phoenix. You got to give them one every now and then, I guess. But on the other side, we have Invictus Gaming, a team who has skyrocketed into the standings here. The man YSKM started off here, but it is a breath of fresh air for Invictus Gaming, as it's going to be an interesting moment to see them kind of come alive here.
Yeah, and of course, we have the picture of Tianjin, but of course it is Lien who is starting now. And again, I wasn't super big on the IG hype train last year with just YSKM, with their bot lane now stepping up with Crying and Lien. I have been hyped.
I'm very curious, especially because for me, this is a little bit of a tongue twister I tried to make, but Invictus Gaming picked a peck of pickled peppers because they absolutely just had pick gameplay on point in that series against LGD.
Yeah, they were going all out, right? We saw the Nocturne coming in that series. I believe it was a different game when they brought the Talia in too, and they were just constantly looking to catch people out. It's actually so unfortunate for Haichao, because when I was going through finding the clips, it's like, okay, IG pick off Haichao. Oh, IG pick off Haichao again. IG just constantly really going for these picks on Haichao, and they were so well executed. It was one of the bread and butters for IG in the series.
It truly was. And Lien has taken this team by storm. Like I said last time we casted them, right? I don't think Tianjin was necessarily a big sore point for them, but Lien has just came in and taken a standing ovation, I feel like, from IG, and taking full control of this team, because he leads from the front a lot of the time.
I mean, that's what was crazy why I didn't have a team coming into the split. I know Loyen's performance last time he played wasn't that great, but at the same time, he's at some regular seasons where he was a top 3 jungler in the league. So I think IG, like, showing us the pickup was worthwhile.
You want to do the tongue twister?
No, no, I don't.
But I think a big focus for us will be this bot lane as well. I think JackeyLove has been on a tear. He was even last year. Again, they were so close to making it to Worlds, but it's a different matchup. It's Jackie Love versus his original organization, or at least the one that he made a big name with, making a world championship there with them, and now back at it yet again against On, who has been a building piece for IG for a long time.
Exactly, right? He might not come from the IG developmental system like Jackie Love, like Huan Feng, like so many AD carries do. He actually comes from RAs. But IG picked him up, obviously. They've invested in him. It's been working. IG's bot lane has actually been performing really well. And now he gets to go up against one of the true bosses of the LPL in Jackie Love. Him and Mako have been so good at finding those consistent leads in the 2v2. It's going to be up to On to be one of the pillars kind of disrupting that. It's going to be on Luoyan being able to get in there the same way that Milky Way did and not allow them to start accumulating those gold leads.
I will say that is a terrifying bot lane to go against. Mako feels like a revitalized version of himself, and he is just vibing with Jackie Love. It has been very impressive. So I'm curious how IG dissuade that a little bit. We have seen them been able to play pretty proactively because of Luoyan and also because of YSKM. Another factor I feel like that's going to be important up against 369 and how he's going to dictate this 14-4 meta, because this is another instance where we get at least our teams fresh on the patch.
Especially again, one thing we saw banned last series, didn't actually get it picked, is Renekton we highlighted has had some like small buffs, coming through, which is a champion we know is loved in the LPL. We know it's a champion that 369 has relied on in the past. Maybe not as much of a YSKM pick, but you know, there's always times to kind of push those boundaries and bring things out. You would expect TS to be the favorites in this one, despite the fact that IG are actually above them in the standings. But at the same time, like, TS have also just played less series than IG.
Yeah. And if you haven't been paying attention, if you're just now realizing that IG might just be the real deal this year after having some really lackluster years prior, it has been a story of them taking down some of the toughest competition we have here in the LPL. Luoyan came in his first series, he literally dumpstered Shun on BLG, both games in a row. We had them take down at least a lot of other competition that I feel like has been, interestingly enough, like going their way with some of the lower bottom teams. But when they go up against the big tests, they have been able to answer, at least against BLG.
And I feel like a lot of people might look at this and compare it to past seasons and be like, yo, but IG were able to take down like JDG last year, take down Weibo last year. Why is this any different? I feel like you can see the difference in the gameplay on the Rift, where last year, especially some of those earlier wins, definitely felt a lot like, again, the novelty of YSKM, his play style, his champion pool. That wore off, and now, again, YSKM's still able to perform, but we've seen their bot lane really stepping up. Cryin, I feel like, has just been such a solid performer. It's a pretty solid meta for him, and you're already highlighting Luoyan. So it definitely feels like this IG squad is more of the real deal than they were last year when they were already pulling off some of these upsets.
They have a tough road ahead of them, though. They definitely need to hit the ground running here. They do have some easier opponents, but a lot of top dogs still on the docket for this squad. And they're going to need to get every win they possibly can. If they win tonight, they're retying that second place there as well with NIP. So we'll see if they can make it come true. But back to the focus of top esports and back to what I feel like can be extremely interesting in this matchup. 14-4, but it's Tien versus Luoyan that has to take the spotlight. Both these guys have been extremely crucial to the conditions, at least, at which these two teams play.
Yeah, it's been very different, right? Because Luoyan has been leaning heavily into the carry playstyle. His most played champion right now is the Graves, which is kind of crazy, again, when it's really just slowly starting to bring its head in to where for Tien, right, it's been about the team fighting, it's been about the playmaking, it's been about Rel, it's been about Lee Sin. We saw the Rel Penta in that series they just lost. So it's going to be interesting when we said, hey, FPX really disrupted TS by getting in their face early with Milky Way. That hasn't necessarily been at least the champions that Luoyan is playing, but we know Luoyan is someone who also can be aggressive and get in the enemy jungler's face and look for those 1v1s. That's what his style was all about in the past.
Yeah, and he's been leaning a lot on Cryin as well. I think Cryin has been very active out of the mid lane, so let's see if Cream can stand the test. The guy who has been definitely opted into for his comfort, most played champion, his signature Akali here so far in the year. We'll see if they give him more options, but we are into it now. Our second series kicks off in Shanghai. Top esports on the blue side, they'll ban away that Karma and the Nautilus. We also get that Akali ban towards Cream and the Ashe from IG.
Yeah, I really love the Akali ban just for the fact that TS have just been able to just pick it 1-2 on red side. They've been picking it first rotation constantly because it keeps going over, and IG are not going to give Cream the chance to let that one go. Obviously, now we're keeping our eyes on the potential Smolder ban, or like how his prio is really going to be evaluated coming into this first day of 14-4. There it is, not valued.
So they are going to ban the Senna and potentially leave a first pick over to Top Esports. See if Top Esports want to play around with it. Again, we saw literally Elk get one of the fastest Smolder stacks I've seen in the game. They're going to go with the Lucian. Another signature, though, for Jackie Love, and something that can contest Smolder early.
Exactly. You said it, right? To play against Smolder, it's about looking for those more aggressive lanes. To not give him the chance to get all those stacks and scale up into just a demon executing people left and right does leave open the Sneeko. I would expect this one to get locked in for IG. It's Cryan's second most played pick and will lend them to leaning into a style with more agency rather than the Azir. And also about if they want to match bot lane now. I feel like that'd typically be the answer. Not a whole lot left open. Things like the Kallista's still there. That's been kind of affected on 14-4. A bit of a weird kind of change because the Ren damage got nerfed, but also it's been bug fixed to where now the normal boots do affect your hop distance, so it tries to even itself out.
We're going mano a mano here. I like it. A little 2v2 action is what's on store for us today, as I think this is one way to approach the matchup itself, and one way that I'm very excited for. The skirmishing is locked in. Double lock-in, though, immediately the Melio for Top Esports. All is going according to plan for them, but definitely opting into a skirmish matchup for TN.
Yeah, already going towards that Xin Zhao, despite the fact that Kalista is one of the people who's... I mean, if Xin Zhao ever gets on top of her, you are in range of his ult, so you aren't really denying anything. Now the lock-in of the Renata to try and dissuade and deny a lot of the all-ins. I mean, hell, IG, I think right now with their first 3 picks is pretty solid, because you're denying the all-ins that TFs are going to want to look for, while also having the aggression of your own with the Kalista.
I think it looks really good. I think you have a lot of options to go back and forth. LeBlanc, a rising priority in the meta in 14-4, it feels like, and going to be banned in the second phase. The Graves focus towards Lien also there.
Yeah, so clearly recognizing that Lien is one of the people trying to be this big carry for IG. And now kind of banning out Cream some more. I mean, Cream's only played 4 picks so far. It's only been Akali, Azir, Tristana, and Hwei. We know we can play the LeBlanc because of, past seasons. So definitely not a bad ban by IG, but might just end up going the way of the Hwei, since that one is going to be left through.
I will say IG respectfully looking at Cream, feels like, in the second phase. Definitely not wanting to give him some of those champs and give him some work around there. So a little bit more focus for IG, it feels like, in the mid lane matchup, maybe foreshadowing to how they want to focus in the game itself. Jax is banned away towards YSKM, but also towards Lien.
Yeah, so now top laners still up. Ooh, dear, if they wanted to try and cement themselves some prio up towards that side, but it seems like valuing the kind of superior team fighting coming in with the K'Sante, even though the kind of slight changes coming into him on this patch. And now it's about Top Esports, right? Hwei, I said that's really the only thing left I can imagine Cream playing, gives him some AP damage in the mid lane. And I wonder if 369 just gives us the expected response of the K'Sante. We know it's either Udyr or Aatrox, right? Feels like we really never deviate from the two all that often.
Give me the Ornn. Give me the 369 Ornn. I want to see it. I think that's probably the play.
I miss the days of just slamming in the Gragas whenever he's so pleased. That's when we know 369 is going to be the Omega Overlord of the league when that comes back into style.
We'll see if Top Esports want to opt into anything stable for themselves as well. 369 obviously back home with Top Esports, it feels like, but also feeling himself has been a very stable force for TN to play around on the top side. It'll be the Gnar.
Yeah, it goes with the Gnar. Already had an exceptional performance on it so far this split, but now the question is junglers for IG. Things like the Lee Sin still up. It's what Lien has really been leaning into. He obviously had an exceptional Nocturne game we've seen recently, but I don't really love that into what TS have put together. Right now it seems like just understanding that they need some CC under their belts. A bit of mobility.
Like the Wukong.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of mobility from the Lucian, so maybe you can try and justify the buy, but I think not enough mobility to where the Wukong isn't just an even better solution with the amount of knockups, the amount of targets you try and lock down with that Cyclone.
Because you're imagining, obviously, if you're an IG fan, you know, you're picturing in your mind, close your eyes, take a look at this, you know, Cryin gets a giant engage with the Pop Blossom. You have multiple forms of CC to layer down on top of it, and a double Cyclone.
Yeah.
I think that's looking pretty good for yourself.
I agree, right? Just so many more targets to be able to get your hands on. No one who's really going to be able to get out of the way of the Cyclone, and a lot of setup going to be there. So this one's going to be fun, right? Lucian going up against Kalista. 2 AD carries that we're keeping our eyes on. JackeyLove going against his former team in IG on now being one of the stand-up AD carries. And I'm excited, Mazel. I'm hoping we get some action in that 2v2.
And on, it's been a little bit up and down, obviously being subbed out, subbed back in, but back in form. It feels like they are solidified now with this bot lane, and they're going to have to come into form here against one of the most powerful duos in our league right now in JackeyLove and Mako. A duo I did not ever expect to put and see in my foreshadowing of the league, but one that is a welcomed sight. You said it best, JackeyLove versus IG. The focus on the junglers, Tien versus Luyen. And if Luyen can keep going in his, I guess, Grim Reaper costume against some of the best junglers in the league as a whole. And game one's getting started soon. I think this focus for TES being able to bounce back from that loss against FPX, the one that was so firmly in their grasp, and IG, they are looking to make themselves the real deal. They would move on to 7-2. They would silence the doubters with this win over Top Esports, taking down 2 of the top teams in the LPL. We're getting into game 1 of our second series. Energy is at an all-time high, and you better get ready for a rumble as we hear those Dios in Shanghai roar.
Love hearing all the love for IG. We can see them trying to aggress to get some level of information on this level 1. But if IG 2-0 here, they actually move in sole possession of second. They will have game difference over NIP. So definitely being in control of their own destinies. And, you know, people out there might hear that IG 2-0 TS, they were able to do it to BLG. So anything can happen here.
Very true. And I think, honestly, that's what we've seen represented so well in the LPL recently. I do love, again, the focus that we are getting a really good 2v2, you know, hands differential matchup in the bot side. I think level 2 is going to be oh so important between these two. And the level 1's already kicking off with some spice.
Yeah, already trying to find some level of an advantage. I love it, actually. Even just looking for these aggressive trades right now, but Wink is going to be able to do so much with that shield.
Gonna try to get this. Some Summoner Spell at least already burned the Ignite and the heal from IG, but they will end up getting this level 2 if they can push it a little bit further here, and they actually will try to actually get a little bit more damage in the Top Esports.
Yeah, going to be looking to try to challenge for now. Right now, stacking a wave might set them up to even get some better trades the further on we go. We do have both junglers who will eventually make their way down to the bot side. So, right, both teams are very much willing to enter the Boctagon.
Is that what we're sticking with? Just holding it over?
I am like so set on the Boctagon. I think Munch is the one who actually came up with the name. But I should do watch
like
a ton of MMA, so the Boctagon just resonated with me. And that's what it is.
It.
We don't care about
369.
This ain't the Boctagon.
He's got beat. Hey, 369 wants to make his own MMA debut apparently into YSKM, but not going to be any more there. We will see the continued full clear from both junglers as well, and see if priority does lend itself here, because I do find it interesting, and looking at the compositions a little bit more, I think you have a lot of spacing tools in the team fights that are very good for IG. So I'm wondering if you know, Top Esports being a hot behind in the future, if they can actually contest.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, I mean, we kind of know the two things to look at, right? One is going to be, we are going to have action break out in the spot side. Both teams are looking for heavy trades. They're looking to set up for junglers to come down to get these ganks going. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 3v3 very soon. I feel like that'll be kind of the first decider in which way this game swings. But also the mid lane matchup. I feel like people have been proficient on Hui, have looked very different from maybe, oh, need a pause on that. I think that comes out.
That was really big. The ward will spot out Luyen, and Tien wants to go for that fight as they have push from bottom side. IG got level 2 first in bottom side, but level 3 came to TES, and they used that pressure well.
And
Now Tien
Tien-
still going for it.
yeah, just constantly looking for it, knowing like, hey, Lian, you are not allowed to walk up here. My bot lane's chunked out your bot lane. My bot lane's pushed. Why can you not follow the rules of engagement?
Cream getting a bit back of a trade for Cryin there, as bottom scuttle will go the way of top esports. Tien looking to visit mid lane on Cryin. They should know that he was there, but when becomes lightning is going to be flashed out of by Cryin.
Yeah, nice flash. Sucks for him, right? Has to go for it. Even the Tangle Barbs does land, but wouldn't have been able to stop the damage that Cream would have been able to put up. And even looking like Tien should be able to get the double crab moving over. I don't know if he spotted out Luyan from that scrying plan he just used, but, you know, he has an idea that he's on this top side of the map. I guess he did
And
spot
this
it,
is-
just pinged him out.
This is a tried and true game plan for top esports coming into this one. They know that Lian has been a driving factor for IG, and a lot of that has come from him having the decision priority in the jungle when he wants to invade, when he wants to try to find the advantages. But Tien is not giving him an inch.
And, I mean, we know Tien. Tien loves to invade, get in the enemy's jungler phase. He's done that since FPX. I feel like he had a bit of a kind of rough period where, especially once him and Doinby split up and maybe mid laners weren't sacrificing everything to help their jungler like he was, where he was invading without Pryos for some of the TS laners. He was getting into his own trouble and kind of just going in the enemy jungle and dying. We haven't seen that at all in a while now. Tien really has been on top of his game in some of their recent series. Again, sadly not against FBX, but what can you do against Milky Way right now?
What can you
no
do,
one has
man?
the answer.
No one does. No one does. Yeah, it's actually insane to me how crazy that FPX roster has been. We do see things happen, at least on the map. We did get the Telegrubbies episode 1 fully watched by Tien, all by himself. He was eating a cereal, getting ready to go. That does mean, though, there could be a swap of focus towards the Dragon on bottom side.
Yeah, but not exactly going to be there for IG. Is on and Wink going for the reset. So having the Vampiric Scepter now going to give them a bit of sustain to try and, you know, be able to hotly contest in these extended trades. But Lian now, we'll see if he's ready for this, because Cream would very easily be able to join in.
Level 6 is not going to be there just yet for either jungler, and both mid laners moving over. Cryin pretending to be Wink here. Maybe he can fool somebody. He's going to try to get in here and aggress onto the Chicky Nuggies to get the Tangle Barbs in the end. And the camp at least goes to Lian.
Yeah, really nice. Even getting the second pump of the damage on the Q to just make sure that Tien has to go for the reset. I'm surprised, though, they're still not willing to pull the trigger on the Dragon. I guess looking at the state of bot lane with that wave stacking, Honor Wink would have to miss out on that one. And if you only set one back, then TS's bot lane would be able to lock up. So actually a bit of an understandable decision in the end, not easily able to go for that. But still, it just means TS won even more so by the fact that they were able to get all those grubs uncontested.
And we saw that early skirmish on bottom side, but for top esports, you definitely want to get at least Cream and Jackie Love in a state of prominence here, utilizing Tien that way. I haven't necessarily seen the proactives to dish out resources just yet.
No, definitely not. Not being able to give those resources over. I'm looking at the mini-map now, though, and Tien's over. We see Cream hovering down. And a lot of things on the map just
Wow.
going the way of TES.
Just gonna take the Dragon right from out underneath them. No contest from IG, just going for the farming here for Lian.
And it's so nice, too, because now you get this Drake. You can wait for the next set of grubs to come up. You'll be able to go for those without having to worry about Drake being up at the same time and going for any sort of trade. So it might even mean teams dedicating even more resources towards topside for that next
Jackie
spawn.
Love. Jackie Love took an extra tower shot there. Now he's just getting flashed on. That's everything being poured into him, but he luckily has Mako right beside him. And now Tien coming to answer the aggression that On put down. And answer he does. First blood, top esports.
He's able to find the kill because IG's bot lane flashing forward, hoping to take down Jackie Love, gave him a false sense of security. So not only do top esports get a dragon, they get the kill on top of it.
On's got a bit of a smirk on his face. He know he messed up there. The boots will be completed as well for him. Going for some supportal combat onto Mako. Trying to buy time for Lian to get around. A little bit late to the party, though.
Not going to be able to do anything. Look at the minimap. Tien is still trying to be a bit of a menace on the map, hovering around mid. Looks like they were hoping for a gank, but couldn't find one. You pointed out. Yeah, Jackie Love taking one more turret shot than he expected. Great handshake coming in from Wing, but not being able to follow up because of that Q from Mako. And now, no flashes. Tien's already here because he was doing Dragon. Say goodbye, IG bot lane.
There's two worlds that play goes down. The first one is you get Jackie Love, you get a kill, maybe you still die, but at least you have something. But they come away with nothing for IG, and this was a big test for them. The BLG series, when Loyan came in, it just felt like he had a mental advantage over Shun, and the entire jungle led to everything going down. We've seen IG since then. They've had some tests, but it really is about how can you proficiently jungle and consistently do that for Loyan as Cryan TP's bot side.
Wait. Okay, I was like, are we really TPing bot and not going for any kinds of shenanigans?
They're not going to show. They're going to actually have Cryan pretend like he is Loyan. Loyan waiting behind the wings to try to clear some of these vision wards out. The pressure is there, though, and Mako and Jackie Love forced out of the wave.
They are losing CS
That's
in
6 scrubs,
mid.
though.
Yeah, 6 scrubs. You're losing CS in mid. Cream's probably going to get a plate off this, too.
Mako and Jackie Love overstep, though. They finally will end up seeing Loyan in there. So Tien realizing he just grabbed him. That's going to be both episodes of the Telegrubbies in this first game of the series. Watched by Tien. He's going to be so knowledgeable.
Yeah, Tien's going to get that, so they're going to be able to push their lead top more. But this feels so bad for Mako and Jackie Love. Cream finally finding a timing to come down since he had been in mid. He had been clearing waves. So has first agency on the move. So nice swing for IG's bot lane, finding a ton of gold for On and Wing.
Kalista hardly let through, also a little bit less priority here on 14-4, but on a comfort champion for him, we know oh so well. Just trying to take that down. 369, though, with all those grubs, has already almost gotten 4 plates in top side of the map.
Yeah, he's been able to do a whole ton, and hell, that was even before, you know, the 6 scrubs was able to come through. So having a lot of options with how they're able to play this one out. You don't have the same fear of pick that we saw in the last series with globals like Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Talia Wall. So I think 369 should be able to get a lot more done in terms of side lane pressure than we saw in the last series.
Calling into question a little bit of that Cassante priority here. Tien will be contested for the scuttle, but he just gets it because he's pushing it away. And IG not able to come up with anything. Now they find themselves behind like 20 CS in the jungle, and a little bit less so in the top side of the map.
Now only down by a little bit, so not the end of the world. But I think now, you know, kind of getting towards our first items is when we're really going to want to see IG step up. Not too much on the map to play for now. And I guess even though we haven't seen IG to kill, right, they have been trying to dedicate resources into making plays. They dedicated 4 members down to bot side for 30 seconds just to get a ton more gold onto On and Wing.
They're definitely poking and prodding, at least, into the sides of TES. Thundered Sky, though, completed for Tien now, and that is so big for that skirmish.
Yeah, the sustainment's going to be able to come through the damage that's there. Having that item before Loyan, it now
It's like
means...
the Storm Razor.
Yeah, and I mean, if any fight breaks out towards the spot side, they just should stat check IG at this point.
It's a rising graph of how many Ren stacks versus how fast you can kill them, I guess. We'll see if that actually comes true, though. Both junglers repathing down towards bot side. We called it oh so important, and it remains to be so. They try to get the handshake there, but can't get it now. Mako's playing pretty aggressive here. Tien shows up, and IG pull back.
They're gonna walk back for now. Again, smart call considering you're going into this with an item disadvantage. Even a level down for Loyan against Tien. So really just everything working in the way of TES. Even if we look at the minimap, right? Cream getting back to lane first, he's going to be able to push this in, move down, and TES should either find a favorable fight or even just be able to move towards Dragon first.
I wonder now with actually Knight on his way, or Cream on his way, as we had last series. Cream on his way here. I think it does provide that pressure. Wise Cam going finally for an all-out against 369. Can't find it there, but I wonder now with Cryan actually moving, that combo starts to come alive that we highlighted in the draft for IG.
Oh, YSCam finding a little bit more. And again, a lot of the nerfs to Cassandra in this patch were given to him when he's in All Out. So your Q not slowing, the W channel not being decreased, your cooldown not being decreased. A lot of those aimed at Cassandra when he's in this state, so he can't just be such a crazy outplay monster.
How many sentences got taken off of the copy pasta? I guess we'll find out. Cream is going to find out the hard way that he should not get caught by IG, as he does get the Spiraling Despair, but it will only be his own despair, as he does give that trade kill back over to IG.
Giving up presence on the map to make that play, because look at bot lane, JackeyLove and Mako were now able to completely push in this wave, so that's just lost gold, lost experience from IG side, but it should turn into a dragon.
Tiet is here, calling Unleashed by JackeyLove. Dragon about 3,000 health now. Tiet wants to step up, but I don't know if it's a step up you necessarily want to go for. Wait, tries to go for the no! Oh, everything goes wide.
Everything misses. It hurts. And again, they just lost, like, I don't know, a wave and a half worth of minions to this too. They're going to be happy. They got to kill the dragon. That's still a trade up for IG. But
sure.
I guess the point is they didn't have the map in an infallible state before this. They actively had to trade.
We're looking for a dive now, but just unleashing the mites down into bot side. It actually stopped Lian's back as well, or rather Cryan's back. Lian is going to go ahead and continue clearing there. And now we get another fight circle, but this time it's around the top side. We have a Rift Herald on the map. Reset's coming out, potentially looking for that.
Not going to be able to get much off this. We do finally have items coming out across the board. Blade the Rune King on Cryan, having the Rocket Belt. Rocket Belt, another item that's kind of taken some small nerfs to the damage that it does deal with the active. So for a lot of people who didn't really look into the patch, one of Riot's big goals was to kind of take down damage from item actives and put more into the item itself, the stats behind the item, and what it gives to your champion.
Curious to see how the LPL plays with all these different changes. Again, jumping 2 patches is pretty big. Mako going to get chunked there by Cryan, but TS ended up moving their pressure towards top and get that Rift Herald too.
And this has kind of been standard TS this split. It's not like, I think, previous iterations of top esports where it is a lot more methodical in my mind. Their map plays look way better with Mako than I feel like it has in any of the past years. But that also means a lot of the aggression that I think a lot of people used to associate with TS isn't there as much. Again, TS are a player constantly making plays and pressuring, as we've seen this game, but not always turning to kills, mindless kills, the way that it did, say, 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think that's some of the differences. Obviously, I think a lot of roster changes really affecting the way that the structure of this team works in terms of how they make decisions and the shot calling. I would love to listen in and hear just kind of how the hierarchy works in that when you have such incredible players across the board. But I think we have seen that, when it comes to hands checking, TS are still right there and ready to go.
Exactly. I mean, in terms of their early game, I feel like in laning, TS can compete with anyone, which is why they were one of the teams to push BLG 2-3 games and have that close series. Hell, it was their first series of the LPL. I mean, so it's a very interesting team, I think, to keep their pulse with, and especially as we get closer to playoffs. YSCam.
All right, so how many sentences got taken off the copy pasta? It looks like they're still there, though.
It still looks like most of them are there. And I mean, when the Cassandra changes came out, right, I think a lot of people weren't happy that they didn't nerf more. But I did listen to Freak talk about it on the dive, where he said, hey, the balanced team still really wants Cassandra to have this identity where he is a tank that can solo kill you, that can outplay, but did also acknowledge hey, maybe there's too many tools to outplay, which is why he did get, hit in some interesting areas this patch. I'm curious to see where they go in forward. Yeah, very much a Swiss Army knife.
Oh my god, I need a Swiss Army knife picture made of Cassandra now. I need him to be a Swiss Army knife. I guess, want to focus a little bit more on the way that IG continue to stabilize here. Yes, they've been consistently down about 1,000. You would really like for On to have a little bit more of an advantage, but the tried and true nature of this is still that Wombo combo.
Exactly, right? A lot's going to be in, honestly, Luoyan and Wing, right? I think Luoyan, YSCam, they're going to have to be the ones kind of corralling top esports into a neutral objective area and then setting up for Wing to get a great ult, which should allow for Cryan to follow up. So a lot of the payoff for IG that we see should be around the neutral objectives. You still have opportunities to make picks or look for ganks in map states like this, right? But I think for them to barrel ahead, it's going to be about the 5v5. Mazel, we're getting close. Dragon up at 45.
Watch all the mites.
Oh, TP flank from
So many of
Cryan.
them. They do have the long
they got
con
this.
flank. This is the combo. This is the combo we wanted to see. Pop Blossom over the top, and there's the CC combo, but it's not enough. The Spiraling Despair coming in on the Lien. The nice little hostile takeover. Jackie Love still in the fight, though, and Top Esports are hands dipping them as they dodge out of seemingly everything. IG come up with literally nothing.
And it looked like it should have been such a good setup with the flank from Cryan. No one able to follow up, though. YSCam not even part of the battle, so it allows Top Esports to pick up more kills and even should be able to get this next Stray. Are some low health bars on people like Tien and Mako, but doesn't seem like they're going to be bothered by it whatsoever.
Top Esports have had 100% first tower win percentage for so long, it feels like, and they will look to continue that here. After that, a gigantic lead going their way, and start off with the Rift Herald.
Right, they go for this. I mean, just looking to raise his turret. The big thing is the flank coming through for the Nico. Luoyan gets chunked out a little bit at the start, but it feels like the big difference maker is the fact that, yeah, that Luoyan's not able to get in here. You're not already getting some damage down, so Cryan's immediately forced to flash out. And then, Mako was so close to going down. But look, a lot of fuel's already been used from the tank. Tien that whole time used his own ult, and a lot of damage was being negated. And it really just kind of felt like, sadly for IG, the idea was good, but the positioning wasn't exactly there to follow through with the idea. Hell, YSCam didn't even TP in.
The Spiraling Despair is not annoying because it does a ton of damage. It's because it slows in a gigantic radius, and you could see Luoyan didn't really know how to handle that situation there, because if he steps forward, he's literally locking down his entire team with the space that it provides. So really good heads-up play from Cream right there, and some of those little executions, the little dodges, Jackie Love sidestep, Mako sidestep, it's all starting to come up Top Esports.
And how with the Demolish going to be able to take these turrets so easily. I really don't think IG have a great way of dealing with 369, especially once his TP comes back up and they could really start just looking to pull IG around the map. It's going to be such a hassle. IG's best play for now is probably trying to keep some level of like defensive vision around the Baron. And once Cryan's TP comes back up for sure, I think you can really start trying to find picks onto this Mini-Gnar. Until then, it might be a little bit hard.
Something we've seen tonight is just kind of full give of the Grubbies over to one team, and it's been really interesting. We did get the trade-off in the second game of last series, but not a lot of focus from particular moments from a lot of teams here, and feels like we're back at the early parts of this season for the LPL, where we're just kind of giving over objectives in that way. We're going to return to a state of calmness here as Luoyan was looking topside trying to catch out Cream. He'll step back up. He's not going to be caught.
Yeah, going to be fine for now. We also have On being able to pick up the second item, Ginsu's. Another item that was buffed 2 patches ago. Just kind of small damage buffs along with a bit of a nicer build path, but every little bit of damage is going to be meaningful in this game for IG, who've already fallen 4K gold down.
2 items are starting to come up for everybody, at least. You got that Horizon Focus for Cream to pump that extra damage in there. Frozen Hearts being completed for tanks as well. The Rapid Fire had been completed a long while back for Jackie Love. And we're starting to see a lot of prevalence for the boots late here, the at least addition of that with the magic boots.
Just trying to spend as much money as you can on just getting some of this damage done early on. I think it even makes more sense when you're on an AD carry that already is a bit mobile like Illusion.
I'm going to find a little bit of pressure on Jackie Love in mid lane. Now he has his item spike with that Guinsoo's you so importantly highlighted, and Jackie Love going to feel his ire.
Ooh, 369. I mean, is he walking through a trap or IG in a trap?
Is he locked in here with them, or he's locked in there with them.
Yeah, they had enough CC to make sure that the fact that he was about to turn Mega didn't matter whatsoever. So nice pick by IG. Again, it buys them a bit of time. They shouldn't even be able to get this turret off of this, so these kinds of picks are nice, even just to close the gap a little. We've already talked about it, and it feels like if IG really want to lead in this game, it's going to have to come off the back of a team fight, just with how their composition is built. But getting closer in items is going to get you there.
Keeping eyes on On's positioning in fights is going to be so important. I think the same can be said for Jackie Love. The amount, or I guess lack thereof, of range for both these teams in terms of the ADC positions is going to be difficult to play around. And is going to require, absolute focus, I feel like. Something we've seen Top Esports definitely be in the nature of so far in this game.
Yeah, they've been very willing. I'm also curious to see, again, 80 carries taking over. Like we said, Jackie Love, everyone knows. I mean, one of the faces of IG. If On can step up and really kind of challenge one of his predecessors, has done fine in terms of keeping even so far. It's kind of interesting because even though the game is being led by TS, it really feels like there's still a lot of opportunity for either side to kind of just explode and break this game open.
Yeah. It's just crazy to think. I know a little bit of time being spent trying to set up a play in mid lane here as well, but it's just crazy how much time has gone by for Jackie Love when you look at how young he was with those IG splits and how early
It's been so long.
the glory was for him, and that was the start of what came to be like an LPL resurgence, I feel like, in the world, and that's when World Championships started coming out left and right for the league. Started gaining some of that. So really cool to see him still at the top of his game here. And speaking of Top Esports, going to be at the top of the Dragon list here with Dragon number 3.
Looks like IG still want to contend. They have all those big ultis that we talked about, but I feel like it's a lot harder to force the setup you want without already even being down in the area. I'm keeping my eyes on both Lian and Wink.
TP behind. That is going to be a YSKM. Been, or at least able to TP in there, because I think he's been able to actually have pressure in the side lane there. Hot Blossom's going to go fully wide there, and now Top Esports will take that fight all day long. 369's on your backline, bro, and he's rolling 9s all day. YSKM is all by himself. He's trying to get the combo with Lian, but here comes 369, that mighty morphin monster here, and he's going to dash out, but the Ravenous Maw gets the slow, and YSKM, he gets bailed out, but no bailouts coming today. Cream gets it, and the mid lane is all top.
Now they're going to be able to get this turn. They're going to be able to turn to the Baron. And you know TS are going to be very comfortable with pushing this game forward.
That's why I find it so interesting. Like, YSKM had pressure to TP there in the side lane, and he had that angle, but he just wasn't able to clutch it out for the team. And now, off the back of that, Top Esports literally take the map and everything else.
We'll see in the replay, both Renata ult and the Nico ult really find no impact whatsoever. Like, look at Wink. Ult gets completely avoided by members of TES. They try to bring the Nico in, once again, not able to connect onto anyone. We said that was how their formation needed to function. You highlighted it. Look at 369. Being such a nuisance on the backline, takes On out completely, and the other members just able to kite out through this IG front line. You need those ults to be able to connect and find any sort of win for IG.
Somebody's got to take this man's dice away from him. He just keeps rolling 9s. He's on 3.5 items now on the Gnar, and we're in the Dragon Pit now. IG secure it, so they'll tie up the Dragons at least.
Yeah, 369 banned from many establishments because of how good he is with the dice, so luckily Summoner's Rift not being one of them.
Not yet. Somebody's going to put a petition in and be like, yo, this man, he's rolling way too many 9s on his champions.
Oh, or is he, Mazel, or is
that
he?
might have been a 3. Oh, he gets the redemption in just to make sure. Now, Tien actually was looking for a bit of an angle. The back does come through from 369. He's going to stay because they have some sustain here. Does end up getting the quick back with this Baron buff, though.
You've been able to just corral them back with the use of Cream's abilities there. I mean, look, QW coming through, making it so hard for IG to walk up and even attempt to clear these waves.
He took that fight. He wanted the smoke.
Yeah, 369 doesn't care. You think that's going to stop?
Oh, the Spiraling Despair on. The calling is going to miss, but the Spiraling Despair not enough. Now Tien once more, but he can't get back over the wall. And that is a bit of an issue. You have a ton of minions steaming in from Top Esports, and an inhib tower is about to go down.
And look at the mid lane. 369's pushing that wave in. It's going to make it very easy for them to rotate and meet up with him.
Dude, it's literally a 10,000 gold lead. I don't know. Like, they had 4,000. It feels like we're back in the last series. Things exploding for Top.
Yeah, Top. They're not afraid
to
try in.
He's in the middle of them, though. He doesn't have a big angle. Tien's just going to go straight on him. Force crying out now. Cream is all by himself somehow, some way. He's going to buy some time, though. YSKM took a chunk of damage. They end up getting a shutdown for On, but they got to fight their way out of this one. This is going to be a bare knuckle brawl, and Top Esports might have just brought some knuckles to the fight. He got Crying in there, but he's trying to get Tien caught out. Here goes Lien. Nice little cyclone, but the Breath of Life might have been enough. Hostile takeover too. The combo's working from IG. On, he's blasted down by Jackie Love, and now Tien is back in it. YSKM tries to get the big pop-up, but he's just kited to all hell, and 2 kills to Jackie Love.
Nice job by TS to be able to turn that one around, even still hunting the members of IG. Look at the minimap. There are supers killing the Nexus turrets right now for Top Esports.
Things going Top Esports way. It might not be 10,000 gold as IG were able to fight back a little bit, got some gold back for themselves, but they almost lose it. Next time they do lose it.
I love that TN's still hunting on the minimap. It looks like in the end, though, Wink does get away. This is so weird, though, because it's a fight on multiple fronts. It kind of ends up leaving Cream as the biggest loser with no frontline to help him deal with these 3 members of IG. But getting to a point where even if the critical ults do land for IG, they're not at a point where they can pump up the damage to be able to finish this one out, because we're going to see here, starts off with the Cyclone, followed up with Wink's ult. Jackie Love actually manages to get far enough away from it to survive. And then 369, he's able to be the one to take the brunt of the damage, which buys enough time for Tien to get back in there.
The fact that Tien just absolutely murked Crying there as well. Crying just denied from a big play that he TP'd for. And not being able to pull anything off there. Now TES with all those structures burning in the base of IG. Now circle that 9,000 gold lead, and we're looking at top side of the map to get the final in-hit.
Look at Fog
That
of
was
War.
bold. That was bold.
Yeah. So dangerous for IG anywhere outside the walls of their base. Now TS going to be able to put down. Oh, Crying.
There's the combo. They actually get it. Crying's going to go golden. Here's the Crescent Guard, but the hostile takeover is so big. They actually have the combo. Spiraling Despair being popped off, though. On is kiting his life away. His life is forfeit, though, as Top Esports now fighting back. 369 and Tien, the Skirmish Bros, the Bash Bros, and they're taking them all down as cinders fill the sky. IG are gone, and Top Esports remain.
The Winions are already finishing off the base as 369 ends with a quadra kill.
What a way to do it. The man was rolling 9s all game long. He took the Gnar into YSKM, and Top Esports take the win over IG in game 1.
Dominant showing from TES, like just overall great, right? 369, you highlighted it, rolling 9s the whole time. Even the questionable decisions, we'll forgive those just for them being absolutely gangster of him always wanting the smoke. I mean, Jackie Love was having a good time. Cream was really being annoying with some of that poke. I mean, this was a Top Esports game, right? This is what you tune into a Top Esports series expecting to see.
I just love that IG tried to approach it with a 2v2 bot side. I
Yeah.
applaud them for trying to go for that. Again, this was a big test for IG. Unfortunately, the first one, they do fail. They'll try to come back for game number 2, though. We will be back for game 2 as well as we send it to a short break.
Welcome back to the LPL. I'm Lyric, not usually the guy who introduces us, but I took the job this time. And I'm joined by the maitre d' of madness himself, Mazel. Take it away, buddy.
You did great, buddy. You did great. We're back here for the LPL Spring Split. We are here in our second series of the day. It's Top Esports versus IG. And what a game what it was if you're a Top Esports fan. I think Tien started it off with a very aggressive style, and it continued forward as we're going to take a look back at the stats of that one and take a look at exactly where the differences ended up lying. And it was all Top Esports, it felt like, all the way.
I mean, you can see that just the damage, right? 369, Green, Jackie Love all able to step up. Tien really being one of the people leading the charge. And I mean, right, IG were doing fine early game, as we can see, able to hold it together. But once a lot of the decisions around the map, and then especially the team fights, TS were just clearing away the better team. Again, sadly for IG, especially those key ults, they just really couldn't get them to connect. I was going to say the key targets, but a lot of the times on the no targets.
There's a lot of zeros on that objective column, which I don't feel like is a normality for IG. I feel like they've been a team that has been contesting a lot of objectives in their time, but just not able to find that proactivity due to that early skirmish in bot side where Tien, the MVP, denied Lien of his aggressive style from himself.
Well, yeah, and that's just, I mean, he was in Lien's face. He was making sure he couldn't get any plays down. Great vision control, great job hovering a lot of these lanes. He guaranteed all the grubs for himself, which helped enabled a lot of these pushes. So, I mean, you were right to singing Tien's praises earlier on in that game. Lien, he came in as a monster. He shut down Shun when they went up against PLG, but not able to do the same against Tien in game 1.
Tien, I feel like an unsung hero of Top Esports over this last time, and really a forefront foot for them to kick the faces of their opponents. This was actually towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty much right before TS were able to go for the close and just zoning off Cryan, not allowing him to be part of the fight. And then even once he eventually does join in, he's the one that helps take over and make sure that Top Esports doesn't get shut down here.
We got to see the IG combo. They were trying to weave their way into the fight, but by this time, Top Esports had way too much of an advantage. You see some of the scrappiness from IG, but as we come into a lot of focus for IG in the second one, maybe going with things that don't rely on each other as much may be good, but I think trying to find some stability in their comp.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because we could see what they were going for with what they drafted, clearly just not able to execute it at the level that they would need to up against TS. And most of that just goes to kudos of TS and how they were playing the map, how they were playing out a lot of these fights. But yeah, maybe seeing a bit of a switch up for IG going to the next game.
I want to see maybe not the Kalista. Maybe you try to go late game with the combo there, a little bit of scaling.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out real quick. We're back to Shanghai. We're back in for game number 2. It's IG versus Top Esports. IG on the blue side, ban away the Akali against Cream yet again. The Xin Zhao again, or at least this time against Tien, and that Ashe. The other side, it's the Nautilus, the Senna ban.
And I'm curious with where we're going to go in terms of first picks, right? Last time around, TS first picking the Lucian. I wonder if IG have anywhere near the same level of priority on it. On his 100% win rate so far on the pick. Varus still being left open, I think, is another one that you're potentially looking at.
Give me Smolder!
Mazel, I'm going to let you know, we're not going to get Smolder.
Probably.
There's no way that they pick it here. I'm kind of saying that in a way to help you out to hope that they pick it. I'm a bit surprised that they're going to lean away from AD carries. Again, there's still a lot of options open, so it's not a big problem. You're still going to get your hands on a priority bot lane that you want, but clearly just really valuing this Sneeko pick. But sadly, Cryan wasn't able to connect with any great ults in that first game.
So curious at it. Like, they do this, I feel like, a decent amount too. I mean, this is his second most played champion, now getting close to his first after the double pickup here, but it's definitely a situation where I feel like there is a lot of flexibility in the mid lane meta, but the setup, I guess, just that much of an importance for IG between Lien and Cryan. There's that locket of the Jackie Love Lucian again.
Something like Quay here, lock in Melio on 3, sure. It'll save their jungler for later in the draft, and their third pick's going to depend a lot on what IG go with. The point is, they can have a very similar situation as to they had last game, so that's about where IG go with rounding it out. I would, at the very least, expect an AD pick to come here. They could go for the Kalista or not again if they felt like that was fine and they need to just find a way to get more resources into it. You could lock in something like a Varus or a Xayah or something a bit more safe now too and try and get jungle, which would potentially force TS to pick their own jungle on 3.
We get Jackie Love and On's, signatures. I feel like On a little bit less known than Jackie Love for sure, but it's the On Wink combo, and it's the Draven Blitzcrank.
Yeah, really be going. They're going to be rolling their own dice on the side of IG this time around. We're going to see if they're luckier than 369 was in that previous game. Now we have the hovers coming out for mid lane. I mean, Cream has been playing Azir. It's been his second most played champion so far. I think there hasn't been any, like out of this world performances, but I think Cream has been showing he's been getting much more comfortable on the pick this split than he has looked in previous seasons.
And it's taken a little bit of time for him to get used to playing with a team of this caliber, right? This is the first foray into a super team that we're seeing one of our best up-and-coming mids be able to be achieving on, right? Like, he had spent so much time on OMG on that developmental cycle, really trying to make it happen. He was even, being lauded for his appearance in mid lane a lot of time, his Akali, things like that. But he took a dip for a little while. Seems like he's back into form now over this last year and a half, 2 years. And we're seeing him once again shine through on top esports now he's gotten more comfortable. The Graves ban, though, towards Lian is rightfully there. That Udyr also in the second phase banned from IG.
Yeah, now I wonder where IG want to go with this one. Looking at top esports with their next pick, I mean, hell, things like the Rel still open. Remember, Tien got a penta on that in their last series.
Hold that to him all the time. It's fine.
Would be something that you wouldn't really mind if it ended up getting pulled by the Blitzcrank, if that's what you ended up with as your jungler. Also having some more mobile things as well, right? The Lee Sin still going to be in there. That could be a bit easy to navigate around, so wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Rel, but also wouldn't be surprised if Tien wanted to be more active like he was in that first game.
This is definitely a confident draft from Top Esports, and for IG it's more, let's just try some comfort, let's try some wacky things and make Top Esports feel the pressure a little bit more of the high risk, high reward style from IG. So not that stability that I was maybe looking for, but definitely going one way with it as Rel locked in for Top Esports.
Yeah, so they're going to follow through again. I think it makes sense with what's left up. Xinjiang would have been another great pick, but the fact that IG banned that in the first rotation, they were aware they don't want that shutting down the Nico ult from finding any agency. And now for IG with what they could go for, it's kind of interesting because you do still have things like we saw Wukong last game, even things like, ooh, I guess I don't care about any of that because there it is. We got the Camille coming through.
And at the beginning of these drafts, that was something we highlighted, was trying to get YSKM to play with the meta. Last time he played the Camille, he literally turned the game on its head. We also get Lien's comfort in the Nidalee here. He has an over 66% win rate on that champion with most games played for him as well. So IG opting into creature comforts here.
Yeah, Nidalee, another champion who got some buffs on 14.3, more MR, her E heals more, she has more bonus AS, so they're going to look to take advantage of not only champion this buff, but one of Lien's go-to picks, and I'm so excited, Zell. Camille versus Jax, a bit more agency, a bit more fighting that we can expect in this top lane 1v1. If either of them get ahead, they can really just take over this matchup.
Yeah, side lane's going to be a headache for whoever loses that matchup. We talked a little bit about the question marks for IG opting into the Nico time and time again, but they have a comp that I feel like can play very strongly around this Nico, but you're going to have to look at that boomer bust reward at least for that bottom lane. The Blitzcrank Draven, there's a lot going for them there if they can get some gold early. Jackie Love knows oh so well what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, they could just get steamrolled if that Draven gets any resources in the early game. But that's where eyes are going to be on Tien again, because he might just be able to completely shut Lillian down. We'll see, though. I mean, being on the Nidalee up against the Rel, he might just be able to weave in the enemy jungle, get in Tien's face this time around, and be the nuisance himself.
That's hard though. Again, if Tien can shut down Loyen, that's a big damage dealer that's just not in functionality for the team. So IG, again, we talked a little bit about it. I think TES at least having more stability in their composition, bringing this one. They're going back to what worked for them in game number 1, and they're hoping to close it out with a 2-0 over IG, who were streaming forth against some of our top competition. TES look angry from their loss against the Phoenix. The gift they so handily handed over, and that loss stinging oh so well. They're looking to put that hurt onto IG. As game 2 is nigh, let's hear Shanghai roar to life one more time. I think the top esports fans feel a little bit more confident after that first game there.
Yeah, I
Maybe it's
definitely
IG feeling less confident. I don't know.
especially the person leading the cheers felt way more invested of like, yo, we are getting our team pumped up. But speaking of pumped up, IG do look pumped up themselves. Already going on the hunt.
Level 1 shenanigans. They do have, again, that high risk, high reward gameplay. Try to go for this early invade for Lian would be really big. See what the response will be from Tian. Again, a little bit of a different style of jungling coming through from them. Let's see what the response will be, at least, as this level 1 is pulled off by IG.
You're going to be able to get this one. Mako and JackeyLove shouldn't be able to interrupt. And now it's really going to be about Wink and what he's able to do. The fact that they've already cut the map with the Nidalee invade means that they have a lot of security. JackeyLove and Mako should feel a ton of pressure.
That's big, though. You do not want to take that level 1 trade. I think JackeyLove realizes that a little bit too late on, and Wink showing up.
Showing up with JackeyLove's own pick against him. Great job forcing out those summoners.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
really big, though. He still does get the blue anyways.
Nice, smart transition. Because, I mean, if they could have punished that, right, denied it, even potentially forced a flash shot from Lian because he was getting taken low. So I respect the attempt, but not going to be able to
This is Lian
find
being
anything.
greedy. He's trying to go for something there, go for a little bit extra. Tien will end up spotting him out there. Look at that replay of Ward, being able to see them there and get that little bit of vision down.
Yeah, still didn't change how things ended up going in terms of the level 1, with JackeyLove still having to blow all summoners because of that 2v2. And now all Wink has to do is find a hook. Of course, it's not that easy, but before, at least you would have the flash. You would have something to help you, at least one get out of jail free card, but you do not have that luxury anymore.
Lian was playing with fate there with that double clear of the blue and the Gromp, but he makes it out alive. Now Tien showing his face down bottom side to try to relieve some of this pressure. Still not level 2, our top esports. They'll be getting it very shortly, though. Wink playing with his food a little bit and playing with Tien.
Just keeping him around. I mean, Tien doesn't even have too much to do on the map. Like, his Krugs are still up, so could go for the recent help top side, but it seems like he's so afraid of his bot lane getting punished after the loss of Sums. Now, with Lian meeting up, we might get the 3v3.
Wink gets the hook, but here comes the crash down. Tien, he's going to dodge out of the spear, too. He's in a little bit of a thick situation. Will end up getting traded potentially. On goes for it, gets the shutdown. Another one. Lian flashing out of that, and Lian gets the kill, too. Thumbs up go down, and 2 kills to IG.
The burn comes through, and it allows them to get the second. Great job by IG, drafting much more aggressive for this early game. And again, willing to punish TES and not allow them to start generating the lane leads that they so often do.
This is feeling a lot more like Lian we've seen this season so far. He was a big addition to IG in his debut against BLG. We've seen some really good performances from him. Tien shut him down in game number 1, but this is much more up his alley.
It just feels like such a nice homecoming for Lian going up against his former teammate in JackeyLove. I mean, they already set up the groundwork by the fact that they forced his flash. Just following up this time, Wink connects with the hook. It started to look like maybe they couldn't find anything, but with Tien so committed, they managed to finish it off with ongoing for the flash. And then Lian here, I was surprised, but with the burn from the red buff, it managed to be enough, and Lian somehow didn't go down to turret himself.
And some of that difference in jungling style already being shown, right? The Rel, yes, can be very utilitarian, but if Lian is finding kills, there's not much he can do but stand there and watch. And as he walked away, he got taken down. So things going well for IG. Definitely a come up from game number 1. They find themselves about 1.4K in the lead.
Yeah, we've had so much going on the opposite side of the map. We haven't even been able to focus on the Jax versus Camille. Hell, we might not still be able to. Lian.
369, as soon as he jumps in, lands like, ooh, more meat, as we're going to see if he can get it. No! YSK! No! Look at the smile from 369. Oh my god, that devious smile.
Yeah, now he's going to be able to go back. Still has flash, still has TP. He is absolutely chilling. But at least as a consolation prize, Lian does get to turn onto these scrubs. It's something that Rel...
Nice pushback. Oh, but Tien can't connect over the wall. Now JackeyLove in a lot of trouble here. Wink going for that point-blank grab, and he's going down to On again. Another cash in for the Draven.
It's just so hard when your wave, you know, after the dive really gets pushed into IG. They now have all this space to play with. JackeyLove still didn't have his flash up at the time.
Ring tanks that spear shot as he will make it up, and now Lian was trying to go around for Tien. So he has that level advantage. He'll try and wrest control of the jungle too.
And I mean, already over a 2K gold lead for IG, and I think a lot of people have the question, like, are IG legit? Should we trust IG after beating BLG? They've had some losses on top of it as well, right? They haven't been infallible, but should we trust them? I think if IG do push top to the brink, if they do come out with a win against top, then sure, they might not go into playoffs as favorites by any means, but I think you can't count them out as a team that can challenge. If they could not only take down BLG, but then find some kind of comeback in this series.
And against WE, it was a hard-fought series for them to go down 2-1 to them. So, and we've seen some seriously impressive performances from this roster in a lot of eyes that maybe wasn't supposed to be doing so. But as we get to it, you saw that gold advantage in the size, about 1.3K in the advantage for on the Draven. That's what you love to see if you're going to pick a comp like this, and I love it because IG have opted into full comfort, picks that they know their players are confident and comfortable on.
Yeah, they really did across the board. I guess it makes even more sense that we got the first pick of the Nico coming through. Really just making sure everyone can give their best in this game. I will say for TS, I mean, you still have an Azir, you still have giant teamfight ultimates like Tien's. There's still some potential. They haven't fallen too far behind, but this is such a great start for IG. And I love that they're keeping their foot on the gas by having Lian just hover around this bot lane.
Again, Lian teamless to start this split off. Came in February to IG to replace Tianjin, but really an interesting story in his own right? I don't know if we ever got the biggest moments from him on RA, and a lot of times he was a negative factor in trying to get caught out from his early machinations, but with a team that's willing to support him, it's looking much different.
I also feel like there were some splits, especially 2021, 2022, where Lian was an absolute stud in the regular season. Like, hell, again, off the top of my head, I think it's 2021 summer when RA finished top 3, and it was off the backs of people like him and Voco really putting in the work. So feels justified for him to have a starting spot back in the LPL, and with this game he's showing us why.
He is indeed. He was a little angry from last game, just like Top Esports were angry about their loss to the Phoenix. Again, we'll be able to say hi to YSCam here. He actually doesn't have Smite. He doesn't getting a red buff anyways. Makes it out there as the YSCam aggression continues, I guess.
Already pushed in that wave top. 369 dealing with it now, so just getting some nice information. But IG, 4-man play towards bot.
They are. Cryan's on his way, but a little bit behind the play. Going to come in as reinforcements here, but nice shockwave there, at least being able to deny some of the spells from TS, and that's going to be 2 kills if On can get it. Another big bucks to the man himself. 2 kills and 4 total for IG's bot laner.
And now you're set up to just steamroll this game. TS trying to answer back on top side with 369 having this huge wave. We'll see if YSCam can outplay it. He has no flash.
They might not go for the play in the end. YSCam can be pretty difficult to deal with. And that Hextech Ultimatum will pull you right back in. Big differentials being completed in bottom side, though. Essence Reaver plus a BF Sword now. And we'll take a look back at this bot lane dive.
God, he's so terrifying. And yeah, they have the wave. They know they have the damage to start this one off. And I love Wink just running up with the E to connect, following with the ult from the Draven. Wink, even just great job at juggling the turret to make sure that he doesn't go down. They funnel all the gold into on himself. And like you said, Essence Reaver and the BF Sword on top of it, that is massive.
And Wink can just feel so liberal in whatever he wants to do now. You just get completely CC'd there. Warm hugs coming over, but they might have doomed Mako, as now he's getting traded on pretty heavily. Tien's going to Magnet Storm Lien in. He will make it out alive. Now Lien has overextended, but it doesn't matter yet. IG still have presence and still have power.
This should be able to guarantee those grubs for IG so that they should get all 6, which is going to be huge. But I'm still shocked that Tien made it out of there alive. Doesn't change the state of the game. A ton of gold getting funneled into IG.
4,000 gold under 11 minutes in the game. IG have woken up from their slumber and woken up to fight Top Esports here. I think that's been a little bit of their moniker, but also just realizing, you know, if we're going to win, we got to play our game. And that definitely feels like this is IG's game, as they will end up getting all 6 grubs.
And IG are very much, in my mind, an example of a team who, like, little by little have, like, kind of tinkered and toiled with their roster, bringing in different pieces, deciding to keep some people and use them as, like, building pieces, right? We've seen that, obviously, with their bot lane at this point in time. And they've shown that, I mean, if you give teams time, if you give players time and kind of let them find these right pieces, that they really can come together with something great. I think no one would expect IG to be as competent as they've been this split, and they really have just been such a treat to watch. So, kind of excited to see other teams follow that formula.
On has double the gold that Mr. Jackie Love has. I don't know what you want to make of that one, but about 2 items going to be completed before Jackie Love even gets his first one. And that is not what you want to see, but a good step up from On. Another piece that, you know, maybe has been a little bit trials and tribulations for IG over recent history, but has been a part of the org for a long while, and recent history as well with RA from before.
I mean, he's about to be 50 CS up over Jackie Love. He was 40 CS up before he started this wave. I guess it should be caught back up a little bit. The fact the bot lane's coming down, but not only is the bot lane here, Ken's here as well. 550 gold shutdown.
But Cream gets scooped in mid lane. He does have the shifting stance. He put that soldier down so long ago, but able to use it as an exit. Tien will not be able to find On, but they have vision on him. Oh, this is big. They actually aren't going to pull the trigger there. They don't know where everybody else is unless he comes back in the lane.
I mean, this this kill could be so important. Getting more gold onto Jackie Love, and
it's
then
the
getting
long
that shutdown.
They have been waiting years for this, and
Mazel,
they're getting collapsed on.
They're being too patient. I don't like
They are
this.
way too patient. Oh my God, they're going to try to TP. They
Double
waited
TPs.
so long that IG are here. Top Esports, this is the make or break moment. On goes over the wall, uses the whirling death the wrong way, and the biggest of shutdowns goes to 369.
I mean, Top Esports, they were patient on it. They brought all 5 members down. They get 1 kill out of it. It should be able to turn into a Drake as well, but IG are able to answer back on opposite sides of the map. I mean, hell, they have the mites. They have 6 scrubs, so they had to do something, right? They were just slowly getting beaten down by IG, but I don't know if this was enough.
I don't know, and now it might not even be. Oh, the spear goes through on Tien. That's not who you want to hit. He's going to tank those all day. The biggest thing, though, is Trinity Force completed. A little bit of items. 369, that side lane going to get a little bit more spicy, but Wisecamp does take down that side turret, and IG are going to take the Dragon out from under TS.
Right now we're just a pure win for IG. You got 2 TPs, you lost 1 person, you gained a Dragon in a turret. Like, again, I can understand Top Esports thinking like, yo, we're falling behind. We need to go for some type of play that could get us back in the game, but nowhere near enough. And Wink is fearless, man.
Oh, he didn't get the distance.
Oh, God.
Little laughs coming out from him there, but the pressure now in mid lane as On is putting in work on this outer tower here. All 6 grubs, like you had pointed out, and it's IG looking at gold across the map in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, right, we could give the warning of, like, you know, we do have JDG TT next, going to be in a different stadium. We'll get to it when this series is done, but at this point, I'm giving that heads up because it looks like we're going the distance. IG have been doing so well in this game. Again, they wait so long to pull the trigger. They have no idea where anyone else on the map is. With the double TP, that feels like the real difference maker. They have the rel ult to bring on in and easily finish him off with the flash from 369, but not able to turn it into anything more than that one kill.
I think Lian really wanting to get at Mako there. Mako having some good plays with the Breath of Life and everything, and the heal as well. Actually coming up pretty clutch in the end. But Top Esports, again, like you said, didn't exactly make or break the bank, I guess, with that play. It is
Just
the
the
Rift Herald
shutdown.
started up for IG.
Yeah, just really the shutdown being the big thing that 369 was able to get, but Lian
Oh,
and
they
Wink
want the
having to get
fight.
the hell out of dodge. YSK
0
also
and
doesn't
3.
have TP.
Yeah, an 0-3 Jackie Love still playing confident as ever. I think that's going to be crucial for Top Esports as I shift the focus to them. We've seen a lot of things going the way of IG, but Top Esports are still a beast to make sure you put down.
Right now, looking for this pick.
YSKM gets caught here. It's pretty big. Emperor's Divide back to Jackie Love. Now they have to be a little careful because Jackie Love, he's just a little ADC. He's getting chunked here, but culling is going to be enough right into the back of YSKM.
So does find one, it does leave Rift Herald for IG, so they're going to be fine, but TS happy to find any reprieve that they could to keep getting items going, because look at the items. On his whole item up over Jackie Love, not even going into any early lethality, like going towards some items that are going to scale better and really allow him to just hammer out on this front line like Tien. So I think still not afraid of anything, especially as now Lichbane picked up for Lien. The movement speed, the enhanced attack after the spell, like all of this is so great for Nidalee's play pattern. Feels like this is where IG are really going to be able to start stepping up even more than they have. And like, they already have a 6K gold lead. How do you step up more?
Utilizing On as the weapon needs to be the case for IG and not letting him get caught by Top Esports. The reason why he's opting into the later game scaling items, it's because Lucian in the LPL scales for some reason. And we have so much strength in the players that do pick this champion, and a lot of moments in late game where Lucian comes up clutch, and it's none other than Jackie Love on the sticks on the other side.
Yeah, TS really just need to hopefully buy themselves some time and be able to equalize some of the gold, right? Defensive vision in their top side jungle would be nice as well. We can see that IG are really terrorizing them with this access to just walk straight through from mid.
Get the side lane turret, but IG are onto the bot side. They will take a tier 2 here too with all those mice. My goodness. It does end up going down. More gold going the way of IG. Wink taking that one, going a little bit backwards. Trying to play his best Scion Speedway as he'll stop it right there. Does he want a second operation? No. He's just clicking it, trying to see if it works.
I think he was hoping to be able to maneuver it back to mid lane, but you know, Wink, you just weren't built like that. So you gotta accept that you've been doing a great job with the hooks, and we don't need to care about the Herald whatsoever.
Yeah, losing the leash a little bit there on the blue buff, but it's fine. It's fine. Our observers just really like to point it out. As we did get the trades here, and as we settle a little bit of that dust, we are circling into that 18-minute mark. We have another dragon in about 40 seconds. Is this time for the fisticuffs for IG and TES?
I wouldn't be surprised if TS just end up giving it up. Like,
Yeah.
will it feel bad giving a team a free soul point? Yeah, but at the same time, you are just so far behind, especially this Draven, that I think funneling more gold and trading across the map is going to make sense. Fight when you have to if you're TS, right? If that comes with soul, you wait for that soul. You just give up soul point.
Again, spotted out, stealing away the Wolves. Wink not going to let that go down so easily. Gonna make the Wolves a little annoyed at the way they have to walk, but you know, it's all good. Dragon up and available now, but Loyan trying to make a play on mid lane first. They're trying to use some of this priority here.
And looks like at the end of the day, IG will just get the dragon for free, and TS are going to lean towards top, but with the fact that they don't need to commit much, it's letting Wink come too.
Got like a double flank going on here. Wink
Yeah.
is so speedy. He's gonna flash out though, trying to get away from that Shattering Strike.
Oh, still going for the dive?
Go? Dude, 369 does so much damage right there. We weren't able to get YSKM though. He is a slippery devil. Here comes Crying. Oh, wait, Wink, no!
saved him!
Wink just saved him! As he was trying to save him, I don't think the communication was there. Crying was trying to go for the combo. On tier though. He's trying to get another kill. Now Tien is being scratched to death, at least by Lian. The flash comes out. Top Esports, they're making it away. Here's the Hex Flash.
Wink has to be kicking himself, but like you said, you just have to wonder, like, what sort of comms were going on at the time for them not to be on the same page that Krine's looking to ult.
Little things going wide can reap the worst results, but it's still IG with full frontal pressure here in mid lane. A Baron coming up, but not necessarily in their eyes, but they will look for that vision.
Also, Krine going towards Crypt Bloom second. It's going to bring more utility and just get him to a bit of a faster break point if they do end up going pretty crazy, like early Baron starts, forcing fights over that. But here's the replay. Like you highlighted, Hextech Ultimatum, like a good way to at least force 369 back initially so he isn't tanking turret. But I was surprised when he decided he did not care at all. But there's the unfortunate situation. Wink and Krine just not on the same page, allows him to escape at the end.
Oh, 369, he's in a lot of hurt now as well. He's trying to dodge out of everything, but you can't dodge out of those. And YSKM with the scissor legs ends up getting that one.
Great job. Just putting up so much pressure.
Top Esports getting caught everywhere. On gets a big catch in there too, and they're on to the Baron.
And they actually had resources topside, thinking that they would collapse on Cream, but left JackeyLove free. We'll see what they can do here. It's pretty much a 3v5, since YSKM does have teleport.
I mean, this is, if they get this is going to be an over 10,000 lead for IG, and it looks like TES are just going to give it.
I think you send it.
I think you do too, but it looks like they sent it a little bit too late, and Mako never got the mail. Over the wall goes Tien, but he can't get into the Baron pit now either. And he's just getting chunked too as Barrett goes down now. Tien locked down, Cream goes down. Where did this top esports go from game number 1?
I mean, right, it just comes down to the picks. It comes down to that early game. And I feel like we see that for most teams in the league, right? It's a lot easier to play out a game of League of Legends when you're ahead than when you're behind. It's just facts. So TS not able to get their heads back to the game. I mean, they're just too far down in gold, right? So now with this Baron, IG putting on so much pressure. 369's behind them, but does that even matter?
That's where I feel like in this day and age of League of Legends, you can look back to so many prior decisions at like, and just be like kicking yourself for so many like things, like giving over all 6 grubs to any team. I feel like feels like a mistake no matter what you do.
Yeah, but at the same time, you do have to go further back from that decision to look at like why that happened.
Exactly.
This just getting punished, him wanting to put pressure on that turret. And look at the minimap. You have everyone from the side of TS hovering up to kind of give protection over to the Azir, but then it leaves JackeyLove alone so far forward mid for the pick to happen. Here, like, there should be no world where Tien gets Baron here, but I feel like the play is probably just sacrifice Tien's life, hope that you get it, and go from there, because they're just too far behind.
6ix9ine will get a spear connected to him. Will leave strike over to Mako, but Layed wants to follow it up. They'll have another one, but the Ultra Mega Fire Kick is there. IG just looking to push bot side with this Baron buff in tow. About a minute for the Dragon as well.
We can see how much damage Lien's doing, though, now that he's Shadow Flame on top of the Lich Bane. Really is putting the hurt onto TS. TS know they can't contend, which is why they try and have Cream getting gold elsewhere, but it's just opening up the base for IG to commit.
Not many answers from TS this game, but IG have had all the answers, and it starts by picking all of your favorite champions. I feel like you just walk into the room, you're like, hey, what champions do you like to play? Okay, let's pick all of those. And it seems like it's working out so far.
It does also help when IG's favorite champions are some like the strongest early lane champions in the game, or, you know, things like Nidalee that when she is prio can do so much. But I think we got to give all kudos to Wink for actually being able to connect so many hooks. Because if you don't land those skill shots, your Blitzcrank is useless.
He has been landing them every single time it matters, it feels like, in this game. He's also just providing so much pressure out on the map.
I'm actually glad you framed it like that, because now I know if Wink misses a hook, that hook didn't matter. Like, it's very simple. If it connects, it mattered. If not, it didn't.
Yep, exactly. And this is a Dragon Soul. So literally top esports have, if I'm not mistaken, given over every single objective in this game.
I mean, they haven't had any opportunity to contend anywhere. I guess maybe right. If we were able to go back through the VOD during the cast, I just want to look at top. If there's any more like room to maneuver around maybe setting up 369 earlier on, but Yeah, not able to
It's
find.
just crazy, man. How night and day these games get in the LPL in a single series, right? Like,
Exactly. I actually kind of love that you point that out, though, because I think that shows the lack of parity between teams, like so much,
Yeah.
especially teams that are so close in the standings.
he's just
I'm scared.
mind gaming them there.
I'm
He will miss
scared.
everything.
He's zooming around, Mazel. When's the engage coming?
Gotta keep on your toes. Gotta be faster than that. They don't need to focus too much on the picks, though, because Odd is pushing in the top side. He's looking for a tier 2 tower here, too. Top Esports see him overextended and want to make a play there, but a hook goes wide again from Wink. He's just fishing.
Here's the plan. TES need to somehow ask IG to chill for the next 20 minutes. Then TN lets himself get pulled into 5 people, has the best ult ever, and TES come back. There it is. Put it in the papers.
Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
You heard that. Print them off the presses, too. As YSKM keeping pressure in mid lane, doing so good on this Camille against 369, who had a heck of a game in game number 1. Camille coming in clutch yet again. He's crying. Using the clone to at least spot out TN. He's been in this bush the entire time. Wink just says, "You've been there, I'll take you out." And On will scrap up the scraps here. Crying. Woo! He finds a big one there. I think the scoop comes in on the Wink, though. Culling is not enough from Jackie Love. And they're just under tier the inhib tower now. On might actually get shut down again. As he does not. He finally does it. It's a little bit of gold,
look
at
at
least.
Cryan, though.
Yeah,
Look at
he's
Cryan.
in the base. He's winning the game right now. And that's the kind of heads-up play that IG are playing around.
That's just going to be over. IG stalled them long enough, and they're actually going to be able to bring us to 3.
We've gone the distance here. IG have woken up from their deep slumber in game number 1, and we're going to 3 as IG tie it up.
Yeah, just overall, I love the picks. I love the level of aggression. IG came to play in this game too. And yeah, again, it really does feel like they kind of just leaned on their historic picks, their favorite picks, their priority picks. And right, especially when one of them is a Draven, when one of them's in Italy, you have a Blitzcrank, like you're able to find the leads, you're able to enable your jungle to find a lead. It was great.
It was actually incredible, and we'll see if IG get more of those comfort picks there, because we've had a lot of meta bans going their way, but they are using the special spices tonight. We go the distance after a short little break here. Welcome back to the LPL, and we are here with our spring split. We are in week number 5, and we have had a wonderful series of games tonight. Our meat of our sandwich is getting pretty thick here, as I'm Mazel, and I am joined by Lyric as our underdog sandwich is continuing. Top Esports has been pushed all the way to 3 by IG off the back of some serious comfort champions for the entire squad as we go look at the stats from last game.
Yeah, very dominant performance from IG. I mean, look at the graph. I mean, all day long, it's been back and forth gold graphs. Not this time around. The Draven, the Blitz, it worked. Jackie Love should know not to fight against Draven, you know, level 1 early on. Still does, still gets hooked, and it enabled Lilian to just take over on his signature champion.
It was a night and day difference for IG from game 1. In game 1, Tien got into the head, the mind space, the face of Lien absolutely stopped him from doing his handiwork, it feels like, that we've seen since he rejoined IG. And this IG looked a lot more like the team that we were coming in today asking, are they the real deal?
Yeah, right. Showing that they're able to contend in terms of that early game. We're going to move on to MVP. I'm curious to see who it is. Lilian Wink, I think, would be my shoutouts, and there we go. I mean, you said it. This man landed every hook that mattered. If he didn't land the hook, it was meaningless, and he did it on purpose to give the enemies a false sense of security.
Really big performance from Wink on the Blitzcrank. Another try and true for him. Again, all of the picks last game, it felt like were that for IG, but TS going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that one. This is a series that we expected to go the distance from the start, but that's not the way we expected Top Esports to go down. They're going to feel like that game didn't even happen, and we'll see a culmination. I feel like that does end up in a lot of, 1 to 3 skirmishing between both junglers, and maybe a little bit more fighting in that mid game.
Maybe TS think that this is like a turn-based game, like Baldur's Gate or any old JRPG.
Yes.
They're like, yo, that game 2 was their turn. I can't do anything yet. Now we move into game 3, and they're primed and ready to go. Cause look at that face of Mako.
Now I want to ask, what classes are these guys? Like, what is IG?
I feel like
a wizard.
Everyone would be something a little different. Wink is definitely a bard. 369 on the opposite sides of Barbarian.
Are we not going full team? Are we doing one character for each player? That's
one
a lot
character
of
for each player. Yeah,
so it's like a 5-on-5 D&D campaign, PvP. I like it.
Which is why I only stated the 2 that jumped out to me. We are into draft for, the very last time. This time, TS saying, yo, we're going to actually respect the fact that Cryin wants to get his hands on Nico so much. Take that one off the board right off the bat. And IG still keeping the Xin Zhao ban. So clearly showing that, hey, it didn't matter about sides. We don't want to let Tien get his hands on this pick.
Terrified of it, and I would be as well after that first game. There are a few other picks that Tien has in his back pockets that are terrifying. I look to the Poppy all the time. If he's going to pick it out, it could be very strong, but we'll see if some of these likely candidates are taken off the table as final bans come through. YSKM earning the respect. You see that smirk on his face. It's happened multiple times now since he's gotten to play the champion. At least this will have been the second time, but he's earned the respect ban the next game or the next series every time.
I wonder now as TS if you start to question first picking bot lane because of what happened last game, and you go towards a savior pick, whether that be, an Azir, a Hui. If a Kali makes it through, I think that one would jump out as well, knowing that it's Scream in the mid lane. But maybe just going away from bot lane, not allowing those counters to be able to come through and investing resources elsewhere.
And I was curious that Top Esports were just willing to go for the Lucian Melio combo. I know that's a tried and true for Jackie Love, but it's something that definitely has fallen a little bit out of the meta in certain situations. I think it's always something that's available here in the LPL, but seeing them go maybe something a little bit different now, some flexibility being played towards for TES as they lock in the Karma that's finally let through.
So we'll get their hands on this, have a bunch of pressure in that mid lane, and maybe even enable Jackie Love and Tien even more. Looks like IG with this one, not wanting to show too much again. Senna still brings a ton of flexibility. Even though some of the changes with the support item, I think have kind of changed how you play it, right? We're not seeing any support items come out later on in the game because of the changes that we saw at the World Atlas. Still gonna end up locking it in. Tom Kench Maokai still being the 2 usual suspects that we see down there with her in that bot lane available.
I've really loved the Nautilus, but obviously not just going to let that one go through. Lien, I don't know if lightning strikes twice, but this man is going to try. Nidalee locked in yet again.
Yeah, no fear to go towards this one. Kind of crazy, considering that they haven't even drafted any setup around it just yet. They don't know how much Pride they're going to be playing with. Right now, they have a bit of CC coming out from the root on the Senna, but no, like, incredible setup for easy spears to just be able to take over. Now with the Nidalee shown, it looks like Tien saying, yo, I want to be able to brawl with you. I want to be able to match punch with punch. And is just going to go for an aggressive pick of his own. Oh, Mazel, you might get the tree you've been looking for.
Yeah, I am excited, though. Lee Sin for Tien might be recognizable because that's what his world championship skin is of. And the Varus does get locked in. Potentially some really good duos being made here for Top Esports.
I mean, already having a ton of range that they can play with and just try to be able to deal with that Nidalee, fighting fire with fire. Now for IG, you would expect him to go for the bot lane combo. And this, I mean, if they're looking to outrange them with Karma, with Varus, and round out their composition with Poe, this would be able to set up the fight, locking in the Sejuani. I'm going to assume it's going down towards the bot lane with Senna. We know it could also go top. That's something we've seen in the past. Still very flexible with where this could go.
Again, the first night of 14-4 in Pro, at least here in the LPL as well. But it's exciting to see some of the things that can come through, even if this maybe isn't one of those. But the Senna definitely playing a key part in how the meta has been playing out in bot lane. The utility of picks being used with her, very, very strong. Some deep discussion there going on for IG as we do get the Maokai ban in the second phase.
Yeah, so worried about, again, just all the poke that can come out in that support role. Also give them great ability to turn and not only have to rely on the range that they do have. I do feel like TS needs something in their comp that's a little bit more decisive with pulling the trigger. So taking away the Maokai, I think, was an incredibly good call.
The Tristana ban right now from Top Esports just focusing on to Cryan a little bit there. Wonder if that mid lane focus is still going to be the case. Does I know it's probably not likely, but the Blitzcrank, maybe we get a little bit there. We'll see. I think there's still some flexibility available for IG's composition right now as they go into the second phase. The Udyr ban is there, though.
The thing I'm just questioning is what Cryan plays in mid that can try and combo well with this Nidalee. Not a whole lot of options. At least Tristana, like, sure, there's no CC to set it up, but you still provide push. You're giving your Pride a play around. AD plus magic, like, hard to itemize. Now with that taken off the board, I don't know.
It's open.
This is
there
something we were excited for early in the day. It got banned out once in our first series. Renekton has been buffed. And now look at this. We got the Nidalee Renekton combo. We got a Sejuani in there as well. This is crazy.
He looks over to 369 with a big old cheeky smile on his face. What you gonna do, bro? As I don't think 369 was paying him any mind in that situation right now. He's trying to figure out what his next moves are gonna be. And it looks like we might just save that pick until the end. The Rakan does come in for Mako.
And it's curious, right? Because they've already hovered the Ornn, so could go a frontliner and just kind of take the losing side of the lane, commit everything to bot lane, and play for those team fights. They have a bit more engaged now that they have the Rakan. So I think rounding out with some kind of frontline topside just makes sense and gives them an easier ability to turn.
I called it at the beginning of this series. I've been wanting to see it from 269 as well as we do get the lock in the first time of the split for 369. And talk about comfort. The Fiora locked in. You hear the crowd going wild as IG are playing with the minds of Top Esports.
We got Sejuani Senna coming in bot lane. We got Renekton in mid with the Nidalee to set up for the stun, the Fiora topside. IG bringing a ton of flair into this Game 3 draft.
Oh, that's so exciting. The crowd is still going. The murmurs aplenty. We got to figure out who's going down in this bottom side of the map. And it does look like we're going to have a little bit of an interest in this last game of this series. We have some serious spice delivered by IG.
Yeah, and right, they have a lot of aggressive options early in the game with the Renekton. Even, I wonder, like, how early on we'll start seeing if Sejuani moves, or if it's looking at the Senna that's potentially moving, because you have the synergy there between Sejuani and Renekton as well. Like, a lot of question marks in terms of the game plan that IG are coming in with. We see the inbuilt synergies, but where is Lilian going to find pressure on the map? Or does Tien just shut it down? Being on the Lee Sin this time, being able to be aggressive, get in the face of the enemy, having the karma to provide push in mid lane and enable it.
One thing I love to see going into a very tense game is some smiles on the faces of IG, a team that nobody expected to be this strong, nobody expected to be in a position. But if they can take TES to 3, if they can take them down here, it'd be a big step in the right direction for an organization who has not known that success in recent history, and especially against their old tryhard and Jackie Love.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close, right? IG are looking like an expected playoff team at this point. If they win this one, they tie themselves with NIP in second place. TS, on the other hand, they need the momentum. They need to show, hey, we shouldn't have lost to FPX. We have no right losing here against IG. This is our time to shine.
And they've got an interesting comp to do so as we hit the rift now. It's game number 3. The meat of the sandwich has arrived. Crowd still representing. Level 1 abounds for IG in this series so far, it feels like. As Top Esports up against it. Definitely didn't have much say in the last game as well, Lyric.
No, not at all. I'm just so excited to see how this interacts. You have like these kind of bruiser tanks from Nectin, Sejuani, Fiora. You have the heals from the Senna to enable it all. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird that this comp can be really strong early. Stop.
Double engage there from Mako. Not going to end up getting anything else there, though. But some aggression I like to see because that means fisticuffs are drawn. But as we see a return to a duo that I feel like ran rampant over League of Legends, the mid lane Renekton for Cryan with the combo of Lien, we have to look at that to be executed cleanly.
Yeah, and right, that's kind of going back to my point. It's interesting, right? Because IG can have a ton of power early with things like the Renekton, but might have a bit of a mid-game trough with not a lot of DPS on their side, considering they have this Senna who's going to need souls before she gets incredibly strong, but then kick right back into gear. So I think a lot's going to be on Top Esports' timings of when they look for this action, especially in mid-game. We can see that Jackie Love has the lethal tempo, so should be going that on hit. And once he's dishing out that DPS, when Senna isn't providing, that will be the time.
Yeah, it will be. Mink able to provide a little bit of pressure there. But the other thing I want to look at is, yes, I was talking about the mid-jungle duo for IG side, the tried and true combo. But on the other side, it's another combo that's definitely risen in priority as Tien and Cream being on the Lee Sin Karma have a lot of damage early on, a lot of skirmishing potential. Support hasn't been played by, at least for Sejuani, since 2020 in the LPL. It was Ming for RNG versus Sui.
I casted that game.
Yeah. That's
I'm
pretty
actually
awesome.
kidding. I have no idea if I casted
Why
that.
are you just throwing statements out like that?
You know, back in 2020, there was 4 of us doing a lot of days. Hard to remember that time, but if I did, I want to just take credit for it. But going back to the game, you were saying, right, a ton of damage early on between Cream and Tien. We can already see him setting up with the Prio. You have those Qs to help you push the wave. You have the W to try to zone him back. Is not as long since we've seen him acted.
Ooh, that's really good for Lien. He's taking it to Tien early. Didn't pop the trap there. Will be able to safeguard his way out, but Lien gets the first strike at least.
It is going to allow him to be able to steal this Gromp too. So pushes Tien out, gets a camp, should be able to turn this into a topside scuttle. So a lot of things going in favor of IG, you know, in these first few minutes.
It's just crazy to think, right? We were looking back to that game 1 as well, and that one early happening down bot lane really just made Lien not be able to be in the game. And since then, he's coming by storm and really has been the name of the game for Lien since he came to IG this year. Just this month, actually, he came in really big against BLG like we talked about.
It's going to become interesting, though, because if they do win this, they kind of show that they're leaning on some of these more niche picks. It makes draft weird going against them in the future, right? Of like, what do you need to ban out? Do you put emphasis on this and let open some more OP picks? Again, all going to depend on the result of this game. Right now, Tien looking to capitalize on bot.
Oh, he does find on here, but I don't know if he's going to follow him. He does. First blood for the man. And on his signature pick as he gets TS ahead on bot side.
And now Tien going to try and get some information. They do spot out Lien, so they know he's here. This might dissuade any more of a gank from coming through. But I think TS are going to be incredibly happy from getting one.
That's the kind of focus you need for top esports. I think that was something very lacking last games of that proactivity, but even being beat down early didn't leave Tien too bloody to make something happen.
No, we're going to see here, right? No vision around for IG. The knockup is able to connect, and then he's so patient, waits for the Q to follow after the flash happens, and then just guarantees it really clean coming out for Tien.
Because you know either you're going to dodge the piercing arrow or I'm going to kill you. It's like
Exactly.
one of the two has to happen here. As Cryan, very vocal from the mid lane, needing to again see Lien and him link up sooner rather than later.
It's just so hard to actually find the kills onto Karma herself. I mean, you know, flash in with the W, you get the stun, maybe you connect the Spirit, can follow up. But is that enough burst? Once, you know, a Mantra E comes through, you're able to flash. I'm not sure. It's going to be close. You even see Cryan having to itemize some resistances first just because of how much punishment Dream can put on in the 1v1.
This is why Karma's consistently banned. Not only does it give you that flexibility, but it is so ridiculously powerful. As Mako finding a wild animal in the jungle, as you'd expect to find in the jungle. YSKM should flash out of that one. All right, nice little moves there. Will not have the flash himself, though.
Yeah, in the meantime, Tien will be able to get all these grubs, but on finally noticing, hey, I should go and help my mid laner farm.
Ooh,
Leaves
wink,
wink.
wink. That's a flash out from the Sejuani support, and almost going down to the piercing arrow, too.
Yeah, it's getting rough, right? Trying to lean in to enable his mid laner who's been struggling. Not really struggling that much in terms of CS again, like kudos to Cryan for that, but constantly getting traded on. Looks like On wanted to help him out, but opens up the Sejuani. At least the Dragon still picked up for their troubles.
Yeah. And this lengthy series is definitely one that was expected. I think TS gifting away, as we had said, a nice little game to the Phoenix of FPX. Definitely wanting some redemption there. IG, a little bit of redemption in their own right, but maybe not right there, because Lien's going to burn his flash. A little bit scared.
Going to try and make their way down towards bot side for now. They actually might run into Mako. Shouldn't be able to do much, and Mako has a ton of mobility to play with.
Lien getting engaged on by Mako here. Still, IG moving. They want the skirmish. I think the combo with the Sejuani is going to be really big, but they can't hit the spear, so nothing goes through. The rest of IG on their way here. I don't know if Top Esports want to give all their lives for this Scuttle Crab. They're going to fight for it.
When was the last time we saw like a full-on skirmish
got it.
over a scuttle in LPL?
It feels like it's been a little while, especially this hefty right now, but that is the kind of contention this series has wrought. I think Tien getting the better of Lien right there, though.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's been that long since we saw a full-on skirmish for Scuttle Crab either in LPL. But no action actually ended up coming through there, so both teams end up backing off in the end. Again, it's a bit weird. You have both the Sejuani and the Renekton. They're able to set up for the Italy. Hell, even Fiona, too, in some regards with that riposte, but haven't
That's
been able
our
to find
producer lyric.
any action. Oh, you're right, Fiora. You know what? You know, Fiona lives in our heads so much at this point. You know, it could just be the same thing. She can be a champion in League of Legends. Why not? Why you
to
holding
Ryan
people
Striker
down?
Dublin and Fiona, our producer, as Cream. Got to force the back out of Cry there to stop, and the rest of Top Esports are moving out on that. But this is a situation where I want to check in, because Top Esports definitely have a very safety stable comp. They're looking for very intricate team fights nonetheless. IG, little bit different in that regard.
I feel like we're getting to the point where IG's comp would be starting to do pretty well once grouped up. We're still waiting on, you know, some more backs to come out. I think especially from Cryan to get closer to his completed item. Then you just have so much CC, so much damage that can come out. But Top want to keep you isolated in these 1v1s. Like, Karma is going to love just sitting in Renekton's face, or can handle Fiora just fine. So as long as TS can kind of keep it in these isolated skirmishes, I think they're going to be very happy for now. Which is right. We keep seeing IG being the ones trying to group up, trying to find something.
And that's what they need to do. Honestly, a little bit of proactivity goes a long way. They have On for later, but I think when you grab a lot of these these level 6 base champions, I feel like you're going to find a boon awaiting for you if you can get those long distance engages off. We do have the next episode of Telegrubbies coming on. Make sure you tune in, or at least set your scheduled reminder, because it would be 6 for Top Esports if they get all 3.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. They're going to have things like Call of the Forge God that are going to put a lot of threat on IG if Tez decide to try to fight up there. But they're still just doing such a nice job of again, kind of playing for the 1v1s and 2v2s, making use of the timings when IG are roaming.
Horn pop. Riposte not there. Wisecam trying to dodge out of it. We'll get clapped here too. And here comes the Orn. And here comes all those 9s. The knock-up, the clap, and 369. Bot lane though, Jackie Love already got a kill it. Top Esports are running away with it now, Lyric. Inc. all day long as double kill goes over to Jackie Love. Lien is still here, but he's just a poor in Italy.
Winning on both sides of the map. This is being enabled with Cream's push in mid lane. Great job by 369 and great job by the TS bot side to just be able to accelerate the game. 4K gold lead at 10 minutes.
The Senna Sejuani support has not been working out just yet. Little catch outs on the Wink. Definitely not going his way just yet. Cream will be taking a 1v2 in the mid lane, by the way. We'll take a look back at the top side play.
Great knock up to connect with the first turret shot. A bit of a waste of the riposte there, which is what opens up for 369 to use this Call of the Forge God and look for the all-in, because he knows he's not under any threat from Icecam being able to do anything at this point.
Just walking around having fun with his friend, apparently. 300 smackaroos go right over, and literally a deja vu moment, except this time with ultis.
Exactly right. Chains of Corruption is what sets up the whole play, and IG just not expecting the follow through to be there.
Oh, we got the combo! Look at that! It worked!
Yeah, now having the damage to follow up with Tunneler, with the alternator as well. So IG managed to find one back. This will lead them to topside to start working on these grubs. But at the same time, now Tez, they get a dragon, they still have a gold lead. Cream even just picked up his Malignant, so he's going to come back to lane and be even more of a threat.
Perma mantras engaged for Cream. Leon denying one of the grubbies, but not going to deny 2. So still a possibility for Top Esports to get some might damage in. Bot lane completely abandoned by IG.
I love that 369's appearance is enough for IG to be like, okay, no more grubs for us. The Soren, too big, is now Sunfire, Bramble Vest in pocket. I mean, hell, if a topside 3v3 broke out, I mean, 2 of them are AD, 369 would be kind of nullifying a lot of the damage that they would be doing. It'd all be up to Lien.
I love it. You guys obviously didn't see it. We still always get the Top Esports 100% first tower win percentage, and they still have it because they didn't get first tower last game from IG. It's just so great how the stat continues for weeks upon weeks for Top Esports. But things else continuing is that gold on the left side of your screen there. All Top Esports all day long.
And again, I think it goes to show how this Top Esports is a different beast from the Top Esports of years ago, where they don't rely on the chaos. They kind of rely on some of these extended laning phases and finding these leads through solo killing like 369 did before. Now, trying to set up 4TN.
Isn't going to end up finding anything there, but does want to give a little bit of presence towards Wisecam, who still will be an issue to deal with in the side lane. Jackie Love getting caught here. He has Cleanse and Flash still available, so he'll play pretty safe.
Right now, I'm just keeping my eyes on Tien. Does have the ult available, trying to find an angle with the Q. But look at the minimap, right? Cream's keeping up pressure in sides. It's gonna pull someone from IG down there to answer. Might even set up for Cream to be able to roam up towards mid and apply pressure that way. This is a bit overzealous.
For Cream, yeah. I don't know if he'll be able to have the speed to make it out. Cryin realizes that Cream is in definitely the wrong spot as he's trying to dodge his way out of this one. He won't do so. The root comes down. Cream getting a shield, but Cryin gets the kill.
Can they turn this on to Sejuani? Doesn't seem like it. So yeah, honestly, just big misstep from Cream there. I think the play would have been to start rotating through your own jungle towards mid and just wait for the Renekton to come catch the wave. Then you yourselves can pressure that mid turret even more.
Ooh, little contestation going down. They were on top of each other, so I couldn't really see who got it. There's the Glacial Prison coming in for Mako, as now they re-engage. Oh no, Wink is gone. Mako's dashing his way out of that one, as now Tien, he's looking for blood, he's looking for On. He had a good game on Draven last game. He ain't having that on Senna. 3 deaths to the ADC of IG, and Top Esports are winning at 6-2 in the lead.
And they did that in a 3v4 where their mid laner was already dead. Huge by them to be aware, without some of those ults from IG available, that they could still take that fight, instantly pivoting back into mid. I think we're going to be looking for a similar sequence that we wanted from TS last time, so hopefully Cream doesn't get ahead of himself. This all starts off with Tien just hoping to steal away the Grom. Sejuani ult used so early that no one really able to follow up, and it was used on not really a priority target like Mako. And then now look, what can you do? Cryin already using all of his cooldowns, doesn't have the Dominus available. Great kick by Tien to secure that On goes down too. And there's just really not a whole lot of damage to give if those CC tools from Sejuani and Renekton aren't there.
On gonna get caught here as well. Cream going for some damage on him. He does so much already. This Karma making its face shown here, and a reason why it's been banned consistently. We did end up getting the trade of Grubs. We are getting a Rift Herald right now for Top Esports. He might have to pull away though. His bot lane's getting a little aggressed on in mid lane, but that objective will go down to top.
Yeah, they do end up picking that one up.
Is it in time to get the dragon too?
Yeah, should be, right? They could even like pivot mid, drop that one right away if they wanted to. As we've seen, Rift Herald once again is back to primarily being used to like pull attention away and then more easily get in a river for Drake.
Or to make players look really funny.
Yeah.
One of those two. As Winks, we got a little bit of egg on his face there. He's getting chunked by JackeyLove and Mako.
Also makes it easier. If a fight would have happened right now, right, not having that Aftershock up means a lot less tankiness for Wink. Tien didn't pivot back to mid though, so that's not what we're going to see. But definitely having time to start turning their attention towards bot for Drake. They have Cream topside because Cream's the one with TP, so they could still have 5 members here at any moment.
Looks like the plan has unfolded correctly for Top Esports. They make it down to the dragon just in time. This would be a second for them, even though we've seen split objectives in that regard. The end spotted out by the decent warding by Top Esports. Cream will try and run his way out of that one while Lian recoups some of the jungle. Now we actually see that trade coming down. Cream going to be just fine here. He's going to play pretty aggressively now too. He is the Karma, and he can get so much damage down on the Lian. They do lose the tower though.
Ooh, they can
369, like double thought for a second. He's like, wait, this is just these two guys? We can go in. As they don't end up pulling the trigger, they do get the pressure and potentially an outer tower in mid.
And I think it makes sense, right? You've already won the fight by forcing them back, getting a flash out of it. You can now get this turret for free. So holding on to those ults, especially for, you know, another potential situation where you can look for a pick, or if IG look for an engage on you, I think very smart and very controlled by TS there, not to over-aggress.
So we've gotten to the point in the game where, you know, those early combos of Cry and Lian not going to be necessarily a big play unless they can find big picks. So how does IG enter some team fights here? Because right now it feels like that is a wall they do not want to try to get through.
It feels hard since they're coming into this mid game being behind a few thousand gold, right? Being behind in regards to some items. I feel like it's really going to be dependent on things like flanks, being able to get on top of that forest right away. You have a ton of CC coming out with the Sejuani and the Renekton, and doing it that way. But even then, it might just be a better idea to play for sides. But you're just so far behind. TS are the team sitting on 2 Drakes. It feels kind of impossible to do that at this point in the game.
We're at 2 item spikes now for TS as well, at least for JackeyLove. Quincy's Blade of the Rune King completed, brings him to a nice little power spike there too. Mako was looking to collapse on top side just in case anybody was there to defend. We'll leave the gold to Cream, who ends up cleaning the last outer tower here that IG had to write home about.
369 now. Just messing with YSGame. I love how he knows it On's here and doesn't care at all. He's already upgraded his Iceborne Gauntlet as well, so getting to an annoying point of power.
Yo, Tien! He just completely roundhouse kicks, and that's already one gone. That's going to be a second two on down. Top Esports just say it's your time to die, IG.
We were talking about IG's combos, but the kick into the chains of corruption was beautiful from JackeyLove. So now going to use the Rift Herald to start pressuring this bot lane. They have a wave on its way soon, too.
Get a bunch of mites, and that tower is no longer. Top Esports now pushing in with all those mites. We'll have another charge here from Tien2 unless IG can deny it. And there it goes onto the inhib turret, and all those mites meaning they could probably get this one too. They are going to be in a lot of trouble though. Oh, the spear just barely out of range. And now the Ornhorn. This is Top Esports. He misses the combo.
Krine's coming though.
Cream's on his way. Krine's got a flank. Is this it? IG are chunked by that Mantra Q. Krine's on the back line. He's getting chunked himself. He's trying to heal. He is gone. Top Esports have taken out the Crocodile and made boots out of him. Now Tien going for more. He's not on his Lee Sin skin, but he'll stunt all over you anyways. Cream with a double kill, and Top Esports looking for the lethal blow.
I'm surprised they're committing to TP here, not just on a minion against
No
this
way.
turret. They're still going to keep looking for the end. 20 minutes and 40 seconds.
This would be the shortest game of the split if they can finish it now, but they're going to back off. They realize they cannot give anything back to IG, who are scrappy.
Yeah, it was a very dicey call to begin with. Oh my god, the flank's coming. We're still going, Mazel.
Round two, fight. We get the double TP now coming in as well. That'll be Wink joining. WiseCam doesn't know where he wants to go. He's on to Cream. He's on to Cream. He can't get him. He can't get him. Lyric. Oh no. Everything's turning up. Top Esports, and you should have been watching for it as they now will look to push. They got the back coming in, and they have super minions in bottom lane.
I love how they couldn't end before, but IG hoping to find a play out of desperation, kind of give them a chance. No, still gonna respect, huh?
I'm just saying they would have had the fastest game in the league. I'm sure too, though. There's little things like that, but it means that a clean victory is in the eyes of Top Esports now. They are monumentally ahead. Tien is feeling himself, and JackeyLove has been quietly getting stronger and stronger as he'll now have an upgraded Guinsoo's.
And they're at such a point now, even having the double recurve in his inventory, just trying to get floated with as many stats as possible. Probably should expect only one more fight to decide this with Baron. So we're going to see here them just threatening this turret. Krine's flank actually started all the way at this time, right? He's already making his way over. Sadly from IG, they don't have an easy way to engage on something like the Ornn, especially when Karma's there to help dissuade. We're seeing a lot of the poke come from the Varus and the Karma. And then great job at just all turning and focusing down one target for TES.
Love to see the mini mechanics there from JackeyLove. The insta-cleanse flash to get away from the Renekton. Just little things in the eyes of Top Esports going their way. Baron at now going down quickly. IG, they want to try to make something happen.
No TP on the Fiora either, so this is all up to the four members.
Oh, Tien! He's there on the Cryon, and Cryon has no stake in the game. Another boot will be made by Top Esports, and it's looking mighty crocodilian as the Barrett getting low. Wink trying to catch out Cream, but I don't think that's a fight you want. They're just going to take that all day long. Go back onto the Baron without the jungler because they don't even need him as he's chasing down On. That was one auto attack from the Sundered Sky Lee Sin. And Cream cleans up Wink, gives him the Teemo thumbs up, and Tien will take out the last dying breath.
This game became so dominant for TES, pretty much out of nowhere. 18-2 at 23 minutes is quite the statement.
I love to see, though, one thing I really want to point out, the eyes, the faces, they're still joyous for IG. They realize this game is done and dusted in a way, and they're still keeping smiles on their faces. Maybe it's opposite reaction. Maybe it's a smile that's hiding a cry, but you're still seeing some laughs because, you know, in this situation with On is 0-7 and Wink is 0-5, this bot lane combo didn't work.
I still think it's also just a matter of perception, right? IG, no one expected them to be where they're at in the standings right now. Pushing TS to 3 games is a statement in and of itself. You know, at this point, you're really hoping for, like, the miracle of miracles in my mind to find the comeback. So, IG.
Jackie Love's on 3.5 items, while Odd is on 1.5. I think, we're signaling the end here. The Batman signal's in the sky, and it's Top Esports' logo instead.
I mean, even upgraded Ginsu, 17 stacks on the Magister Cream. Like, they are just too big. The stats, the money, it doesn't add up, Mazel. Look at the damage. It's even from the nerfed RQ on Karma.
The numbers, what do they mean, Lyric? Well, it means the Top Esports are going to go 6-2 and tie IG, as it was Jackie Love versus his organization he won a world champion with. It was a moment for IG to prove themselves, but they fall to the hands of the Titans in Top Esports, 2-1.
Great performance by TS in this game 3. I mean, IG, I'll give the kudos because they came in with an interesting draft. I was actually really excited to see what they were cooking, what they could do in the game, but especially the pressure that the Karma and mid was putting up felt like it was just so domineering. The Nidalee really couldn't do anything. It was enabling Tien. The bot lane 2v2 was going well. The Sejuani not able to find much presence. Hell, 369 got a solo kill. Like, they were just winning across the map.
Love a little bit of extra love given by 369 over to YSCam. This is becoming quickly one of my favorite top lane matchups and I think that especially the way that Top Esports have been able to handle themselves with some of those different additions, it's not the same team that we watched actually dominate a ton of the league last year.
No, not at all, right? Completely different coming into this year, and I just still can't get over again how topsy-turvy the LPL has looked in regards to teams like IG pushing the TS3 games, and it also just makes me excited, kind of looking towards the rest of our day, Mazel. Upsets, always potentially ready.
It is exciting though, but that does mean we're gonna get prepped and ready to go for our next series as we had a 2-1 victory from Top Esports. Let's go see if JDG can handle their business as we see them take on TT after a short break. We're booking it. We're good. We're going. We gotta get to the next game. I'm running in place. We're going to TT and JDG. You gotta get. Okay, no, I just can't keep it up. I thought Lyric was gonna join me. We're getting straight into our third series of the day. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric himself, and we are getting into TT versus JDG. So let's go ahead and dive straight into it because itself, I think, curiously enough, brings a lot of questions to TT. Can they stand up against JDG? Is this just business as usual for a team at the top of the table in the LPL?
I mean, already getting straight to business, right? Having a Caitlyn come on through, so looking to be able to contend with that level of 2v2 dominance down in the bot lane. That Ruler and Missing are putting forward a lot of range to play with now with the Azir as well. So for JDG, we're looking at what they're going to end up going for their solo laners. You have some options, right? It's kind of sad that for JDG taking away the Taliyah themselves, I feel like that could have been a really big pick here. Aatrox will give them some superiority in the top lane, especially with the Udyr taken off the table. And actually a decent amount of mid laners pinched with the fact that JDG also took away Hwei in the first rotation.
Yeah, I think some very interesting bans that Nico also banned away by TT. So I feel like definitely some things going on in scrims here, as we've gotten some very peculiar bans, or at least specific bans to a lot of these teams so far. Lucian still remaining prominent as ever in the LPL, as Akali locked in for Yagao. Final pick on the blue side for JDG.
Yes, played the pick once so far. It was a win. Does give them a lot of backline threat, but God, if you want to be able to prevent dashes and backline threat, that would have been the answer. I think I would have loved the Poppy if it came through, but so far, still kind of considering their options, do end up deciding to go with the Gwen. A champion that this split has not really seen much presence or priority in the LPL whatsoever. It will be Hoya's first game on the pick so far this split, but a lot of damage. I mean, the little shroud she has as well, gonna deny people from wanting to get in the faces of the Caitlyn and the Azir, provide them space and zone control to hopefully get the job done for TT, who haven't been able to really put together much of a season so far.
Definitely not, and kind of in the same conversation as LGD. Honestly, every win matters for them if they even want to have a hope of making it to the postseason in the LPL. But against JDG, tough test ahead of them. That guy on your screen right there, UCal, he was the saving grace last year, it felt like, for TT. I can't say the same so far this year. We got to see them try to put it together, Lyric.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, for TT, it's been rough, right? They were finally able to find another win up against Ultra Prime. Then last series they played BLG, this series they play JDG. Doesn't get easy for JDG. We're looking in to come in strong. They have looked rather reliable. Only loss so far being to BLG, and that was a close series.
Oh God, it was such a banger series. Oh my goodness. But speaking of, we got to see if the last part to our wonderful LPL sandwich is going to deliver just as much as that first one did, and that second one. As I might be in love with TT's away jerseys, but we'll see if JDG feel the same way. We're getting game one shortly. I think we got to take a little bit of time to look at the way that JDG can play this composition. We were talking a bit about that Akali coming in for Yagao, but I'm interested how TT want to approach this 1-3, and especially the early game here for Big Twan.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to be about enabling the Caitlyn, right? Letting the Caitlyn utilize that range advantage and put down the punishment onto Ruler and Missing.
We're on to the final series of the night. I know people have been waiting for this on the official stream, so let's get right into it now. Game one of JDG versus TT. Now that we're starting up here, Yagao going to be oh so important, I feel like.
That sign said happy UCal debut. I wonder if this is like the anniversary of when he showed up.
Might be. Or maybe a matchup. Maybe he first played against JDG or something along those lines.
Yeah.
It is interesting. But peculiar things that I want to point out, because we've spent a lot of time talking about what this meta is going to rot in the LPL, how long maybe some of those things are going to take to come through. I do like to see 1xN on this pick on the Caitlyn, but also a newer player, right? Like he was a constant Joy Dream member for JDG's LDL squad, and now up against his former organization, going at it with TT this time.
Yeah, going up against the organization that kind of raised him. Again, and he was someone who, towards the end of last split in his first series, there was a lot of excitement for. He's had some exceptional standout moments, but they haven't been able to lead into any wins. You'd expect him to be able to find some pressure early in the game, though. We can see Yukao doing a lot against the Akali, also going for the grasp like we saw earlier in the day with the kind of more tank variant of the Azir. I wonder if he'll follow a similar build. Most
Isn't
of
it
JDG's
Frozen Heart
damage,
second item? Wasn't
Yeah,
it? Or what? Yeah.
but most of JDG's damage is kind of indexed into burst and backline threat. I feel like Yagao will be the difference maker, and if going for things like that shuts him down, it's only going to make TT's job easier.
I think a big elephant in the room is, we're talking so much about one side of this bot lane matchup, 1xN taking a very aggressive and powerful pick into the Lucian. The other side has Ruler and Missing, if not the best bot lane in the LPL.
Right, definitely having them up there. I think Elkinon, Jackie Love, Mako, those being the big three in terms of bot lanes. A lot going to be on Missing, I think, to be able to connect the bubble for them to be able to find an advantageous trade onto 1xN. With him having the range advantage and also having the fleet and the movement speed you get from that, he's going to have a lot of tools to be able to dodge out on it.
Kanavi right now having the faster clear speed, it looks like, at least in the jungle pathing down towards this bottom side. We know that that's where these guys are, foaming at the mouth to get to.
Yeah, and both junglers already being incredibly close. There is a Warden Tribrush for TT's bot lane, so assuming that one doesn't time out in, the next however many seconds, it will be hard for any avenue to be opened up for a bot lane gank.
Another interesting re-addition to the league, Flandre, having made a big splash, I feel like, back into the league, back here, I guess, being a pilot for JDG in the top lane, and actually having a lot of really impressive performances for a guy that wasn't on a team last year.
I think there was a lot of question marks on how Flandre would look coming back into the league this year. And he kind of just looks like the ever-expected Flandre of we'll play weak side, we'll get dove over and over again like we saw against WE when Wayward picked the Yone, but still can hold up just fine, can still find impact in fights. I'm getting tense, Mazel.
Yeah.
Kanavi's going in.
It wasn't 1-3, but it is level 4 here, and now Beituan needs to take an angle. Has to flash out of that Shuriken flip. That would have been a trouble.
And not expecting the engage to come through from Kanavi. Gets the Conqueror stacked up quickly, and the threat from Yagao Shuriken means he has to flash. And now look, it means some counter junglers coming through from Kanavi, stealing away the Raptors, getting a ward down, so they're going to have even more information on what's going through in the top side. That's why TT need to lean even heavier into the saving grace of their bot lane matchup.
Oh, Yukao, that's a very tough position to be in. Kanavi will force the flash out of the mid laner of TT.
And Kanavi's been having a really interesting split in my mind. Because I think especially when you look back to spring of last year, he was probably the weakest link on JDG. Like, if they did have tough moments, a lot of it was based off him. This split, he has had some, omega carry performances. Hasn't had anywhere near as many downsides. Has still had some. I think when he helped Bin with the Darius and kind of started getting that going in that series, it was a bit rough. But point is, I feel like the highs have been much higher this split for Kanavi.
And the thing is, I'm not gonna lie. This guy is the pillar at which JDG is built around. We've seen pieces come and go, but Kanavi is perpetually the man for JDG.
I mean, he's never known another home, right? Sure, he was part of the Griffin organization early on, but never played for them. Immediately got loaned out to JDG. So we have very few, I think, faces of teams left with all the movement around, right? People like Mako, Knight, Xiaohu. But Kanavi has been one of these forces who have stayed on JDG and been the foundation that they're built on.
Since 2020, my God. And the fact that we're seeing so many resurgences of our legendary players, it's just incredible. And then we're also seeing so many rookies just playing out of their freaking minds. And it's just such a good duality, I feel like, for a league that has so many teams, so many different storylines, that we can have so many different little ones.
It just makes me happy, especially with Yagao being back, because there's still some players I look at. Whenever I see Xiaohu, I think RNG. Anytime I see Knight, I think TES. So I'm glad now Yagao's back. Kanavi's always been here. I can just keep looking at them and thinking of JDG.
We have so many people going to new homes, but so many other people returning to homes once lost, it feels like, which is so crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mako, every time I see Mako, I'm gonna keep thinking EDG. It's just how it's gonna go for a while.
I definitely am interested in how the postseason is going to be looking with all these new faces, new names, and all the storylines going through. But let's get back to this storyline here, because some of the skirmishing definitely there for JDG. They have a lot of power in this early to mid game with their composition, and using that's going to be important. But do we feel like a little bit's the same for TT?
Yeah, TT. It feels weird, right? Because I feel like looking based on where we're at with the drafts, that TT should be set up for like a pretty prime time to at least be able to contest down and bot lane 3v3s, getting Beichuan involved, maybe looking up towards top side as well. Like, your Gwen's incredibly strong, force lunged by the Hex Drinker. But Beichuan just seems so muted since the earlier kind of tussle he had with Kanavi. Does finally have his ult online, but so does Kanavi, who's here.
He does. A little bit of wind ends up becoming lightning, but lightning not going to be doing too much damage this time around. They do still have pressure, though, on bottom side. Very interesting wave state for them. But very, very quiet early game between these two.
Oh,
Speaking of
bubble!
quiet, I just had to say something. Toto and once one XN get actually caught pretty heavily, they will be able to trade back very heavily. But one XN, he's in some trouble, and so is Toto. It goes down, first blood to JDG.
Great trading coming out from Ruler and missing. That bubble especially was... Oh, Yagao.
Oh, Yagao is just the cleanup crew. He's playing with them, and one XN goes down anyways.
And look at the minimap. Even if Kanavi covering mid, so technically there's no lost gold or experience, he's at least there kind of getting on top of those. So now going to give time for Yagao to get back to lane. Really nice maneuvers overall from JDG. They don't lose anything.
Really? Okay, so it's just the early step up there and a couple...
That bubble is so beautiful for missing. It looked like the trade was going to be able to turn around with 1XN following up with what looked like a really nice headshot onto Ruler, but they trade too far into the enemy's territory. You see how much the minions were doing to 1XN when he went up, and then Ruler finishing off.
Do you also see that space gliding that Missing was pulling on? Like, oh my god, get this man on an ADC? I want to see it. Like, holy cow. No, not really, but it was kind of cool as you get to see a little bit of that auto attack damage
Look at
really
that, though,
actually be
Giselle.
there.
Stormrazor now picked up for Ruler
That's
already.
nuts.
Like, they're going to be able to start looking for some really aggressive trades. Ruler didn't even have to blow flash or anything like that in the previous exchange, so he has the tools to play incredibly aggressive.
Give the man the tools. He's definitely going to build some weapons, as we know. Ruler last year, I think one of the most incredible performances I've ever seen from an ADC over an entire year. That man was literally cooking all year long, and it tasted delicious. And JDG looking to recoup a little bit of that glory.
Yeah, I think the best thing is I might need to pause because I'm keeping my eyes on the mini-map, and Beitron's going really deep. I thought he was going to angle around for bot, but having his eyes on Yagao.
He's got the Vault Breaker over. Yukao's starting to set up with the Sand Soldiers, but Beitron not going to pull the trigger there. And meanwhile, he is losing the Chicky Nuggies on the other side. Is going to have the trade of the Krugs, too.
Okay, but now you have the potential to look bot. Not a whole lot of trading has come through just far, but they might have the burst. I mean, Beitron into a trap.
They got to get something here because they're giving up 6 Krugs across the side. Now, actually on the Ruler, they take him out. 1XN gets him. Beautiful tower tank there. Beitron gets out by the skin of his teeth, and there we go.
And I mean, this combo just works so well, right? Go with Beitron's ultimate. You can immediately put down the trap. Ruler has no way he can get out. You have enough damage between these three. So even despite the earlier mishaps, TT still enabling their bot lane quite well.
I like the hold of the Summoner spells there from Ruler as well. Just realizing, like, I don't know if there's any way he actually makes it out of this one. Even if all that CC comes down, that trap timing is beautiful.
Yeah, it was really nice. And then the Q follow-up from Chocho. You have Caitlyn the whole time putting up the damage.
11
My
health.
God. That was close.
11 health right there. As we did get first item starting to be completed for TT. Showing some fight back, at least, against JDG. We get the Stormrazor and the Leandries for the double carries of 1XN and Yukao.
You also got the mandate coming out for missing, which is pretty big, and letting Ruler play more aggressive now. JDG wanting to contest.
Ooh. So Lichbane completed as well for Yagao as he TPs over here. Ruler will make his way here, and Thought maybe Hoya takes a bad entrance there, but Kanavi's in. Crescent Guard achieved, and the Dragon gotten by JDG. Yeah, Bubble goes through. The nice little pushback from UCal, but look at Yagao. He wants to put on his carry pants, but he's going to be carried right into the ground as it's a trade right back.
It does go 1-for-1, but still, Dragon secured for JDG. And yeah, I'm a bit surprised they weren't able to find more on that, but still. You know, Mazel, nothing really going on now. I was kind of hoping Ruler Missing would start pushing up, start going forward, start looking for a bit of blood. Oh, there it is.
You want blood, you shall have it. I'm trading back and forth there.
We can see the mites now from the fact that JDG, of course, do have the 6 scrubs, because that's what Kanavi was doing when the plate earlier bot side came through.
Ruler wants to step up there. He has the empowered auto attacks, but man, able to just get 3 plates here for the man himself. They do have Beituan right around the corner here to respond.
See if they can find anything. Missing does have his ult to try to disengage if something happens, but they need to be careful.
Oh.
They can even see that UCal started moving down, so that's when it should confirm in their minds that Beituan's there.
Ooh, Navi coming on to Hoya here. He doesn't have that mist any longer. There's that 3 Talon strike. One more Q. It actually didn't hit, but Flandre will flash for it.
Nice job confirming the kill. Now they're really going to be able to put those mites to good use. Sure, Hoya has TP, but 25 seconds on the death timer. It's going to be a ton of gold funneled into Flandre.
God, they're getting so many plates. It's insane. They've already gotten 2 mid. They got a couple bot. They're getting 4 top side, maybe a 5th.
You know, I feel very blasphemous, the fact that I used to not be on the Grub hype train, like the first week of LPL but no team was really using them effectively. Now, seems so well. Here we can see, we don't see anything.
Nope, we don't get to see it. Keep your eyes closed, as now Kanavi might need to keep his eyes closed a little longer. He will be in the gray screen.
And it seems like just overstaying, right? Hoya TPing back in. And they collapse on him. Flandre knowing, yo, buddy, I have no flash. I have no ult. Like, you are on your own. And sadly, Kanavi did have enough gold to be able to finish off his first item. Sundered Sky just picked up. Would have been useful, about 20 seconds ago.
10 plates across the map for JDG prior to 14 minutes. If that's not a gold advantage, I don't know what is. They're almost 3,000 up above TT without even really having to do much besides get some kills, I guess, going their way. We are looking at second items coming across here soon, but the pressure may be shifting towards the top side with Rift Herald up and available.
Yeah, for JDG, they're going to feel especially comfortable putting Yagao in that side lane, right? Like, Kali's so just safe being able to push out by yourself. Doesn't have TP for a little bit, so JDG need to be a little bit more cautious on that top side. I guess the question is how well their TP timers have been in regards to them knowing that UCal's might be up soon. But they might still have just enough time to take this. They don't know that TT are, nowhere near the area, but they should have a good idea with the subtle vision they have around the Herald.
Missing on the roam will secure this one. As we look at it, Flandre is the one with the most amount of gold just because of all that influx with the top lane going down. The thing is now he's enabled for a lot of flanks and things like that, which are very, very detrimental to TT in the way they want to play the comp.
Ooh, Yagao, he's going to have to be careful. Flandre has TP, and he's nowhere near an area where he's, not safe to, right? It'd be very easy for him to join up right now. But it seems like they're fine giving this up as Flandre makes his way up to top lane. And yeah, a lot of patience out from JDG, which I feel like is what we've come to expect from them once again this split.
A little bit of that evolution, I feel like, in gameplay, where I know just a couple of years ago, JDG were the team known to go to 3 games no matter what. They wanted the extra practice, and chaos ensued. Unfortunately, chaos ensues a little bit for Kanavi there as he goes backwards. Still gets the turret, though. That'll be another one down.
Yeah, a lot of people, might think back to JDG of last year where they were really aggressive and in your face, right? But obviously bringing Yagao back, getting Flandre up over 369, kind of shifting their style back to more of what it was when Yagao was already on the roster. And hell, Flandre, in terms of how he plays, he has more interesting picks than Zoom ever did, right? But kind of a guy who you expect to leave to his own devices.
A little 1v1 action going on here. Maybe add one in. A little tag team action as here comes the cease and desist. And Flandre will have to pay attention to that one.
But no, this is what you get Flandre for, right? You pick up Flandre to hey, bro, don't tilt. We're going to let you die as many times as the enemy team wants to kill you, and we're going to do things elsewhere. Can you accept that? Flandre's like, I haven't known another life in many years. You know, I haven't been on Snake. Snake hasn't been around for a long time. I'm not playing Malzahar top anymore.
Foreshadowing here, I feel like maybe we'll see that ruler.
Look at the mini-map, too. Like,
Yeah.
TT are still keeping 2 members up here to look for a pick.
Ooh, Hoya. In a little bit of trouble. They're gonna full commit on a Yagao. Perfect execution used to get out of there.
That works out so well because Flandre just TP'd bot. Luckily, Hoya's
Yep.
TP will be up to try to save this turret, but I don't know if he'll be able to get here in time.
There it goes. Or down she goes, I guess. Top side still the focus, though. TT will get a trade back of outer towers. Opposite sides of the map, though.
Navi just being so far forward, hoping that Hoya overcommits. I think Hoya's, I mean, this close to his turret, the fact that he already is Riftmaker build, I think it'd be way too overzealous to look for any sort of dive. And it's funny that JDG have been fine to just keep these isolated 1v1s and 2v2s.
Ruler peppering 1xN there. We do have a pretty deep flank right now. JDG, they have multiple members collapsing on them. They'll collapse themselves over to Flandre, but here comes Hoya. He's going to pop that needlework to try to get some slowdown, but Ruler's ready for a fight. All 5 members of TT are here, though, and I don't know if JDG are ready for that one. They don't have Yagao, but he has TP. He has no way but the wave to get there, and here comes Beichuan. He's going through with the tidal wave for missing. They've tried to get the re-engage, potentially, as now Yagao has joined from the TP in lane, and I think TT realized that means their fight is done.
I'm a bit surprised that they didn't TP him in on any of these wards that we can see right here, and you have that flank position. Maybe because of how hard it would be to follow up now that Missing's already used his ultimate. Could have made it a lot easier for TT to just turn on Yagao and kill him. But you do have Mist to buy time, so I guess point is whether it could have happened or not, JDG take the much safer route and just make sure that they don't get collapsed on.
We're about to crest over to the 19-minute mark. I do see second item starting to come up, as specifically for Ruler, having completed that rapid-fire cannon here. Do we still feel like the skirmish-heavy potential of JDG is going to win it out for them, at least in this mid-game?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to formation between these two comps. Because once Yagao's in the fight, even if Yagao isn't killing anyone necessarily, once Shroud comes down in the middle of a fight, like 1xN especially has to be so scared. Yukao too, of course, but at least you have kind of more ways to reposition. You have the Emperor's Divide if you need to get away, but 1xN will just be feeling so much threat. So it all in my mind just comes down to if JDG kind of approach flanks properly, and for TT it's about if they're marking said flanks correctly and, you know, really doing a good job to sweep behind them and not letting those wards be able to come through.
Speaking of wards, some clearing going through from Hoya on the top side, but nothing else to fight over just yet. Baron is coming up, but neither team really set up for that at all in the early parts of the game. Ruler is on a pretty big spike now. Would like to see JDG utilize that in some form.
We do have more items coming out, though. Kanik Rookern just picked up for Kanavi. That is an item that people wanted to get nerfed and did end up getting a little bit of a hit. The shield and cooldown on it being touched a little bit.
Just
Good.
a wee bit.
Oh. There's a lot of things that were touched a little bit. Essence Reaver gained 5 whole AD. I think Varus lost like 2 base damage, like just so many small things, which is why it might take a while as well for teams and players to really figure out what they truly think can work best coming through onto 14.4. Who knows? Maybe it changes nothing. You just keep living in this same plane of existence for months going forward.
Hey, you know, sometimes that's how it happens with the patches. Since we've been on 14.2 for it felt like forever.
If we can bring back Zoe and Heimer, then I'm happy to stay there.
Wait, really? That's what does it for you?
I'm a big fan of Zoe, just from the fact that typically when she's in the game, that means we're fighting a lot in River early, and she's like, yo, give me all your summoner spells, haha. And Heimer will just always be amusing to me. I'm happy we've started to see him a little bit more. There's never enough Heimer.
Never enough Heimer. You heard it here first. As it is that Frozen Heart second item for Yukao, so definitely going with the trending build right now.
Yeah, obviously a lot of AD on JDG's side as well. Going to be able to get the ability haste, which is big. I wonder if how much threat he'll put onto Yagao specifically, if we'll see him go with something like the Abyssal Mask next. Obviously not set up for it with the items that he currently has, since he's sitting on the the alternator. But I'm a big fan of Tank Azir.
I miss Nashor's Tooth, not gonna lie, but we'll see. 25 seconds for a dragon would be a soul point for JDG. They did just get a reset from Konami, so they can position for it here.
We do have IE finally finished up by 1xN, so maybe going to get a more comfortable point to challenge. But the problem is that if we look at this game holistically so far, JDG haven't really had to come together at all. They've kind of just maintained their side lane presence, looked for picks every now and then with like Yagao or Kanavi roaming. And it's kind of, the ball is in TT's court to break that tempo. And we really haven't seen Beitron even attempt to assist either of his side laners.
And I'll just say this is not a team that you necessarily want to go late game against. There's a reason why they are killers in the LPL, and it's because you get them to a certain amount of time. They were known for the longest time to just close out games if you got past 30 minutes.
Yeah. They were that bloodthirsty. Now that same thing now is trying to find a pick by forcing them into river. Oh, they were being so patient. I was kind of hoping for TT that didn't work out just because they were investing so much and trying to figure out a way to break the monotony of this game. Hoya is starting to get bigger, though. He's sitting at 2 items now with the Nashor's for himself, so you're going to have more side lane presence like we can see, but they're really going to have to be able to turn that into something.
I love that we're just grouping and positioning like we want to fight and just see what we could get here. Ruler going to get an extra ward in the end as teams go back to their graces. It was important to note that JDG now will be on a 4-minute timer to get their soul, and it would be a Hex soul too. Pretty big for their comp, I feel like, as well.
JDG also, I mean, the fact that they're only sitting at 1 loss, right? They're still in a great position to finish this split in top 2. I mean, hell, them and BLG are the only teams that have 1 loss. So both their teams' fates kind of being in their own hands. And as we get past the halfway point, that's where playoffs means a lot more, right? And especially top 2. I don't think first or second necessarily matters, other than like pride. But just being able to get that bye into double elim, that's something everyone's going to start hearing us say more. Yeah. JDG right now in front contention with BLG.
It's a double-edged sword, though. I think we've also seen a lot of those teams that get the bye of dropping the first series. It's been so long, it feels like, since they played, but it's definitely something you want.
I was going to say, you know, I think it doesn't matter, like, how many examples of that you can ever pull. Yeah. Like, you're never not going to want to buy.
It's just so funny how it works out. But, yeah, as you said, we're getting pretty far along in this split, and JDG haven't played, I believe, one of the least amount of games in terms of their series played thus far. Still have a lot of ground to make up for themselves, as we do have a re-imaging of Nayram in the mid lane, but it's in the LPL. So Peichuan was looking for a cease and desist there.
And JDG, I think,
burn the heal.
Not in the ideal formation they'd want. It's going to be really hard for them to actually walk back into mid now. So I like what TT are doing, trying to cut them off. And Kanavi, he's getting fed up. So he's already looking to find a way in.
That's what I was going to say. He's just mad. I want to hit somebody.
Great job by TT. Forcing Cryo in mid, able to take away some of this vision, leading back into River. It's not giving JDG an easy avenue. But look at the side lanes. At some point, TT are going to have to move someone over or just accept that gold, and experience is going to be lost.
And the biggest difference is TT don't have something to fall back on except for their teammates, where JDG, they have front and center a really healthy tower for 25-30 in the game.
And they have a full item up on Ruler, so they should just be outright outputting more damage at this point in the game. Nothing coming out from this is so interesting, right? JDG pushed out bot, moved towards mid, not able to find a collapse. And again, a lot of that down to, I think, TT being patient, being smart in terms of corralling them in and making them go around. So they are buying more time. I mean, the fact that JDG found a gold lead in this game so early and it's pretty much stagnated ever since is a decent sign for TT that they can hopefully find their way back in, because Mazel in 1 minute 15 seconds, that's going to be their time to find it.
It's going to be a fight waiting to happen for sure. You might want to be okay with giving up 6 grubs. I don't think you want to be okay giving up a Hex Soul over to JDG. But I think with the way that positioning is going to go down, we finally got boots completed there for Ruler as well. They are definitely an advantage, and TT are going to have to use some of that positioning that you called out to really make it happen.
It's going to be even harder now to kill Flandre now that he has that Maw finished up. And right, a big source of TT's damage should be magic from the Gwen and the Azir. And there we go. We do the Abyssal Mask finished up. I realized last time when I commented on it, I then looked at Yagao's items for some reason. But just the Ultra Tank Azir coming through a lot of shred with that item too to try and enable even more damage to come out.
Big scoop would also make a big difference. We have everyone coming here to the mid lane. We're getting ready for a dragon tussle.
And again, to me, Yagao is the person to watch, but not for now is Kanavi.
They don't even wait. They don't even give any
even
time to
wait.
set up. Ruler went for a trade, and Kanavi said, I got you, bro. As now Yagao shows his face, and they'll find out what this 5v5 has in store. Oh, they just kill Hoya. He's gonna go immune. He's still Gwen, but Yagao gets connected on. That's a really big catch out, though. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The Kanavi with that Crescent Guard's blocking a ton of damage from 1xN with that distance. They're gonna go right onto the dragon.
I feel like we see why they're not waiting for Yagao, because he's getting a little bit too hypey. Going in, great bubble!
The bubble connects. Yukao is gonna burn his flash. Kanavi, he's over the top of it, but they've already found Beichuan, and Flandre is the one that comes away with it.
Give missing his flowers. What an amazing bubble to come through and allow for another pick to come off. This gives Hexel over to JDG. So now not only have they finally furthered their gold lead a bit more, they're going to have all the stats and damage coming out from Hexel. Now they're going to be able to put all of their focus up towards that top side with the Baron.
It's been a slow burn, but it's been a burn nonetheless, and TT do not have any fire resistance as JDG just pick them apart.
Just going all in with that ult. Takes a turret shot, able to follow through. I think that was probably the ace in the hole as well that helped get a lot of that damage down on Yagao. But look at the left-hand corner of our screens. Here, it's Baron time.
We're in it to win it right now for JDG. Hoya's over the edge, but Beichuan is nowhere in sight. Missing tanking one for the team there for Ruler, but it's secured anyways by JDG. And without their jungler, they might be in a lot of trouble. TT fight back here on the Kanavi as he's going to burn that Crescent Guard. He's going to go right back in, try to get a kill back on the Choto, but gives his life anyways as Barons aplenty make it out, at least 3 of them for JDG.
TT are going to be happy that they found something, but I think for JDG, you already have Hexel. Now that you have Baron as well, even if a few members went down, it's going to be so huge. Hell, they've been the team playing with double side laners, right? Having both the Aatrox, sure, he's losing to the Gwen in the 1v1, or at least getting pushed in, but also having the Akali. So
yeah,
they're going to have a lot of options with what they can do and how they can allocate their forces. We're going to go into the replay here. I love the call from JDG. Just go straight onto the Baron with how strong they are. This ace in the hole does huge damage with the needlework,
Yeah,
but
does.
missing is a real one for making sure Ruler doesn't go down. The smite is good from Kanavi. And then again, I think Yagao keeps getting a little bit too hypey on this Akali, and Kanavi saying, okay, well, you guys survive, I'll go down for the ship.
Don't worry about it. I got you. As Frozen Heart does get completed for Kanavi there as well. Some tanky stats in tow for JDG. We're going to try to utilize this Baron as best as possible.
I said before Gwen was winning in the side lane, but I guess I don't know if I should expect that now that Flandre has the Hexel. I think before earlier he was getting pressured was even before he had the Maw fully completed. But now Ruler has no fear, completely believing in missing.
That's the thing. When you see this guy play these types of champions, there's a reason why he is above other ADCs. He plays with the line so fluidly. He's able to provide so much pressure from a pick that could literally make the difference if you get caught out or not. And speaking of getting caught out, Yagao gets cease and desisted by Beichuan, but he's not listening to those orders as he makes it out.
Yeah, nice use of the ult there.
Look at
Ruler! The
Goes
flash!
on to 1xN. That's what I'm talking about there. He's flirting with the line of destruction, and Ruler makes it look so good. Good thing he can measure it. As bot lane is under siege, mid lane will lose the inhib, and TT are hurting.
You said he's flirting with the line of destruction. Are you telling me that Ruler has the Riz Mazel? Is that what you're saying?
I'd say he has a lot of riz. I'm just saying, when he's on the rift, he's looking real good. As that Lord Doms does come through, 4th item for him. It's been a quiet game for a lot of members of JDG, but it feels also clinical.
Exactly, right? That's a good way to put it. They've, I mean, a long part of our like early mid-game to just mid-game overall was, you know, 1-3-1 setup, Yagao pushing, Flandre catching a wave, and then constantly putting in the pressure mid. They were just breaking down turrets one by one, stealing away jungle camps. Very much kind of bringing TT down piece by piece. It was TT who, in that whole span of like 5-10 minutes, weren't really able. They weren't even trying to really break the kind of flow of the game that JDG had set.
Now that flow of the game has maybe spilled over the barriers and into the faces of TT. A series that we all stated an underdog won. The bottom of our underdog sandwich. And it was definitely a tough test. But again, I want to circle back to these series. While it's a tough test, while it's against a very strong opponent, does not mean that they matter any less. TT want to stay in contention for a playoff spot, and that's getting harder to come by.
Again, Weibo, who right now are filling that spot, are sitting at 4-4, which is only 2 wins above them. It is not an insurmountable task. Sure, you're also obviously betting on a team like Weibo to potentially lose more series as well, but it is not impossible to catch up. JDG might be a bit of a high barrier if you have to climb over to try and catch up to that. But I mean, there has been some fight back from TT so far in this game, but at this point, Hextech Soul, the gold difference, it feels insurmountable.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Gal waiting in the wings up here while Flandre takes the turret. A big push from JDG, even without anything really backing it up, as they actually back away now, seeing Hoya come out of base.
Just constantly trying to find angles, right? We're going to get to the point where I mean, 2 things will happen realistically. It's either TT probably slowly bleed out and lose, or you go for the big desperation play, which, we see those end up losing too, but at least it gives you that fighting chance. TT trying to buy as much time as possible to keep getting items under their belt.
I think a little saving grace has been UCal, a little bit of a return to form. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily anything good for TT in this first game of the series itself, but I think on the Azir, we're seeing a return to form for UCal, but also in a few moments, I feel like in recent history, him and Beichuan actually able to connect a little bit better. See if that connection still remains as Kanavi baiting them out from mid lane, Ruler on the side.
He just doesn't care at all, man.
He doesn't, man. He's just walking at him.
Oh, is ending up having to pay for it a little bit off the damage from UCal. But look at the mini-map. They're actually still going with the push from Yagao. You have some wards you can TP on to go for a flank, but I wonder if they'll just keep the push going.
Thing is, Yagao just cracked open another inhib turret at least. There's the ace in a hole coming out, blocked by missing. The Elder Dragon getting oh so low. Here come Yagao and Flandre. Flandre's going to be first over. Hits a double Q spot there as well. And here it comes, the tidal wave of pressure. And JDG are just taking them all. That's going to be a big catch by UCal at least to separate the fight a little bit. But here comes the TP. Yagao wants to end it. Yagao is going for the throat. And UCal flashing over. All Flandre wants to do is stop your backs, but if he kills you, it doesn't even matter. TP coming out, missing, predicts it over the wall, and beautifully done. TP coming in from Flandre, and that's the end, potentially by JDG.
Yeah, JDG, Yagao, especially in that last fight, finally showing up, and they should be able to look for the end.
They're trying to get low on that last gasp effort here for TT, but Hoya doesn't have much left in the tank. Flandre locking them down. The last Nexus tower goes down at JDG. They are starting off this series mightily strong, and the Titans do retain it 1-0 to start us off.
Great showing by JDG. I mean, again, this was an underdog story for TT. Sadly, not able to pull through in game 1. It was clinical, it was methodical coming out from JDG, especially in that mid game where just slowly building up that gold lead.
It was an incredible build-up, a little bit of a slow one, I would say, but Kanavi calculated as ever, and JDG themselves very strong looking. TT on the backs of a very, very triumphant JDG win. Need to pull it back. We'll see if they can in game number 2 after this break. Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we have made it to Game 2 of our final series of the day after JDG take a holistic Game number 1 win over them, as we're going to take a look at that MVP from last game.
Yeah, I thought it'd either go to Kanavi or Missing in this game. I think both had exceptional performances. But again, we are a little bit behind because of the fact that we are in Beijing and our first 2 series were in Shanghai. So we're going to pretty quickly move on into draft and see if TT can mount a comeback against what felt like a very in-control game for JDG in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the most important factor was there was some fight back from UCAL, specifically TT, a little bit lacking everywhere else, it feels like, and it's something that we kind of expected in this one. It is that underdog series we were talking about, the bottom of our sandwich, but it's also a question of, do we start seeing the smolder come through, things like that? What will we see, at least in our second game, as we get in the champ select here? We're already neck deep into it. As we do end up having JDG on the blue side again, TT on the red side. They will have that Lucian Nami yet again. The Karma as well making its face shown.
Exactly.
Smolder was hovered for a little bit, but not going to be locked.
Very similar drafts so far, right? I mean, obviously TT took away the Xin Zhao, so that's a different, which means JDG are going to have a different jungler. They've already opted in to a different mid laner in the Karma. So we're going to keep trying to maintain that presence in Prio and mid to set up for Kanavi to make plays. We do have both Cassante and the Aatrox left open. If they want, more dive, more backline access, Cassante would be good. But if they still have faith that Flandre can find those kills, maybe making their way back to that pick is good. Lee Sin available. Another one that we saw earlier in the day, the Rel, still on the cards as well. It feels like its Prio has fallen down a little bit, but still an incredibly strong champion in the 5v5s.
And in Kanavi's hands, not too shabby. It's in its own right. So it gives you a ton of setups on a CC and engage potential, and that's what they'll lock in. So it's not a typical combo with the Karma, where you usually see like a Lee Sin, a Xin Zhao, things like that, but it is going to be a very tough team fight to deal with for TT.
Yeah, and you still have things like if they want to go back to the Gwen, that's available. Then you have like the double shroud coming in, but no, wanting to go towards the Cassante this time. So trying to, find access onto the back line, trying to potentially take people like Kanavi or Flandre out of the fight if they find themselves too deep into the back line. So yeah, interesting that we ended up in very similar places with kind of very small twists to each comp from Game 1.
Yeah, I think that's the curious thing to me is like, we haven't necessarily seen that many crazy changes in the meta, and I don't think that was going to be the case anyways, but we haven't really seen the flexibility that I feel like 14-4 was supposed to bring us. We've seen a lot of the tried and trues coming through. I think for TT, that's okay.
We've seen flexibility in different ways, like the last IG comp with, the Sejuani Renekton in Italy, so... But I don't know if that's as much 14-4 as much as it was just IG trying to throw a curveball. But in this one, no curveballs thrown. I will say, for TT, at least Xin Zhao might be able to bring more peel, more survivability with that ult for the Caitlyn and Azir to play around. But JDG now should be able to have much more pressure in mid with the Karma, which will open up for Kanavi to keep being a menace like Game 1.
It's going to be intense. I'm looking at the connections here, especially early on for JDG, if there is going to be the power, I guess, that we saw at least Cream have earlier on the day on the Karma just a little bit ago. And Game 2 looks like it could be a slugfest here. Definitely looking for an uptick in momentum for TT. As we come into Game 2, the Caitlyn Melio bot lane is something they're revisiting. Maybe trying to get an advantage over the lack of range there, but Ruler seemed to handle a lot of it just fine as we get into Game 2 here. Let's hear those Gios!
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
I like the soul of the TT Gios. You can kind of hear like the individual voices kind of like mixed in, right? Which shows the passion and the dedication
yes.
of the TT faithful.
Yes, definitely not the fact that there's more JDG fans in the arena.
It's in Beijing. What do you expect?
I didn't expect anything differently. But, it just feels a little bit like you gotta yell a little bit louder for the TT fans. And rightfully they did. Getting a nice energetic start for their team, but I need them to have energy. in
No,
this
what
one.
I need is I need you to be like the lead cheerleader for one of the teams. Because if there's one thing
Dude.
everyone could say about you, you got the energy and you got the excitement. You got enough for everyone.
We do that all the time at the LCS. If you ever hear like the cheers, if me and my
Yeah,
roommate
and
Kangas are there, we're always trying to get people to cheer.
Yeah.
It's very fun. I want to go to an LPL game and be a crowd member, right? We got to go to Xi'an, but you didn't get to go hang out in the crowd, do all the cheers. I was cheering from the desk when we were there every time that I could. It's just so cool to see that energy not only given by the players, but also felt and reciprocated by the fans.
Yeah, I remember the Worlds that had the group stage in New York. I remember there's a
Yeah.
lot of LPL fans there, and they were going crazy. But we will hone in a bit to this game because we've already seen Kanavi go with some aggressive jungling, stealing away Beitron's blue. They have some deep wards in their jungle, so they've had tabs on him this whole time. It's already starting off JDG to a really good start. Another thing I want to hone in on real quick is, never mind.
90 caliber net going a little bit wide, but still has some of that range advantage there that the Caitlyn offers in the matchup.
So able to find some good trades early on. We know TT's bot lane were able to do this last game too. It was kind of once we got a few levels under our belt where Ruler and Missing started to take over. But we have the fleet on UCal this time instead of the Grasp. Should signal that we're going more towards a standard like Lichbane Azir route with the AP
Yeah.
rather than the tank.
And I'm curious to see how that build kind of works out. Some of those things have been pretty fun. Beituan did make it around to try to get onto Ruler. They don't have the follow-up there, and now Kanavi's in position. I don't think they want to go for it with the health bars of Ruler and Missing.
No, not wanting to go with that one. And again, there's going to be some sustain on both sides. The Nami for the Lucian, but the fleet for 1xN. Beituan still waiting in the wings.
It's not Twitch, but sneaky.
I like how neither jungler's even been on, don't even care
Who's
about
gonna
the
move?
top sides right now.
Yeah. Like, who's going to move first? Beituan going for the long con here. See if Missing and Ruler want to step back up. We'll end up just going for the Scuttle Crab. This was all planned, just waiting for the Scuttle Crab to spawn.
Yeah, going for this one. Might even have time to wrap up towards that top side if he doesn't have an inkling that Kanavi's, because we know Kanavi's not up there yet. Beitron might have been under the assumption that he'd do red and make his way up there, though.
And I do find the story of Beituan a little interesting here, and obviously a big part to the come up of FPX Blaze from the LDL was called over in summer 2022 over to at least TT, and has been here ever since and been trying to make something happen. I feel like not at times the most cohesive, aggressive jungler we have.
No, I think Beitron's definitely had a lot of periods of struggle in LPL. When he came in onto the FPX roster, right, he was really known as kind of the AP jungle guy, especially as Karthus was his bread and butter. Now might get punished in this 1v1 by Kanavi, who already has the experience lead over him.
That's what happens when you go against some of the best, against the pillar of JDG.
I love
Gonna
that he's
see
not
them
stopping.
spotted out.
Yeah, I mean, you have prio top, you have prio mid, you still have level advantage. You can just keep going with this.
Who knew that you could just skirmish super early as the Rel? You don't need a Xin Zhao. You just need confidence.
You need confidence, you need lane prio, and you need to have that ability on
No,
lock, so-
just stop it at the confidence. That's all.
But still, he's only going to further this experience league too, right? He's just stolen away
Yeah.
a few camps. He's now going to be able to start getting a go-ahead on these grubs. He might be able to find an insurmountable lead
And
that Beitron won't be able to match.
Rel with the Shattering Strikes is so good at taking the grubs because he could just immediately cancel out the... but he didn't actually have it up, so he can't do it. Anyways, typically you can. There's a double bubble there from Missing, and Toil and Trouble is TT.
Yeah, are going to have to back off in the end. Ruler does still end up missing out on a lot of CS, so 1xN and Chocho seem to be faring better in this game 2 in the 2v2 rather than they did in game 1. They were finding plates in that first game, but they weren't really chunking Ruler and missing out of lane all that often.
That's true, and I think that was a saving grace. That's why I kind of highlighted 1xN. You are going against the best, if not one of the best ADCs in the LPL, and getting to see him kind of flex his muscles in ways. Not the Caitlyn, I feel like, isn't the best flex so far, but trying to get this duo off the ground, and Chocho giving him a little bit of support.
Oh, nice flash
Ooh.
from Yagao, not to get pushed back by the ult from UCal. I like that TT were trying to find a heads-up play, and now, the return play is always possible, especially once that ult comes back up.
The complete focus around this mid lane. That mantra Q for Yagao. And do a decent amount of trading on Yukao here. But it feels a lot like last game. We're getting a lot of respect given over. Yes, those grubs went over, but now we have a dragon on the other side, and both junglers not really wanting to give up pressure that much on this side of the map, at least.
No, I feel like Kanavi's done such an exceptional job in this early game to just shut Beichuan out so far. I mean, finding a meaningful CS lead, got all 3 grubs, going to be able to get first strike of the game too, which is going to give Ruler missing a lot more confidence to trade aggressively. So right now, this is Kanavi's world. This is Kanavi's bakery, and TT's the bread.
Ooh, I want to know. What is Kanavi baking? Is it a croissant? Is it? What do you think? What kind of baking does he do?
You know, I don't know what it's called.
Knuckle
but
sandwiches.
There was always this like really nice. It was like, I don't know, like a custard or a pudding bread that I would get when I was living in Shanghai. I want to imagine it's that just because it was delicious.
Okay. Well, I think he's more of a croissant guy, but yeah, to each their own, I guess. And I'm sure he's baking multiple things.
I mean, there are 5 members of TT's bubble.
Oh no! 1xN, he will pop the flash and that barrier.
So far, again, it isn't all overpowering or in your face, but it's just kind of these small controlled things where JDG, gold might be even, but it definitely feels like they've been in control of the map for all 8 minutes of these games so far.
That would be kind of what you'd expect on paper coming into this matchup. Again, a bit of an underdog story. A time for TT to try to prove themselves against one of the top of the table. So far, those answers not going and not coming to their minds, at least. We did get a little bit of proxy farming from Hoya, so at least something there. Yukao now trying to make a play on the Yagao. He is a Karma. Not very easy to take down.
I like the attempt, though, right? Because you went for this play before, you got the flash shot, you now have Emperor's Divide up again, you look for the repeat. Yagao just, I mean, too smart knowing that it's showing up. And again, like we said, JDG, only them and BLG have 1 loss, so them really being the front runners heading towards those buys as we've hit the halfway point of the split. Hell, JDG are the only team that haven't played, you know, at least 8 series. The only team that haven't hit the halfway point is them.
And I'm sure they'll be rightfully happy to get some of these games under their belt to kind of catch up, see where they really stand as we get closer and closer to the playoffs here in the LPL. Again, these are only singular matchups that you have to take down. So JDG, as I was saying earlier, like just trying to handle business and take down a struggling TT. TT not ones to give up the fight. A much closer game going to 10 minutes now. Not as many plates and things being bled out. And Beichuan going for a play on bot side. Wind does become lightning, but the culling is unleashed and Ruler clears the wave.
I thought they might still be a little bit more ambitious and actually just try to follow up on Baytron connecting the W. At least find one. But, yeah.
There has to be a very, like, I wish I could talk to all the coaches or at least, like, some of the players in the LPL because I just want to know what the mindset is around grubs. We've seen so many fully one-sided grub takes tonight, and it feels like a return to when we came into season 14, right? The first like couple weeks of LPL, we consistently didn't see people contesting for these.
I feel like it makes more sense in some of the drafts we've seen. Is Beichuan gonna be found out?
Yeah, he's just getting everything used on him. Does end up popping the Crescent Guard, trying to still go for the red buff here too. He's under vision. Now that he's lost the Crescent Guard, the rest of TT will make him able to take that buff.
The big thing was that Kanavi was just in base at the time. Yukao started to hover over as well, so it could have very quickly been a 4v3 in favor of TT. So I think good call by JDG not to commit too much. Hell, TT are even starting to roam down now, but there's a ton of wards on JDG's side.
Beichuan's going to find out missing. Instant flash there, but look at Kanavi. Goes in for the combo, and here comes Yagao, too, to find some support. Chocho making it, but the burn is not going to be enough. Missing, goes down first. First blood for TT.
Yeah, great job by TT. I mean, even pulling the TP out from Yagao, and they get the kill on top of it. So nice small win for them. Picking up the first kill of the game is huge. When JDG have been kind of controlling the map so far, it's nice if TT can start getting more gold under their belts and actually opting into more fights.
And it gives a little bit more strength to Beichuan, who desperately needs it in a matchup against Kanavi.
Yeah, we're going to see here Missing wanting to get a ward down, not yet seeing the Azir. That's where the flash got blown. Great job by Kanavi to lock multiple members of TT down. Chocho surviving on a knife's edge, but it's here with missing. Right, we just saw him use his flash, so very easy for UCal to follow through with the setup.
Oh, UCal gets stunned. CC chained down, but the bubble is not going to be followed up on. He does make it out with his flash burn.
Stormrazor picked up by both AD carries now with 1xN coming out from base, so the potential for action is ever present. It has been TT maintaining bot side pressure, and it's funny because even though they actually did force Ruler out of lane once this game, they haven't been as successful in being able to find plates.
It's a very big difference from the last game. Hoya going for a play, a nice little combo into Flandre, gonna burn his flash there.
Gonna be able to get that one. We'll see if they could punish him anymore. I mean, Bitron's already up towards the side of the map, but seems like should be able to go for that reset to finish off his first item. Hoya already incredibly low as it is. Looks like Bitron not actually gonna be able to finish up and be able to pick up that Sundered Sky, but is really close.
Get a plate over to Flandre up there. Dragon is up. Kanavi, 100% objective control so far. We'll see if that does continue for JDG. They will move away from this, move away from their bot lane collectively for now.
We don't have Malignance finished for Yagao just yet. I wonder if that will affect their option of fighting, considering we do have Nashers for UCal. A lot might just be down to how many Mantra Qs Yao can land on UCal before this fight starts.
I mean, Cream was a monster with it in our last series, and Yagao trying to represent in his own right. Kanavi was threatening the Hex Flash over the wall, but will end up just going for the back instead. You did have Beichuan down this way. See if he actually wants to bring UCal down as well. They are moving.
Oh, a lot of Fog of War to play with. Do find good trades. This might open them up to be able to start this Dragon. But Hoya's actually already started to walk down too. Flandre finally going to be on his way, but a bit of a tempo advantage for TT.
Hoya just going to walk straight across mid lane. I think TT were just trying to make the play onto it now. They're going to ping back down to the Dragon, but some priority has been gained by JDG bot side, and they should be able to utilize that to play pretty safe.
It's such a push and pull. It's so weird to see for second Dragon, both top laners, all 5 members just making their way down to this Drake.
Flandre is here. Oh, he gets caught a little bit there, though. Kanavi with the Magnet Storm already popped. They're trying to take Beichuan. They get him. Flandre, ace in the hole, blocked. He's healing, but it doesn't matter. It goes down anyways. Hoya is unstoppable right now, but they're going to turn back around. Missing is down. UCal picks up the kill at TT. They're finally finding some fights.
Yeah, and kind of wasting that ult up towards UCal and Hoya while 1xN is just running him down. So TT actually being a lot more advantageous in this early game. They've been a lot more calm. They've been trying to counterpunch what JDG have been throwing at them, and it's working a lot better than what felt like just some kind of over-aggressive or even at times too passive plays. Once we got into the mid-game, some is kind of the right amount. Is Beitron went down so fast. Kanavi with the Magnet Storm blocking him down for so long. A bit sad that Yagao misses with the Q. And then Hoya starts to disengage. I understand wanting to throw your ult upwards because you're going to assume that they might start running down again and they have a control ward in that brush, but it gave 1xN the freedom to be able to run forward and help UCal finish off that kill himself.
He just can't get him on Q to connect the initial damage. Doesn't get him follow up there. But as you can see, that's the craziness of Malignance. He's literally able to use it constantly now. See if he can at least stand the test of a little bit of TT's anger towards him in the side lane.
Malignance is something that's also been changed since, 14.2. I actually got changes on 14.3 and 14.4. The cost has been brought down, but some of the burn damage, your AP ratio has been reduced. But at the same time, the next patch, you got more ability haste. So maybe losing a bit of damage, but gaining the ability haste, gaining a bit of a cheaper item. So there is the trade-off. Karma herself also got a small nerf on her Mantra Q. The explosion damage, not as much. But still seeing today, very potent champion.
Oh, yeah.
Does its job. It pushes waves and gives shields.
And what's crazy is this is picked without like a tried and true duo as well. Like typically we have been constantly seeing the Karma with like a Xin Zhao or a Lee Sin, things like that even earlier, right? But it is something with a little bit more damage now, but also trying to be a little bit supportive towards Kanavi. Now moving up towards this top Scuttle Crab, needs to try to maybe find something on the map as the resets do come through.
Just so much vision on the map for JDG, though. I mean, look,
So
look
much.
at look at their vision line, just going completely across the map. They have, more defensive vision for bot side, where they are just catching wave, and have all that aggro vision up towards top. So, having options to play with, we're still pretty far from any neutral objectives being up for JDG. We should expect them to start looking for top side, because that's where all their vision is, and maybe trying to get some more damage down onto Hoya. They do have all the mites to enable the pushes that they have.
Something that might come back to bite TT, and we've actually seen it come back to bite many teams today in our series so far. But again, another quiet one between JDG and TT. I think JDG really respecting TT and some of the underdog potential they have. Yagao actually gonna be taking a nice little trade against Yukao on the side. I thought maybe he might commit to that one, but not gonna do so.
And like we said, Kanavi looking very intimidating. Yukao going to the damage AP variant of Azir this time. Maybe to even guess why, right? You're not going up against the Akali. You're not going up against the Xin Zhao. You should be looking to play in like more of a front to back style, and you're not expecting for JDG to find easy access to the back line. So maybe just wanting more DPS for that reason.
Flandre was a target up there. Kanavi's targeting mid lane though. He actually finds Chocho out, and Chocho's just gone.
Just nice pick from JDG. Chocho kind of resting on his laurels a little bit. Now it's going to open up for damage and a siege to come through. Hell, I wonder how bold they would have been to even look for a dive. Yukao wasn't showing on wave at the time, so could have been risky. Which is probably why JDG in the end decided not to go through with it.
Just a little back and forth nature, but we do need to see where this Rift Herald is going to be utilized now that Kanavi is going back out on the map. You have about 2 minutes for the Dragons, so preemptive setup right before that could be huge for them to get some pressure from mid lane if they want to use it there.
Yeah, we'll see. We're still a little bit away from Drake, and we're gonna get a replay of Chocho just going down. I mean, yeah, just not respecting the engage to be able to come through, not able to land the Q either to try to get the knockback. It's just so easy for JDG, which, kind of speaking of JDG, is the game's been a bit slower. I feel like anytime we want to talk about something, though, Mazzel's when this stuff happens.
Woo! Chocho almost going down there. Actually won't end up biting the dust, but there is that distraction Rift Herald in the mid lane.
I'm going to go for this, be able to break this one down. Might even be able to follow up on the push that this allows. Again, we're still a little bit ways away from Dragon. They do also have the opportunity to start getting vision control set up in bot side because they don't have any wards down there just yet. I think getting some aggressive vision pushed in would give them more room to play with.
We have Dragon coming up about 40 seconds. See if that pressure in mid lane does end up in leading in any advantage for them there. TP already coming down though, Lyric.
I think this is good, right? Because we saw in game one, there was times when JDG committed to River too early, and TT were making really good use of zoning them out from walking back with Caitlyn Azir. So just going for the TP right now, not even allowing for the presence mid to come through from TT is a nice adaptation from what we saw from JDG in game one.
You're already seeing, not even on 2 items, 1XN are doing like half of Missing's health there with Nathan in the hole too. They are pushing onto a tier 2, and some of that attack speed really coming to bear for Yukao. So an answer might need to be there for JDG.
And the fact that Flandre TP down to bot as well means that they keep going with this, bringing Hoya too.
They get the turret actually, which is huge. Dragon is up on the other side, but now JDG might be collapsed on a back coming through to try to protect bottom side for TT now that Hoya's going.
And look at Yukao, he's still going. What looked like a good adaptation from JDG actually turned to be completely a great play by TT. Instantly recognizing the TP, saying, hey, actually we don't have to fight you for this mid prio to get the Dragon. It's 1 Dragon apiece. Let's just try and equalize the gold. And they did it now, even being slightly up themselves.
And that's something to write home about against JDG for sure. Dragon number 2, though, to JDG will end up going down. A little protection from the team. No real response there to try to contest it. And JDG starts stacking. It is an Infernal Soul as well.
I mean, I love the kind of preemptive contest they did just by taking their whole top side. Wasn't expecting TT to make moves like that. And it's small things like that, right, that can help lead TT towards wins. We pointed out the JDG vision earlier. TT's a lot more scattered, a lot more hectic, but at least denying JDG from having any real presence in terms of the information game.
Yeah, I think that is a big difference, right? And I do wonder especially now that we're getting to a place kind of reminiscent of last game where TT haven't gotten the biggest advantage. They have an advantage. I'll give them that. But again, JDG are a team that you have to make sure you put in the ground. The double tap rule definitely is there.
Especially when we now, once again, have Ruler rapid fire cannon partway through to his next item with the BF sword. He's really going to be putting up the huge damage as we move forward. Still, UCal, no slouch himself, 2.5 items, kind of matching Ruler's pace, and now 1xN with the IE. It feels like TT are definitely in a much better place map-wise than they were last game, but the fact that mid lane tier outer is already broken down, it just gives them so much presence on the map to really be able to rotate in the enemy jungle like this and just keep mounting that pressure into TT.
And I think that's a little bit of time to give some perspective on UCal. I know we talked about him so much, lauding him for his performances last year. This was a guy who was literally trying to drag his team across the finish line in a lot of their series last year, and a lot of it didn't work out. I don't feel the same power this year from UCal in that fashion, but when you see little moments where they're able to hang toe-to-toe with JDG, and UCal is a big part of that, it does give you that reminiscent time.
I feel like the problem is you've lost the UCal posse. Like, anyone who's watched TT over these past few years, since like 2022 when UCal came in, and Hoya coming in, I think a split after Beichuan, similar time, it was all about UCal, Beichuan, and Yao Yao working as a 3-man unit and enabling their mid laner. We don't see that anymore from TT.
Trying to still make it known here that they can carry through mid lane. 1xN, no, it gets pounced on. He just didn't expect it. And that's a big pick-off for JDG.
I was going to say they're potentially getting pinched with UCal and Beichuan making their way around, but realizing, with our Caitlyn dead, we do not feel confident looking for this fight. They're going to start leaning towards Baron, and Flandre's TP is up very soon.
Well, they're going to start it now. Yagao showing up in mid lane. Maybe there's a little bit of a bait. They will be seen doing the Baron. And here comes Beichuan running across the rift to try to get here.
I love that Flandre's holding off. Finally comes in through with it.
They got the long distance TP from Flandre. Oh my god, he just chunks JoJo. Oh, that's what I call a damage Aatrox build, baby. As now Kanavi wants to continue the tidal wave on top, hits 2 members, and that's some CC chain from Hell and Ahoya. He's trying to get back, but he can't get back enough. Yagao claims the kill at a breath's notice. And that's JDG turning it all around and taking the advantage.
And luckily, their only member who got chunked is their one member with TP, so they can just look to turn towards Baron again.
You give JDG an inch, they take a mile, and that is ever so present here. It was so tight, it was so in favor of TT, but it doesn't matter because JDG are a strong beast. 1xN stepping up to Ruler there, though. Does have some strength of his own, hitting that 2.5 item spike, too.
I'm sure there's some, really philosophical quotes out there about how, fear is good for you and teaches you the things to stay away from. I feel like Cho needs to go look up some of those quotes right now, because him walking into challenge that TP from Flandre was kind of ridiculous.
He just got literally 3-tapped there in the end, and poor little Emilio.
I don't know what he expected. He's Emilio.
That's what the Profane Hydra will do for the Aatrox builds now. Look at that, though. I think TT getting something back is good. They do get an outer tower in mid lane to make that 4 turrets for them. They will trade back one in the top side to Flandre. He doesn't have TP, but the reset meaning that TT don't want to contest for the dragon.
Walks up, a bit unfortunate, runs into the raid boss. That is Flandre. I wonder if he didn't have his map hovered over that and didn't know that he was coming in, but I feel like he should have, as then it just left TT easy to run the rest of TT down. And now we can see Baron finally on the cards. Can Beichuan find a steal? Doesn't have flash.
Trying to get the turret, at least turn around here. He can. They are going to force JDG off. Ruler stepping up there. Baron reset. Now JDG look for a little bit of safety in mid lane. Ruler steps forward. That's really scary as now that's a big re-engage from Kanavi, but Beichuan, his Crescent Guard's going to go down and all that damage is about to come his way. There it is. The culling is enough and Ruler claims the kill.
Beichuan got absolutely baited by Ruler's aggression and kind of left in an awkward position. It's going to set up now for JDG to get their hands on their third Drake of the game and get them ever so closer to the Infernal Soul.
What did I say, though, man? Watching Ruler play these champions is like watching no other person. The line that he plays on is so thin, but it's so deadly.
I'm interested to see him, especially this year, because I felt like with the JDG roster last year, there was a lot more breathing room for Ruler to have like slow games and not for him have to be the carry. Now with this JDG squad, with Flandre coming in, again, not someone who's as known as a big carry, even if, again, Flandre I think still is an upper echelon elite top laner in the LPL. He's a world champion for a reason. Yagao as well, you know, is someone you cannot count out, but I definitely think like Ruler needs to be more on this year than he was last year. So that's why looking at this split holistically, I think it's going to be such a fun ride to follow Ruler and Missing's journey.
It really is, and the ride's already fun just now. 2-0-2 on the man himself. He has hit that third item spike as well. With that IE completed, should be backing probably now for his boots. As actually doesn't look like he has enough for it. So he's still in the paper bags. It's okay though. He's got a lot of dashes.
Nothing wrong with the paper bags, you know.
Yeah. I'm not shaming.
People still use them as
they're free paper bags too.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the best part. Who doesn't want free things? Which is why for JDG, I'm wondering how they're looking at TT right now. Do they see TT as free? Do they look for the aggression? Or do they pay the respect? Because all 5 members of TT are actually here once again.
Flandre, he has TP, no wards to really speak of besides up north of this fight. Kanavi getting dragged back. Hoya going for it. Ruler is the focus, and Yukao knows that. He gets a big chunk on him there.
Yeah, I mean, TT definitely showing them they're not free with Ruler paying the price. Oh, are they going to go for the Baron turn here? They have to pay attention to bot. Flandre is pushing that inner turret.
The push actually seeded by TT. JDG are the ones that take primary position. A tier 2 tower now being pushed. Oh, Yukao missing the combo. He does save the turret, though. And
Flandre did have to flash. It didn't really appear very, very well there on the screens with the angle that we went in, but at least gets the flash from him. Culling comes out.
Hoya blocking a ton of that, though, as Beichuan was waiting around the corner just in case. He wanted to turn the wind into lightning. Ruler, again, he's playing like a forward tank on this Lucian, realizing he can play so aggressively.
He's going to end up backing off in the end. And TT just constantly get into these positions where they seem to be like, yo, we need to farm up. We need to be able to hit our next item breakpoints before we're willing to fight. And it seems like every time we see TT, they're just willing to give too much breathing room and too much control over to the other side. They're going to have 2 more minutes to wait, buy time, and hopefully get towards next items for Dragon. I wonder if Yukao just going to try and go with a Rabadon's next and get as much damage as possible, not having to worry as much about backline access. I feel like we've seen JDG kind of struggle to get on top of TT's members, which is why there isn't a whole ton of kills this game, right? Like, when either team gets engaged on, either team is fairly reliably, there we go, been able to run away.
Well, Beichuan's going to start up the Baron here as well. TP coming in from TT, but they get bubbled up too. Kanavi is right here. Tidal wave onto multiple members. Now Hoya has been left. He got kind of baited by his jungler. The fight still turning out in JDG's favor right now, tanking out the health bars of TT.
But you see either team fairly reliably able to run away, as we saw from TT there. I thought Beichuan might be in a bit more trouble once the bubble connected. It's like, okay, he's going to be CC'd for a long time, but did have that ult to really save him in the end. Now, Mizzell, 1 minute until Dragon. This is going to decide everything for TT. If JDG can get their hands on this Infernal Soul, I feel like the damage will just be too much. Ruler, even just throwing out the culling, will probably get 1xn to have to flash outright, to have to use that barrier and just be out of a fight. So, everything going to be up to TT. And I love that they keep dancing around this Baron.
Hey, I mean, you have Yukao with the attack speed build here on the Zir, and they are burning it here. That'll be a Baron sneaking away by TT.
Yeah, they just picked this one up. What a heist coming out for TT. I'm actually kind of mind blown that JDG were not ready for this whatsoever, despite having vision.
JDG a little angry. Won't end up getting any pickoffs off that, and that's all 5 members from TT with the Baron buff.
Sad. If they'd been able to get it a little bit before, they could have even translated that into having pressure and like push for the Dragon. But JDG will be able to be here in time. And TT, I mean, you're still gonna have to go for the fight, right? Even with Baron, I don't think you can opt to trade pushing mid for giving up Infernal Soul.
The Infernal Soul is up. JDG in prime position. They have the Scuttle Crab there with a little bit of movement speed. TT moving in now. They're going to start it up themselves.
Keeping our eyes on Yagao. He's kind of singled out. Has to be careful. Sean always can go for the engage. Kanavi so far has really been the highlight of getting things started for JDG.
Oh, there he is getting things started again. They found 1xN, but a nice denial. Flandre's still there. Flandre gets the kill, and that's a big shutdown to the TT hopes here as well. In the fight, though, there's the all-out, but Hoya's a little too late with that one. Kanavi's trying to take him out now, too. Chocho brought back and taken to the arms of Flandre as JDG, they taken 3, and they're looking for a 4th, but the shifting sands will make him out. That is Infernal Soul to JDG.
JDG don't care about the Baron that they lost anymore because now they should have firm control of this game. Infernal Soul, look at Ruler's build already being 4 items strong with the Lucian. My God, it's going to be hard. We're going to see here, though, damage comes through. Nice CC coming out from Kanavi with that Q. Forces the cleanse immediately onto 1xN, but getting pulled back in by Flandre. It's here where I'm surprised that Ruler ends up getting away from Beichuan just in time with the flash, and Flandre just keeps being a menace on the backs of the fight, man. But right, I think we have to give the kudos to Kanavi for starting it off and eliminating 1xN so early.
I love that you called it at the very beginning. As soon as he burned that flash, it was instantly lighting up Flandre's eyes there. And we do see that JDG, they've wrestled full control from TT. Even if it's not that big of a lead, it's about 3,000 gold here. They have a composition that can just press your face in. There's the Rabadon's play for you, Cal. Is it gonna be enough in enough time?
I don't know. I don't think it could match, honestly, the Infernal Soul, right? Triple Infernal, you have the Soul, you already have a ton of damage coming out from your AD carry. Like, sure, you're still, I mean, you're on 3 items for Yagao, so you're still at a pretty good spot yourself, but him actually being down, I mean, obviously down 100 CS to UCal, so UCal a whole item ahead. I don't think it matters. Infernal Soul just feels too domineering with the strength JDG have with this composition.
Was a negative Baron play for TT.
Like, look at that. Just throws out the W, and Beitron's already
He still doesn't
crying.
have boots, by the way. He's still chilling with the paper bags. Doesn't even need them.
No, this man doesn't need boots. He's buying swords. He's buying swords and guns.
Put swords on your feet. I mean, that's Camille. I don't think that's gonna work for a Ruler. I mean, maybe, but it is a pretty good play from JDG.
I would be down to see Ruler play Camille.
I want to see Ruler cosplay Camille.
Okay. I don't know if you'll be able to get that one. But now we have to hone in because JDG, they're setting up for the final siege. The final siege of the country known as Thunder Takadomia. And we're going to see if TT can find a way to bring it back. Because right now, it's looking pretty rough. Despite the small gold difference that JDG have found. Like, seriously, just look at all this control. Having the damage from the Karma especially. I've been keeping my eyes on Yagao and him just like hit some stray Qs every now and then. Really is putting down the punishment.
And that's why I was so curious that we hadn't seen a big priority besides those bans coming in for Karma. I mean, we saw Cream got to pick that one up. Yagao now as well, showing why this champion is at least very much sought after.
Look how little the ace in the hole does to Yagao.
Yeah. It's a decent chunk, but it's not nearly the one-shot ability you want it to be.
No, it's I mean, it's
look
not.
At Ruler.
It's not this.
He almost catches out UCal outright. Now Kanavi wants to go in, but denied by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Beichuan, he's getting chunked, man. And JDG are now onto the inhib tower in mid lane.
Jojo did his best with that Q, but it is not going to stop JDG. Again, JDG have a lot of series left to play in the LPL. They're the team who has played the least. And I love that they're keeping their momentum going with their performance so far. Not only in this game, but just in this series so far.
They will be trying to push into the upper rung of those 3 spots in the top dogs. As you said, not having as many games played, but some important ones I feel like gone their way as well. Already taking down NIP, LNG, obviously falling to BLG, but they still do have some tough tests ahead of them. And I think with a lead like this, they are just waiting to close it out.
Now JDG playing 3 series in week 7 and week 8 to try to play catch up. That is also when they have, their kind of 2 hard matchups. TS in week 7, IG in week 8, I think is really where you're looking on their schedule for what's ahead. Feels weird to not include a team like Weibo in that conversation, but it kind of feels like with Weibo's performance recently, they're going to need to step up to be able to match what we've been seeing JDG do.
Will Ruler complete boots by the end of the game? Yes or no?
No, he has no reason to, and he's just going to buy more damages.
Let's
Oya
go.
does connect to Q3.
If he gets caught here, I don't know if TT can make it out alive without a frontliner like him, and he's gone. And that means Kanavi is looking forward. He goes right through the traps. He goes in for the magnet storm. At least UCal, he gets blasted by the double guns. And now JDG, they're looking for the final pieces to this wonderful puzzle they put together.
And they are going to opt into going for the... Oh, no, they're actually going to opt for the end. They had pings going out in the bear and saying, hey, we probably don't have enough wave clear, but I love that they retool it into the push. I kind of hope they leave Flandre's TP for the turrets, but no, seems like they're still fine not needing that one. Instead, rather just looking for the dive. Eclipse now finished.
I said those 6 grubs would come back to bite TT, and it definitely looks like it's gotten very hungry, and that bite's coming for him. Another one bites the dust, and JDG are on to the Nexus. A 2-0 in their eyes, and more kills to boot. A 6-1 season for JDG so far, as we've crested the halfway point.
Great to see from JDG. I mean, 2 games, one in very controlled fashions. It pretty much always felt like they were in control of the game, even when TT had that very significant gold lead. It felt like JDG were actually still the ones running the map, and this is tried and true JDG. They keep up their momentum, they move to 6-1, and they're just a team that, in my mind, this is probably the team I'm either, I'd probably say most excited for to see in best of 5s.
Yeah.
Because just kind of the way their style works, I feel like they'd be a team who'd be able to adapt and bounce back incredibly strong, despite the fact that in the series they show they don't even need that. They don't even need time to adapt and bounce back. They can just run you over from second one.
I appreciated some of the attempts from TT, especially in draft, to trying to get some power picks for their bot lane, trying to get some things going at least, but didn't bear any fruit, it feels like, against this JDG roster, who are looking right as rain. And we've already had the JDG BLG matchup. BLG won for the first time, it feels like, in forever, and literally. But it's something where now both these teams are really contesting to try to outdo themselves from last year.
And it's been nice to see the fact that they're both still so close, even if the win went to BLG, because I think a lot of people were being like, oh, the fact that, Knight especially has been brought in over Yagao, that is going to cement it as BLG being clear in a way the better team. It's like, no, a lot of good players on these rosters. The teamwork still being something you have to account for as well. So, yeah, JDG, it doesn't feel like there's too much to say. I feel like we saw exactly from JDG what we would expect to see from JDG. This is the stock and standard of JDG series.
And while we didn't actually get to catch up in the end, we did get to have some fun watching it anyways. Let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP here, as well as Kanavi earns another one.
Look, he had
1 kill.
We did catch up, Mazel, because the time set on LPL English is the time that the world is decided by. We just saw Kanavi get this MVP right now. No one saw it sooner. Well deserved. I mean, great game on the rel, honestly. So it just makes me excited to keep seeing them going forward. And like I said, they don't have any crazy hype matchups until week 7, but then we get to see them against TS. And that is one I'm really looking forward to where for TT, it's just hard. It's just hard, right? Again, I feel like we need UCal and the UCal posse back at the forefront.
We do. Pretty nice to earn double MVPs with 1 kill, as any jungler should be looking for. As I do want to take a look at the schedule. It didn't go the distance that maybe we wanted, but it was a pretty hearty sandwich in its own right, as we had a wonderful day of league here in the LPL. I know it's our 5th day of week 5. We are getting under tow, but I think some of these series panning out the way we expected it to. As a 2-0 started off by BLG, then that banger of a series between Top Esports and IG, with Top Esports winning, and then TT falling to JDG.
I'm just telling you, I told you in Fiona it'd be a 7-game day. I'm just saying. I just felt it in my bones. 7 games were here.
I don't think TT lost that bad, though. I don't think they're ranked 1,316
You're right.
in the league.
You know, it'd be great if they were with those 22 wins. But
That would be pretty funny.
Here are our standings. Again, JDG now making their way up even further towards the top of the pack. We'll now look at the second half of the standings, because we did have some teams that were kind of already down in the dumps, sadly not able to overcome the Goliaths that they had to face today.
We saw that first page, obviously the top 10 in the LPL, the ones that make it to the playoffs, to the postseason. This afterwards, again, 2 and 7s really starting to stack up here. LGD and Thunder Talk joining that crew.
Yeah, a lot of kind of parity down here. But now we need to look at tomorrow's schedule. And what does today and tomorrow have in common? That I will be there casting these games.
Yeah.
W versus RNG, Ultra Prime versus LNG, and RA versus EG, trying to battle it out to get higher in the standings.
And I love days like this because they are, in some regards, way more important. You see all those numbers; those are all teams that are trying to vie for playoffs, right? And I think in a league where you're only facing opponents once, it is oh so important to keep those wins, keep continuing to find those good performances. I'm excited to watch it, and I know you're excited to cast it. But that is it from us, Lyric. That is our day done and dusted. We got to see some fun action. Do you have any thoughts going into tomorrow that you want to kind of continue seeing with this 14-4 meta?
Watch tomorrow. Smolder will be picked. I will be there.
Get your tissues ready for all the sneezing. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for the LPL. That's going to do it for us tonight. Good night.